Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the current policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Acts of the 27th Congress of the Universal Postal Union, done at Abidjan on August 26, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the current policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Protocol Amending the Marrakesh Agreement Establishing the World Trade Organization, Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies, done at Geneva on June 17, 2022.
Good agreement.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Speaker, I have the honour to present both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, aka the mighty OGO, in relation to the motion adopted on Wednesday, January 18, 2023, regarding the federal government consulting contracts awarded to McKinsey & Company.
Introductions of private members' bills. Ms. Wagenthal, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Violence Against Pregnant Women. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the member for South Surrey White Rock for seconding my bill. It means a great deal to me. It's my honour to rise to introduce this private member's bill that will go a long way to addressing violence against some of the most vulnerable people in our society, pregnant women. The Violence Against Pregnant Women's Act seeks to amend the criminal code to ensure that the act of knowingly assaulting a pregnant woman and causing physical or emotional harm to a pregnant woman are factored in as aggravating circumstances during the sentencing process. Colleagues, the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. However, consequences for their attackers do not increase at all. There are more than 80 cases in recent Canadian history of women who have been killed while pregnant. Each of these women were killed by men who knew that they were pregnant. The killers intentionally sought to do harm to the mother, or in many cases, to end her pregnancy. As it stands at this moment, our justice system fails to take these actions into account. I'm confident that this bill will receive widespread support from a House that stands united against gender-based violence in all of its forms. In the words of the Minister for Status of Women, I quote, "It is a form of abuse that costs lives, and it must not be tolerated in Canada. These acts are part of a continuum of hate that needs to be disrupted, and each one of us has the power to help break that cycle." Canada is failing its pregnant women and the children they've chosen to carry to term. Sentences issued by our courts should match the crime committed. Our country needs this law to ensure that criminals who attack or kill a pregnant woman can be sentenced appropriately by our courts. Thank you.
Mrs. Wagenthal, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Powell River. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a... I'm sorry? North Island Paul River. My
Thank you so much,
apologies.
Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that and very happy to be back in the House and here today, of course, to table a petition from the members of my riding who have a lot of concerns about expanded polystyrene. They know that when it gets into the marine environment, it can cause significant harm to marine life, seafood resources, and ecosystem. And you know that when it gets in that system, it is impossible or very hard to clean up from shorelines, and it breaks down and it gets everywhere and it enters the marine environment, which is profoundly dangerous. We know from what the petitioners tell us here, Mr. Speaker, that the Cathet Regional District and the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities have unanimously endorsed the prohibition of EPS in marine environment, and we hope that Canada will follow suit. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Shorens-Kona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition on behalf of many people from the City of Winnipeg who would like to see an end to fossil fuel subsidies, who would like to see the wealthy be made to pay their fair share, whether it's individuals or corporations, in order to fund a climate transition towards a lower carbon economy that respects Indigenous rights and puts workers first by ensuring that the investment in new infrastructure is also an ambitious job creation program for the country, among many other things, and I encourage folks to take a good look at the content of the petition for all of those details, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place and present petitions related to the concerns that so many Canadians have. And in particular, today, Mr. Speaker, I present another petition that would call the government and the House of Commons attention to the fact that the committee studying MAID right now has heard testimony that would ask for infanticide in this country, Mr. Speaker. And these petitioners would like to call to the attention that the proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing, and infanticide is always wrong. So these petitioners today, Mr. Speaker, would call the government and the House of Commons to the attention that infanticide should not be allowed in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too am tabling a petition today noting that Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommend expanding euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes, end quote. This proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians. Infanticide is always wrong. I join the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada who are calling on the Government of Canada to oppose this horrendous proposal. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I too rise to present a petition from many of my constituents and people across the country calling on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. It has been proposed in committee, as mentioned by a member of the Quebec College of Physicians, expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year. Killing children, killing babies is always wrong. Yeah. We, on the side, and many Canadians, call upon the government to reject that and ensure that there's no euthanasia for children. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by numerous Canadians from coast to coast in this country that want to draw to the attention of the House comments made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommending euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who are not born in a healthy way with severe deformation or a serious syndrome. This proposal is basically state sanctioning the infanticide and the undersigned of this petition do not believe that the state should be sanctioning in any way, shape, or form euthanasia of babies from 1 year to birth. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est la première fois que je...
This is the first time that I rise to speak here, also with you in the Chair as Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, a very happy New Year. Well, the statute of limitations starts tomorrow, February 1st. So happy New Year one last time. Je suis fière de...
I am proud to speak to present a petition on a very important issue for Canadians, particularly for the citizens of my riding.
Pollution of our oceans with plastic. Ocean plastics is a crisis. It's recognized globally, and it was recognized recently at COP15. The petitioners in this case call for the Government of Canada to strengthen regulatory definitions to include more single-use plastic items and close loopholes that currently allow a tremendous number of plastic items to be replaced with more problematic plastic, to remove the exemption that allows banned products to continue to be manufactured, to implement a clear action plan to eliminate all single-use plastics by 2030, and to bring proposed regulations into force within 6 months of their publication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise in the House today to present on behalf of many Canadians from coast to coast to coast this petition to the Government of Canada in light of the recent statements made before committee by a member of the Quebec College of Physicians recommending expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities or very serious syndromes. This proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing for many Canadians. And infanticide is always wrong, so I submit this petition along with them to the Government of Canada today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions that I want to present before the House today. The first petition deals with the ongoing national unity crisis, particular concern for my constituents in Alberta. Petitioners note that the government, through rhetoric, policy, action, and inaction, has caused a national unity crisis. They call on the government to take responsibility for the national unity crisis that they have created, as one important remedial measure to ensure that there are no bureaucratic or legislative roadblocks for provinces who wish to exercise their constitutionally allowed measures of autonomy. The next petition I'm tabling speaks to the ongoing detention of Hussein Chalil, a Canadian of Uyghur origin, a human rights activist who is detained currently in China and has been for well over a decade for his action in support of the political and religious rights of Uyghurs. Mr. Chalil is a Canadian citizen who was taken from Uzbekistan into China, and he has been detained since. He has never had an opportunity to meet his youngest son, who is now well into his teenage years. The petitioners note that evidence now makes clear that the Chinese government's treatment of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide as outlined in the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to take the following actions: to demand that the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law; to formally state that the release of Hussein Chalil from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of the Canadian government of equal concern as the unjust past detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor; to appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's release; and to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in obtaining Mr. Chalil's release, similar to what happened with the case of the two Michaels. The third petition that I'm tabling is similar to a petition tabled by a number of my colleagues. It relates to a proposal made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommending the expansion of euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age. This proposal from such an association is deeply disturbing to Canadians. Canadians, I think, generally recognize that killing children is always wrong, and the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call on the Government of Canada to be clear in their opposition to this proposal and to block any attempt to allow the legalized killing of children in this country. Next, I'm tabling a petition from people who are concerned about a Liberal proposal in their last election platform to politicize charitable status determination. Their proposal was to withdraw charitable status from organizations where the people involved had views on abortion that the Liberal Party disagreed with. This proposal would jeopardize, the petitioners say, the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations who happen to have a difference of opinion from the Liberal Party on these issues. These proposals hurt those many Canadians who depend on the work of these charitable organizations. Petitioners say that the government has previously used a values test to discriminate against worthy applications to the Canada Summer Jobs Program, denying any funding to organizations which were not willing to check a box endorsing political positions of the governing parties. Petitioners say that charities and other nonprofit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values and should not be subject to a politicized values test. Therefore, petitioners call on the Government of Canada to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of those values and without the imposition of another values test. Petitioners also call on the government to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. The next two petitions that I'll be tabling deal with the human rights situation of minorities inside of Afghanistan. The first one specifically deals with the situation of the Hazaras. They note a history going back to the 19th century of the Hazara people being subject to genocides, and they note that these waves of genocidal violence have continued, and they continue up to the present day. Canada made a significant investment in Afghanistan, $3.6 billion in assistance to Afghanistan over the years, as well as over 150 brave women and men in uniform who died in that conflict, which underlines the connection that Canadians have to the Afghan people. Petitioners therefore ask the House to continue to advocate and stand up for the rights of the Hazara people in Afghanistan, to formally recognize past acts of violence as genocide, and to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. The next petition deals with the challenges faced by another minority community in Afghanistan, Afghanistan's historic Sikh and Hindu communities. Petitioners want to see the government take steps to support these minorities and to welcome refugees from these minority communities to come to Canada. These minority communities faced severe violence and pressure even prior to the Taliban takeover, and of course things for minority communities as well as Afghans in general have gotten much worse since that takeover, and petitioners want us to remain seized with the human rights situation in Afghanistan in the midst of those ongoing challenges. Next, I'm tabling a petition highlighting the plight of Falun Gong practitioners in China, the human rights abuses that they face. This persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China has now been going on for decades. Petitioners note a number of actions that could be taken, including measures to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Obviously, this House has passed legislation on that already at the end of last year, but petitioners want to see continuing action by the House and by the government responding to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners and seeking to hold those responsible for that persecution accountable. And the final petition that I'm tabling today highlights the conflict that occurred in Ethiopia. The petition was submitted prior to the signing of the latest peace deal. Petitioners want to see Canadian Parliament and the government remain seized with those ongoing challenges, and no doubt hope for the effective implementation of a peace deal that allows people to live together in peace and harmony, as well as to provide support and amelioration of circumstances for those that were suffering as a result of the violence that occurred during that conflict. And so I commend all these petitions to the consideration of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And 25 seconds. Other petitions? No? All right. I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Oh, sorry. Questions on the order. We'll do questions on the order paper first, I guess. The questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Now, I think we have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to designate Thursday, February 2nd, 2023 as an opposition day.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-35, Canada Early Learning and Child Care Act.
I believe when we left this, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country had 6 minutes left in her time. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. And just as a reminder, I'm splitting my time with the member from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll lay out some of the issues with this Liberal Child Care Bill C-35 that will need to be addressed. And I want to thank those who work in the child care system and who look after our children. To be clear, this is not a child care strategy. In my province of British Columbia, a 2019 survey found that the Greater Vancouver area, represented by several cabinet ministers in this Liberal government, had only enough childcare spaces for 18.6% of children in the metro region. That's bad enough in urban areas of our country, but in many rural regions of Canada, large childcare centres do not exist at all. This bill offers rural parents, or those who need flexibility, nothing. Again, choosing to ignore the simple fact that low-cost childcare is impossible if childcare resources are not accessible to begin with. But the rural-urban divide isn't the only issue with this legislation. There is serious concern with the complete lack of focus on ensuring childcare spaces go to those most in need, instead of creating advantages for the already well-off. After all, affordable childcare should be prioritized for those who otherwise can't afford it. There is no means test. Under the current Liberal proposals, someone who works on Bay Street with children already in daycare will get access to $10 a day childcare, the same as a lower income family. People who don't need to work have the same access as a family who needs to work. There is no flexibility for families who aren't working the weekday office job hours and currently have different types of childcare options that work for their shift work or their schedules. That's because this legislation dogmatically preferences not-for-profit and government childcare over operators working and running childcare centres in the private sector. These are people, most often women, working in their homes, who have small businesses, often with young children themselves. I know for myself, when my son was a baby, I found someone to come into my home part-time. This was back when maternity leave was only 6 months, and it was hard to be working with such a young baby. Having someone come in was expensive, and I wasn't making a lot at the time. But it was the only option that I had at the time, as few childcare centres took infants that young, or would allow me flexibility with part-time needs and hours. Christina became like family. Anyone who has this type of scenario would not be applicable in this legislation. When my son was a toddler, he was in the home of a wonderful woman, Pauline, who had a group of kids. Because I needed flexibility in childcare, due to the type of contract work I was doing at the time, the larger structured childcare centers didn't work for what I needed. This scenario of in-home small business childcare doesn't meet the priorities of this government's legislation. Instead of giving parents freedom to determine what childcare works best for their children and their lives, the government has opened the door for a two-tiered framework of childcare. Under the government's plan, only not-for-profit and government childcare spaces have open access for parents to utilize the Liberals' program, as the legislation states is the priority. This is not universal access, and the legislation does not include strategies to address spaces or labor. We know that there are labor shortages, and about a year ago in Kelowna, it was announced from one center that they had to say goodbye to about 24 children because they couldn't find the staff to meet the minimum government licensing requirements. This left families scrambling with little ability to find a new location, with waiting lists being long. And a Vancouver operator of 300 spaces said, quote, "In the past 2 years, we've had to close programs temporarily, whether it's for a day or two or shorten hours for a week." A report on childcare recruitment published in January of 2023 found that in British Columbia, 45% of childcare centers are losing more staff than they can hire, and 27% of childcare employers turned away children because of a lack of qualified staff. To adequately staff the Liberals' proposed plan in British Columbia, they found that 12,000 new childcare employees were required. Still, current recruitment and retention programs are failing, with several thousand employees behind target. So, when the Minister of Families put this bill forward, she said its purpose was to enshrine the Liberal record on children and family into law. But their record on this file is something that they are not strong champions of. Canada was once ranked 10th amongst the OECD for the well-being of children, but under the present government, Canada has fallen sharply to 30th place. We will work on this side of the House to try and make this legislation better and more accessible to parents who want and deserve the freedom to decide what kind of childcare works for their family. Looking beyond this, a future Conservative government will work hard on ways to increase childcare workers and spaces and ensure there are stable, good-paying jobs where families keep more money they earn in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and bonjour à tous mes collègues ce matin. I'd like to ask the honourable member from British Columbia if you would not agree that it is a seminal moment in policy and for Canadian families and for children that a national early learning and daycare agreement has been put in place, and that families from coast to coast to coast, including in Kelowna, are saving literally thousands of dollars today on daycare fees, which is helping out with affordability and giving children the best start that they can receive in their life and for their future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Well, you know, absolutely, there are some people that are able to access this, but as I mentioned, it's not universal, and the government is hand-picking the exact type of formats that will work for this. And there are many families that don't fit within that traditional format of putting their children in a not-for-profit or in a government-run facility. There are many people that have their children in smaller locations and run in families, homes, and all of this is left out. So it really does not allow for flexibility and for freedom, and it's actually going to gridlock, likely, the current systems that exist right now in the not-for-profit and in the government systems.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I find it a bit strange that the official opposition would cast doubts on this system. This system has existed in Quebec for 25 years and it works well. It has also worked to fight against poverty. My colleague says that it's the richest who will benefit the most, but that's not the result that we've seen in Quebec. And a little statistic with the installation of the $7 system, the single parent use of social security went down by 70% because more women were able to work with this new childcare. So this childcare didn't happen overnight. We started with the foundations and then we built upon it. But we have seen results that fight against poverty. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say on the matter.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member. And surely there have been results, but the reality is that in Quebec, their program has existed for over 20 years, and as of right now, there's over 50,000 people, children that are on waiting lists to get into childcare. So they have seen some results, but there's still a lot of work that obviously they need to do because they don't have complete universal childcare, and not everyone that needs a childcare space has it in Quebec.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwananock-Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in this House, given the support that we've given in the NDP to this important legislation, and we know that there's work that needs to be done to improve it. But it's really hard to take anybody from the Conservative Party seriously who's critical of moving forward towards universal affordable childcare, a party that, when they were in government, waged a war on women, cut the status of women department, cut programming when it came to women, refused to implement an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, and did nothing to advance the desperate need for childcare that women face in our country. This legislation is critical to lifting Canadian women up. So despite the rhetoric from the Conservative leadership, let it be known to Canadians today that the Conservatives do not want to lift Canadian women up and ensure that there's affordable, accessible childcare in our country for all of us.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her question. I'm glad she finally got back to referring to what the legislation was. But as the member mentioned about universal childcare, this is not universal childcare. The government is handpicking the type of organizations that are applicable for this, and that was the whole premise of my speech. And I would ask the member to go back and listen to my intervention again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the speech that the member just gave, she said that, or she criticized this legislation for not being means tested. But I would remind her that when she ran in the last election under the leader from Durham, their plan was to get rid of this universal child care and replace it with a tax credit. A tax credit would be the most would be the least available option if you were looking to means test a program. Can she somehow explain to the House how it is that she ran on a tax credit which by no means would provide a means test and is now suddenly critical of that specifically?
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Well, you know, maybe in Canada, if we wouldn't have had hundreds of thousands of people laid off in the resource sector that had very good paying jobs, if we didn't have 40-year inflation where people can barely afford to buy food and groceries, you know, maybe it wouldn't be such an issue that they wouldn't be able to afford their basic necessities and be able to afford childcare.
Lost my sequence. One more question. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Could she tell me if a couple, Fred and Martha, let's say near Hoadley, Alberta, living in a rural area, who have incomes that would be close to or just above minimum wage, would they get the pleasure and privilege of paying for daycare for millionaires in downtown Toronto, downtown Montreal, while their taxes are not going to provide any benefit because there will be no government-sanctioned daycare spaces in a community that only has a couple hundred people?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Well, the matter of the fact is that the government doesn't have any money. The government takes money from its citizens and then gives it back. And so the scenario is exactly playing out as the member has said. You know, the government is handpicking who they're giving the money back to. And in fact, that person who maybe doesn't have a lot of access to a lot of childcare facilities where they live in a rural area, absolutely, because the government is handpicking who they are going to be giving this money back to.
Prise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in this place and contribute to the debate on Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. As a mom and a grandmother of 11, I understand the importance of having access to quality childcare, and I join my colleagues in recognizing those who work in this sector and the very important work that they do, and thank them for it. But with all the fanfare that this 2 to 3 decade plan in the making to nationalize childcare has been given. This bill falls flat when it comes to providing a solution for the issues that currently face families who need these programs. As part of their confidence and supply agreement that sees the NDP Democrats support the minority government through to 2025, the Liberals promised to introduce this legislation by the end of last year, by the end of 2022. And so with that deadline fast approaching, the Liberals introduced this bill last December. And while the bill sets out to establish a vision for a Canadian-wide, community-based early learning and childcare system, it lacks substance in charting a path to get there. Not only does it not address the problems that already exist, but it creates even more. In declaring their goal to support the establishment and maintenance of a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, where families have access to affordable, inclusive, and high-quality early learning and childcare programs and services, regardless of where they live, they've included one proviso that has many families and childcare providers concerned. That condition is found in Section 7(1)(a), and I quote, "To facilitate access to early learning and childcare programs and services, in particular those that are provided by public and not-for-profit childcare providers." So, to start, it favors or gives preferential treatment to public and not-for-profit providers over any other type of childcare program that exists. Only public, non-profit childcare spaces have open access for parents to utilize the supports of this program. If a family chose a new privately owned center or one that has recently expanded to meet the demand, they cannot access the subsidy they need at that center, therefore limiting the child's ability to access quality childcare. Families are diverse, and so too their circumstances. The federal government should not be dictating what childcare is best for families. Conservatives recognize that Canadian families should have access to affordable and quality childcare and believe they should be able to choose childcare providers that best suit their family's needs. Secondly, this bill does nothing to address the wait lists of thousands of families needing childcare. For an example, Ontario's Financial Accountability Office projects that by 2026, there will be 602,000 children under 6 whose families will want $10 a day care, and the province will only be able to accommodate 375,000 of them, leaving 227,000, or 38% of those children, without access. Thirdly, it does not address the concerns of operators who do not have the staff or infrastructure to offer more spaces. Currently, there aren't enough qualified staff to keep all existing childcare centers running at full capacity, let alone staff new spaces. Government estimates also suggest that by 2026, there could be a shortage of 8,500 early childhood workers. In British Columbia, 27% of childcare centers turn away children due to lack of staff. One childcare director who oversees 13 childcare programs with 350 spaces says that, and I quote, "In the past 2 years, we've had to close programs temporarily, whether it's for a day or two or shorten hours for the week in order to make the licensing regulations." There are also concerns of inflation increasing operating costs. Many childcare centers that offer food programs are now considering seriously cutting back on the programs or eliminating them altogether. The cost of inflation is putting pressure on childcare centers, and they need to lower costs because the funding they are receiving is not reflecting the drastic rise of inflation. So they are now faced with cutting down costs in drastic ways. In a Globe and Mail article, an owner of a childcare center in Calgary stated, If we've got to start jettisoning expenses, do we start cutting back on our food program or even eliminate it in its entirety over time? Once again, this Liberal government is not taking into account the inflation crisis it has fueled when implementing new policies. So while we see the demand for childcare increase as a result of this bill, it does not solve the problems of lack of access to more spaces, frontline burnout, and staff shortages and rising costs. Affordable, quality childcare is critical. But if you cannot access it, it doesn't exist, as I have already stated. Bill C-35 does nothing to address accessibility. In the time that I have left, I want to focus on the section that will create a National Advisory Council, which, by the way, has already been appointed. Section 9 states the following. A council, and I quote, "A council is established to be known as the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, consisting of no fewer than 10, but no more than 18 members, including the chairperson and the ex officio member," and that ex officio member will be the deputy minister. The chairperson and up to 18 members will be appointed by the minister for 3-year terms. The members of this council will, of course, be paid with the remuneration to be set by the governor in council. These members will be entitled to reimbursements for travel, living, and other expenses incurred for their work on the council, including the deputy minister. They will also be deemed to be employees for the purpose of the Government Employees Compensation Act and to be employed in the federal public administration. But here's the thing. While this bill appears to put a focus on respecting and valuing the diversity of all children and families and respond to their varying needs, the National Council has zero representation of entrepreneurial providers at the table. In provinces like Alberta or New Brunswick, where the majority stakeholders are private, a large number, in fact 67% for Alberta and 80% for New Brunswick, there is no one who will bring to the table the views of those female entrepreneurs who have stepped up and made investments to meet the need for childcare in this country. This government is not taking into account the realities of families who only have access to private childcare providers. The National Advisory Council should have representation for the different options of childcare offered across this country. Canadians need a solution. Canadians need a solution which is flexible enough to fit their varying needs, not an Ottawa-centric one-size-fits-all solution. And that starts with representation on the National Council for Entrepreneurial Childcare Providers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I find that this bill is superfluous to the childcare issue. It does little but create a council of bureaucrats with full benefits and compensation to dictate to Canadians the Liberals' view of what the provision of childcare should be across this country. This bill needs to be amended, and many of my colleagues have already noted that. It is flawed, narrow in its approach, and does not address the issues facing this sector and the families who desperately need it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to be back. It's great to be back, and I welcome all my colleagues back to the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, over the course of the break, I had lots of time to knock on doors and talk to lots of my neighbours. And Milton's one of the youngest communities in Canada, demographically. So overwhelmingly, I heard from my constituents that they were thrilled about the amount of money they were saving every month on childcare. And while the Conservatives ran on a promise to tear up those agreements and remove national child care from my community, it would be devastating for my community. They've been talking a lot about affordability, but the $450, $500, $600 a month that my constituents are saving on child care fees is really supporting them. So what is the Conservative plan to support families, young children in those early years?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his question. I too have communities in my riding that have very young demographics, and they don't have access to the kind of childcare that this government is proposing to fund exclusively. At a time when families are struggling, when they are already worried about how they're going to pay for their mortgage, feed their families, or heat their homes, they should not have to worry about access to childcare, which many already are, because this bill does nothing to improve access for people who don't have it right now. Bill C-35 is providing Canadian families with a single solution to which access is limited. It is critical that we open up not only this debate, but our minds to the reality that we need those small, privately owned childcare spaces, most of which are operated by women to meet the demand of young families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to wish you a Happy New Year. After listening to my colleague's speech, I think it's important to underscore the fact that childcare isn't just a business. It isn't just about tax credits. It's also a place where children learn. So my question for my colleague, I'd like to hear from her on the role of provinces and Indigenous groups when it comes to providing programs and learning services for young children. Isn't that the priority? How our children learn? It's not about just the four walls of the place. We also need to consider their development. And in my opinion, that depends on a strong public network.
Deputy to Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to speak to the first issue he raised around provincial jurisdiction. And we know that while this bill does not make financial promises, the government has already signed framework agreements with all the provinces. Indeed, they've cited the framework agreements as a reason for why they have not put very much detail in this bill. We know that if the goal is really to deliver universal access to childcare, that it needs to take into consideration the very real and diverse needs of parents today and all of the options that are available out there. It should not shut out those small, female-owned and operated childcare programs that are so desperately needed. And I would encourage that member and his colleagues to consider all that is not contained in this bill and the implications that it has for young families across Canada.
Exactly. In comments, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I remember when I first ran for office back in 2015, I think of the city of Langford in my riding. So many young families, and this is such a desperate need. Now, I've heard my Conservative colleagues talk about freedom of choice. My constituents didn't have that because the private sector, they put a lot of value in the private sector. The private sector has not met the need. It has not stepped up to the plate, not in the availability of spaces or in affordability of those spaces. There is a need for the government to get involved in this, and they talk about government dictating the program. The private sector has been dictating the parameters of the program. It has not met the needs of my constituents. It has not met the needs of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So again, Mr. Speaker, my question to the honourable member is, if the private sector has so obviously failed to meet that need, why do Conservatives put so much stock in continuing with the status quo? There is such an obvious need for the government to get involved in this program to meet the needs of my constituents and Canadians right across this country.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I absolutely reject the premise that the government isn't already involved in funding public, not-for-profit childcare programs. Conservatives understand that we cannot meet demand without both the private and public sector. We also need a national labour strategy. There is no mention of a national labour strategy in this bill, one that will definitely need to be addressed if we are going to move forward in creating more spaces. And until something is done about that labour shortage, it is going to get worse. The families that will benefit from this legislation at this point in time are those that already have secured childcare spaces in a public not-for-profit program. Thank you.
Well done, Kelly.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September 2020, the Governor General delivered the speech from throne that outlined our government's intention to create a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners. That was the start of our journey to transform the way childcare is delivered in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm standing in the House today, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Hamilton Mountain. But we had, at that time, was a patchwork system that strained family budgets, left early childcare educators underpaid, and left many children without proper care. Our government's vision for Canada-wide system recognizes that high-quality early learning and childcare enriches children's cognitive, emotional, and social development, which had the potential to deliver long-lasting and far-reaching positive outcomes throughout a person's life. Childcare is also an important support for parents, families, and our communities, as it enables parents, particularly mothers, to reach their full economic potential, which contributes to a strong economy, greater gender equality. That is why we are committed to supporting the establishment and maintenance of a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, including before and after school care. Through Budget 2021, we committed a substantial investment of up to $30 billion over the 5 years to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system in collaboration with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners. We have already seen great results. Mr. Speaker, we now have agreements with all provinces and territories to reduce fees, build high-quality spaces, and ensure early childhood educators are better supported. Since the signing of Canada-wide agreements, all provinces and territories are seeing childcare fees significantly reduced, and we are on track to achieve our goal of an average $10 a day licensed childcare by March of 2026. This really is a significant accomplishment. And as the Honourable Minister of Family, Children and Social Development has said, we want to ensure that future generations of families across Canada can count on the progress we have achieved so far. Bill C-35 builds on the incredible work that our government has already done. From day one, our government has been making life more affordable for Canadian families. In 2016, we introduced and implemented the Canada Child Benefit, which gives more money, tax-free, to 9 out of 10 families and has helped lift nearly 500,000 children out of poverty. From August 2021 to August 2022, in my riding of Surrey Newton, nearly 28,000 children have been supported through $103 million in benefits due to Canada Child Benefit. Our Liberal government is committed to ensuring that families have access to affordable, inclusive, and high-quality early learning and childcare, no matter where they live. And that leads us to legislation before the House today, Bill C-35, that was first tabled just over a month ago, and today I'm honored to speak in support of this bill. In British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, the province took the first steps with us towards creating a Canada-wide system of childcare when they were the first province to sign an agreement in July 2021. Less than 2 years later, in December 2022, British Columbia announced a 50% average reduction in licensed early learning and childcare fees. Spaces in a $10 a day care program reduce the average cost of a childcare from $1,000 a month for a full-time center-based infant care to $200 a month for the same service, saving families an average of $800 per month per child. And I also want to point out that by end of 2022, because of the federal and provincial investment, British Columbia had nearly doubled the number of spaces in a $10 a day program from 6,500 to over 12,500 spaces across the province. I'm also very encouraged to see that more people are choosing to pursue studies in early childhood education in British Columbia. Building on the province's work to introduce another wage enhancement, I look forward to seeing additional measures under the Canada-wide system that will support the recruitment and retention of this essential workforce. It is worth noting that cutting childcare fees in one way, we can put money back in people's pockets at the time when inflation is making life more expensive. This much-needed support will dramatically help reduce the cost of living. The relief that these savings offer parents of young children cannot be overstated. It means that thousands of dollars can be used for energy bills, additional groceries, and their families every month or other essential matters. This legislation makes it harder for any future generation to cancel or cut childcare and undo everything that we have achieved for children and families together with the governments and jurisdictions across the country. Mr. Speaker, passing the Bill C-35 will build on an amazing journey that has seen transformative cooperation between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments and Indigenous partners. Through individually tailored agreements with the provinces and territories, we carefully stitched together this system and created a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system that is accessible and affordable, and it is worth building on into the future. That is what this bill will allow us to do through an ongoing partnership approach. It does not impose any conditions or requirements on provincial and territorial governments nor Indigenous partners. Bill C-35 is not a top-down approach. It is an act of partnership building on collaborative work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, I'm keen to support this legislation because it will serve to strengthen the Canada-wide childcare. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you and other members had a very Merry Christmas, and I want to wish you, other members, and of course my residents of Surrey Newton a very Happy New Year. And I tell you, during my conversation with the members of my riding on the ground, they were asking me to support a system like this, the childcare that benefits 90% of the families that need the childcare. So I respectfully ask all my colleagues to ensure that swift passage of this bill, giving Canadian families enduring access to high quality, affordable and inclusive early learning and childcare. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And one of the things I'm seeing come out of this debate is there seems to be the inability to see the word "and." The Liberals and the NDP love to put the word "or" in their policy and legislation. And my question to the member opposite is, does he not believe that all families have different circumstances, different needs, and that this policy and legislation excludes so many families who are on wait lists, so many women entrepreneurs who cannot access this and therefore provide the daycare needed for those people on wait lists, and it does not provide a labor strategy to help with frontline burnout?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, this system that we are building is an affordable and inclusive system. And I gave you the example, Mr. Speaker, earlier, that in British Columbia alone, the capacity has gone from 6,500 to 12,500 spaces across the province, and I'm sure other provinces are taking, are following the lead that British Columbia has taken and creating those spaces. Mr. Speaker, but I want to remind my honourable colleagues on the other side that we need this Bill C-35 for one reason, because I know the record of the Conservative governments. When Prime Minister Harper took over, you know what happened? Ken Dryden formed an agreement with all 10 provinces and territories on childcare, universal childcare and early learning. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? When they came, childcare cut it down. Kelowna Accord, to help our Indigenous partners. You know what happened? Gone. Kyoto on environment. Conservatives came in, gone. So this is why this bill is even more important, that for future generations, we have a system that's inclusive, affordable, and universal.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the speech of my colleague, I realized he's properly understood the advantages of having educational and childcare services at reasonable prices. But under the last government, they really said that the exemption for Quebec was a successful model. So I'd like to know why this is not written. And it seems that if it was clearly written that Quebec can be exempted and that there would be compensation that was adequate, perhaps they would avoid another dispute between Quebec and Ottawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. Quebec has led the way for many, many years when it comes to childcare, and I got to give them a credit, and from there, we continue to learn the Quebec model on this particular issue. And we are glad that the other provinces and territories have now followed Quebec's lead by partnering with us and continuing to build their early learning and childcare systems. And moving forwards, I'm sure that us as Canadians, along with Quebecers, will continue to bring in a system that works for all and helps our children and families moving forward.
Comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I really appreciate this bill because it incorporates into legislation the importance of implementing UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as make sure that all children are being taken care of, that it creates a system to ensure that children are being taken care of. What I also like about this bill is that it creates a National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, and I wonder if the member agrees that this new advisory council must also include Indigenous experts in the area of early childcare, so that we could make sure that there is true reconciliation, of which something that we need to see more of, and I wonder if that member agrees that we need to ensure Indigenous membership on that council.
A very short answer, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable member from Nunavut has said it all. No, and I support her on this one, and I'm sure this advisory council will be very diverse in its background and also inclusive of our Indigenous partners.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate
for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. It is so nice to be back in this House with friends and colleagues, and I would also like to take advantage of the very end of the statute of limitations and wish everyone a very happy new year, particularly to the residents of Hamilton Mountain. A happy new year to you. It was so great to be back in the riding over the holidays, but I am thrilled to be back in the House today to be able to stand and speak in support of Bill C-35, which we hope will become the Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act. This bill would enshrine into law the Government of Canada's commitment to work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to build a Canada-wide system of early learning and childcare, a system that helps ensure that families in my riding of Hamilton Mountain and across Canada can access high-quality, affordable, and inclusive early learning and childcare, no matter where they live. In my riding of Hamilton Mountain, we have many early learning and childcare centers that provide access to high-quality early learning, such as Today's Family, the YMCA, WCA Hamilton, and Umbrella Family and Child Centers. And I have been proud to tour some of those facilities with the Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development. Centers like these not only benefit our children, they also benefit parents who can afford to go to work knowing that their children are being cared for and educated. As a mother, I wholeheartedly agree with all of those who say childcare is not a luxury, it is a necessity. My friend and constituent, Ala Mohammed, is a childcare worker at YWCA Hamilton. Her heart has been melting with joy since just before Christmas, when a barrage of parents started calling because they could not believe the childcare refunds that they were getting just in time, when they needed it. Parents who suddenly could afford Christmas gifts, who could stop struggling to meet their mortgage payments. Mothers who could finally go to work to help support their families. Parents who could start planning higher education for their children. Allah says parents are happy that childcare costs dropped, yet the quality of their childcare has been enhanced because of renewed support of registered early childhood educators. Speaker, we believe parents should have the opportunity to build both a healthy family and a healthy career. And children deserve the best possible start in life. As part of Budget 2021, the Government of Canada made a transformative investment designed to give them that start. An investment of up to $30 billion over 5 years to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Combined with previous investments announced since 2015, a minimum of $9.2 billion per year ongoing will be invested in childcare, including Indigenous early learning and childcare, starting in 2025. And we are already seeing results well ahead of schedule. Women's participation in the workforce in Canada is near an all-time high, almost 85%. The Bank of Canada credits the Early Learning and Childcare Plan, saying the increase in participation of prime-age women has expanded the labor force by almost 100,000, helping ease firms' labor shortages and hiring challenges. It means mothers are already finding they can afford the choice to find full-time work. In November of last year, Nunavut became the first jurisdiction in Canada to reduce fees for regulated childcare to $10 a day under the Canada-wide system, joining Yukon and Quebec in delivering an affordable childcare system to its residents, and doing so more than 3 years ahead of schedule. This is a tremendous achievement, Speaker, one that will make life more affordable for families who use regulated childcare in the territory. And while families in Nunavut are enjoying the benefits of the system to its fullest, they are not alone. Speaker, every other province and territory that has not yet achieved $10 a day has announced fee reductions to parents under the Canada-wide system. It is a first and critical step toward our ultimate goal, an average of $10 a day regulated childcare across Canada by March 2026. Monsieur le Président, le système...
Mr. Speaker, the Pan-Canadian system for early childhood education is panning out, and we will be looking at this legislation today to strengthen and protect this system so that it remains a reality for generations to come.
Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is becoming a reality, and the legislation we're considering today will help strengthen and protect that system to ensure it's a reality for generations to come. Here are some of what this legislation will work to achieve. It will provide support for the continued implementation of an affordable Canada-wide early learning and childcare system by enshrining the vision, guiding principles, and a commitment to long-term funding. It will enhance transparency and accountability by requiring the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to report annually to the public on progress being made in the system. And it will establish in law the National Advisory Council that will provide third-party expert advice on issues and challenges facing the ELCC sector in Canada. This legislation is critical. As we build on the early successes of the Canada-wide agreements, we want to set the foundations for success over the long term. We are doing this by enshrining into law the federal government's commitment to strengthening and protecting this Canada-wide system.
This bill is the result of consultation between the Government of Canada and its partners and stakeholders.
They've undertaken with provinces, with territories, and with Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast. This is not a top-down process. It is not imposing anything. It is driven by shared interest and close partnerships and collaboration. This legislation respects provincial and territorial jurisdiction and the vision and principles of both the 2017 Multilateral Early Learning and Childcare Framework developed with provinces and territories, as well as the co-developed Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework that was jointly released and endorsed in 2018 with the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Tapari, Kanatami, and the Métis National Council. By enshrining these principles and vision into federal law, we are building stability into the childcare system. And not just stability, Speaker, predictability, commitment. We want provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to know that the federal government is in this for the long term, that our commitment to ensuring access to affordable, high-quality, and inclusive early learning and childcare from coast to coast to coast is one they can count on, one that will endure. And that, Speaker, is why I am supporting Bill C-35, and I would urge the Conservatives to do the same. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention. Of course, quality, affordable childcare is what every Canadian wants for their child. There isn't a parent watching, there isn't a person watching who doesn't want their child to have the best, to have access to the best. One of my questions in her speech, Mr. Speaker, she said this program enhances childcare. And what we've seen is that the Liberals did not account for inflation. And in fact, as quoted in the Globe and Mail, many childcare facilities are having to decide whether or not to cut their food programs. So the Liberals didn't account for inflation. And in fact, it is not enhancing the childcare experience. What is her rebuttal to that?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would like to thank the member for Peterborough for her question. And I would say what I know and what I've heard from constituents in the riding of Hamilton Mountain is that this child care system is working. Parents are getting the relief that they need, and the child care system is getting better for them. I heard that directly from my constituents, that this is something parents needed and that childhood educators have been clamoring for. They are so grateful to this government for creating a system so that parents across this country, not just the parents in Quebec, have access to an equitable, affordable, high-quality system of childcare.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech, particularly the few words she said in French towards the end there. It was always greatly appreciated. Thank you. We already said this, Mr. Speaker. In Quebec, we already have a daycare system which has been established for quite some time. Pauline Marois, who was our Minister of Education in the past, set this up. It doesn't happen overnight, and these systems improve over time, but we do have a system that comes from a concept, and the better the things get, well, when we have something that works something relatively well in Quebec, we don't want federal interference. There's been recent examples with EI that have been well-documented fiascos, and we don't want to see the federal government getting involved in our daycare system in Quebec. There was an agreement that was reached between the federal government and Quebec, a financial agreement that allows Quebec to be excluded from this system with the full compensation and not use this funding. That was in the previous version of the bill, and it's not in C-35. Do my colleagues agree to amend this legislation to include specific wording in this bill so that Quebec can be excluded with full compensation? What does my colleague think of that? Thank you.
Hamilton Mountain.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Drummond. I like working a great deal with him at committee, at Canadian Heritage. And I would like to say that here in Canada, we're very proud of Quebec and the daycare system that was created in Quebec. The entire country can learn from Quebec's system. And this system respects the provinces and territories.
Parameters to be able to continue to grow and to enshrine the principles while still respecting the jurisdiction of provinces and territories, and to continue to learn from them. As we've heard already this morning, we will continue to learn from the Quebec system and continue to improve. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for mentioning Nunavut a few times in her speech. Indeed, I'm quite proud to stand as an NDP member to have created so much interest in Nunavut that I've seen a record number of MPs come to my riding. Indeed, the minister came to my home community of Igloolik to make the announcements about the daycare program. And we are seeing the positive impacts of this program that started. My grandson, I'm very proud, and my daughter have seen the positive impacts, but they've also seen a bit of a negative impact, and that is in the administrative burden that is being caused. And I wonder if the member could talk about the administrative burdens that can be alleviated through the positive implementation of C-35 to make sure that this daycare system that they are so excited about does not create more administrative burden on the child care providers in the communities.
Now we are out of time, but I'm going to allow the honourable member to answer and just try to keep it short. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, I would like to say I have enormous respect for the member from Nunavut, and I absolutely appreciate her intervention. I would say this government has every intention of getting this legislation right, and I would invite any input she has into helping alleviate that administrative burden.
Prise du débat. The honourable member, the honourable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to say that I would like to share my time with my enthusiastic colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. This bill was discussed by my colleagues from Abitibi-Pays James Nunavik EU and Laurentides-la-Belle yesterday, and so today I will just make a few additional remarks. I first of all would like to reiterate the Bloc Québécois' support for this legislation. In 2022, Quebec celebrated the 25th anniversary of its family policy, which includes a unified child allowance, a parental insurance plan, and the development of reasonably priced educational services for children. Another development for Quebec society that confirms the distinct and unique character of our nation a progressive project that strives to ensure, for example, equity for families with universal support, but also increase assistance to the most financially vulnerable families to facilitate the reconciliation and conciliation of parental and professional responsibilities, and finally to promote child development and equal opportunity. Our Early Childhood Centre, ECC network, and its successors have been praised by many experts in education and public policy development around the world. The OECD called Quebec's system, for example, and I quote, one of the most ambitious and interesting in North America, and they added that no other province has shown the same visionary clarity as Quebec in addressing the needs of young children and families. Comments along these lines have been heard for over 20 years. Quebec is definitely a distinct society, and its childcare program is certainly another example of that difference. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is of course pleased that our model has been able to inspire the federal government 25 years after its implementation. However, it is curious that other countries have already been inspired by it beforehand, such as Japan, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Australia. I would also like to talk about what the creation of our childcare network has allowed Quebec women to accomplish and its impact on reducing poverty. Quebec ranks second in the world in terms of places where women are the most integrated into the labour market. The chair in taxation and public finance at the University of Sherbrooke has compiled data from the OECD, and it is in Quebec that the gap between the employment rate of men and women aged 25 to 54 is the smallest of the 32 countries that constitute the OECD. For the year 2019, the employment rate for women aged 25 to 54 is 83.4%, and for men in the same age group, 86.8%. In Quebec, therefore, the gap is 3.4 percentage points, and the average of the OECD countries, hold on to your seats, at 17.1 points, a gap 5 times larger than in Quebec. So the employment rate for Quebec women has risen from 65.5% in 1996 to 83.4% in 2019. Only Sweden does it better, and only by a half a percentage point. So what does this mean in concrete terms? It means the following. Women who have been able to access positions in their fields of training and who have been able to move towards positions that would otherwise have been inaccessible without the childcare network. In a context of single parenthood, women have been able to enter the labour market without fear of busting their budget, as we say, and more generally, women have been able to project themselves into a better life balance, complete graduate studies, and so on. Let us speak about poverty now. In 2023, offering affordable childcare in a public system is also a very effective way to fight poverty. And everyone wins. In Quebec, with the introduction of childcare services, the number of single-parent families on social assistance fell by 64% between 1997, the year the network was set up, and 2016. And with a greater number of women in employment, more income and consumption taxes are paid. So we are looking at a form of self-financing of the system. The bill before us will allow the Canadian provinces to move towards a true work-family balance. With over 1.8 million single-parent families in Canada, it is not surprising that the Canadian Chamber of Commerce considers the #1 barrier to career advancement, or a chosen or imposed career change, to be the lack of affordable childcare. This was analysed in a Globe and Mail article last spring. Because we have to name things, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind this Assembly that women are still the main breadwinners who are generally responsible for the children. Some progress has been done since I had children, but there's still progress to be made. In this context, and the statistics are clear, the current costs of childcare are so high that, according to the calculations, the net salary earned by a parent, and most often the mother, is almost entirely dedicated to paying for childcare. It's completely logical. These costs would average $1,600 per month in Ontario, according to a summary of research data for 2022. This reality has an impact on mothers, but also on the availability of labour and everything that goes with it: the local economy, personal and professional development, tax revenues for the state, the socialisation of children, and much more. Mr. Speaker, Quebec, a jurisdiction recognised worldwide as a pioneer in family policy, does not adhere to the federal programme and receives full financial compensation. The opposite would certainly have been unacceptable. However, we would like this to be enshrined, black on white, that Quebec is not part of this programme, with full compensation, which would avoid any issues between Quebec and Canada in the future. Quebec is certainly far ahead of the Canadian provinces. However, some of the choices made by the Quebec government, which succeeded the Parti Québécois visionary one, a progressive policy, will have to be in the sights of the provinces when they implement this very important project. Sometimes subsequent governments are less progressive. Bloomberg recently devoted 2 articles to Quebec's childcare policy. The first, on the 31st of December 2018, entitled Affordable Daycare and Working Moms, the Quebec Model, where the hybrid reality of the daycare system is analysed, with conclusions that should warn the provinces. That is, too much presence of the private for-profit sector. Here's the passage. Unfortunately, the unsubsidized private for-profit sector has not been as good for child development. The parents and users who are in this part of the system, so the private system, have on average a questionable quality of care, unlike the subsidized centres, which have a very high level of quality. That's what Bloomberg had to say in research. The statement by an economist echoes the feelings of incompleteness of its instigator, the Minister of Education of the time, Madame Pauline Marois. The second article, from April 2021, is called Lessons from Quebec on Universal Childcare. This focuses its analysis on the pandemic context and the exceptional maintenance of public childcare services here, and warns of a market-based model in the rest of Canada or in the United States, even with certain budgetary arrangements. And I would like to quote, "At best, advocates see this market-based approach as a tenuous business model for childcare, requiring a large staff to meet basic safety requirements. And children lose out as well. And we should be aware of this because quality childcare is an intangible good. Its quality is harder to measure. So, market-based programs compete on cost rather than quality." Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with these final words. I mentioned Pauline Marois' name. The family policy that was implemented whilst she was Minister for Education under a Parti Québécois government is, without question, the Quebec public policy that has made a real difference for millions upon millions of Quebec women and families. It is nothing less than a revolution for women who have started families, and I'm sure that this feeling of recognition is shared by several generations of Quebecers. This political legacy is exceptional. Madame Marois, a warm thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her statement, which is always very well thought out. I would like to come back briefly to the opposition's opposition, the official opposition's opposition to this bill. They claim that they can only support this bill because the framework, they won't be supporting because the framework doesn't meet every single need when it comes to childcare services. What we are creating is a system, a basis that could be more flexible, perhaps later on, but had the same argument been used at the time when the primary and secondary education system was being created back in the day, if we just gave up because we couldn't create a pan-Canadian system because it wasn't ideal from the get-go, then perhaps we wouldn't even have primary and secondary education. What does the Honourable Member have to say about this point and this comment? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, Chair of the Environment Committee, where I sit. Well, he's entirely right. I agree. And I would like to quote the famous quote, Rome wasn't built in a day, so it takes time. It takes time when we want an important policy. It doesn't happen overnight. When there is a significant project like this, yes, it takes time, and we need time. We need to build a foundation. Otherwise, we can't build a building.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. When I was at the Committee for the Status of Women, we studied the situation of women in Quebec, and I heard that there are issues with new families that can't find a spot for their children. Are there any recommendations she can make to improve the situation in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, it's true that there are issues. It's not perfect, but if we think, and I would like to mention one thing. When this system was implemented by the Parti Québécois, by Pauline Marois, the subsequent governments didn't always go in the right direction. There were less progressive governments, and so that's what we have to be careful about. That's what the Bloomberg analysis has stated. Let's implement a system, but we have to make sure that it is sustainable. We have to make sure that it is improved year upon year upon year. I noted a number of speeches from the opposition that said there was a lack of staff. Yes, there is a lack of staff everywhere, but I have a solution to attract people. Unionization. Because if people become unionized, then we won't have people that will be labelled cheap labour, if you will. And I would like to give the honourable member a quick extract, just some numbers. The salary for non-unionised staff is much less, close or just above provincial minimum wage. And so if we want more people to enter the domain, perhaps we have to give better working conditions with better salaries that are adequate. And I would like to remind my honourable colleague that about 98%, 99% of people who work in that domain are women. Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciated my colleague's speech. We are pleased that the Bloc will approve this bill that is an NDP bill. For 30 years, the Liberals have stated that they would implement this kind of system, but now it's the NDP that has made it so that we actually do finally have a bill that goes in this direction, meeting promises made over the past 3 decades. We have a childcare system in Quebec that we hope will inspire other provinces in British Columbia. We have an excellent system, and we love it, but I'm concerned with regards to deteriorations in the childcare system in Quebec. TVA Nouvelle revealed just this week that there are parents who say that it's a bit like a lottery. If you don't win the lottery, then you're out of luck. There are some people who don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. These are parents, Quebec parents, who are concerned, who are worried about the deterioration of the childcare system in Quebec. Is she ready to criticize the CAQ government? The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes it seems like the NDP believes that everything is already done, but over the past 25 years, the system has existed in Quebec, and the problem isn't the system; it's the access to the system. It's access to the system in the first place. And I said earlier, there are subsequent political parties that came after the Parti Québécois, which was very progressive, that didn't go in the same way as Pauline Marois was going back in the day. So decisions made since have not helped. It's not from this current government necessarily, it's from previous governments, including the Liberal governments of the past. Questions and comments are very long at the moment, so some people don't have the opportunity to ask a question. I see that my friends from the Green Party have not had a chance to ask a question, so I would like to turn to The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, who will have a question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also agree with the member for Repentigny that this bill is very important. I would like to hear a bit more about the necessity to invest in labour. When I talk to the YMCA in my riding, one of their concerns is the difficulty that they have in hiring and retaining young childhood educators. And this makes sense because the federal government, with the province of Ontario, has not a very good salary level, a mere $18 an hour, like an association said in the Domain. Without workers, without childcare workers, there's no childcare. They want a salary level that begins at $25 per hour. Can the member for Repentigny give advice to the federal government in order to repair this issue? The honourable member for Repentigny. Yes, Mr. Speaker, giving advice to the federal government so they do more in a provincial field, well, that's not really my kettle of fish. But the advice I do have for everyone, my advice for everyone is to unionize, promote unionization. Union workers have better retention and have better work satisfaction, better salaries, better social benefits, and better work practices, because people want to go to work in the first place. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Repentigny for her excellent speech. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-35 today, which will enshrine funding for the development, the maintenance and the strengthening of childcare services across Canada. In Quebec, because of its innovative way of building and organising its services to the population and its willingness to respond to the realities of young families, it is Pauline Marois' Parti Québécois that has given us the childcare services that the rest of Canada dreams of today. The development of the Early Childhood Centre model and a network of skilled managers and educators is the subject of much envy in many places on this planet. Allow me to discuss with you what is involved in developing a childcare network. It is far from easy and it involves many players in our communities. You will understand that it is the provincial and territorial governments that have the most work to do. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, the shortage of childcare spaces and educators is even an obstacle to our economic development. The money given to Quebec City will certainly allow us over the next few years to succeed in unlocking new types of projects. I'm thinking, for example, of the Adre Power Systems Company, which has developed spaces for its employees. Childcare services are thus at the heart of a workforce attraction and retention strategy. The development of a childcare service, like health services, mobilizes many players on the provincial scene. Many sacrifices have been made in Quebec to develop our childcare network. It is no small task, and a great deal of effort is required to open a space in a childcare facility. I would like to remind you that the development of spaces is fought over by the same resources. Project managers, architects, engineers, contractors, plumbers, electricians, these professionals and the construction trades. It is important to be aware of the labour shortage in this industry, which causes delays and increases in time and cost. When developing a space, it is important to consider the number of staff needed to maintain and deliver services to the thousands of parents waiting for a space to return to work and school. The labour shortage is an issue that affects our entire society. Predictability is such an ambitious project is also a factor for success.
With regard to those who are working in childcare, it is very important to train as many people as possible. We need to have the wisdom to care about professions having to do with children under 5. Educators are an important part of child development. We need to recognize the value of their work. by offering quality training in our CEGEPs and universities, along with adequate funding. And I would like to underscore the importance of the contribution of these educational institutions. The quality of these programs is important. In Quebec, there have been various versions and adaptations in the educational program. The pedagogical approach respects children's development and helps take advantage of children's interest in play in order to help them explore, create, reflect, learn, socialize, and become our next generation. In Quebec, in addition to completing its network, there is funding that will help it adapt and innovate in services to children with special needs, which means that we will develop the more specialized care that we need. At this point, with Bill C-35, the Bloc Québécois supports the principle so that it can be studied at parliamentary committee. We will hear about the intentions and scope of this legislation. We cannot fundamentally change the position of the Conservatives who would prefer to sign checks to families, but there are also advantages to developing a quality childcare network. We're talking about a universal, inclusive program. We also have some reservations about the bill. However, we don't think it's bad. We think it's worth reflecting on. However, we're ambivalent because it does not respect the jurisdiction sharing agreement in the Constitution. The Constitution clearly states that education and family policy are not under the jurisdiction of the federal parliament. All governments of Quebec have always contested the legitimacy of federal spending in provincial jurisdiction. However, the framework provided by the federal government under this bill is part of the application of the so-called federal spending power. Currently, the multilateral framework for childcare applies to all provincial and territorial government. We will have to ensure if the text is appropriate for the provinces when this bill will be studied at committee. With regard to Quebec, the framework would prevent the federalization of family policy for the next 5 years and would compensate Quebec with $6 billion for its withdrawal from the centralizing policy. But we don't know what will happen after that. There may be disputes. The bill respects Quebec's opposition to federal interference in its areas of jurisdiction, especially since Quebec has been a pioneer and a model in this regard. However, the Liberal government has included a nuance in C-35, and we want to better understand its intentions. Bill C-303, tabled in 2006 in this House, the predecessor of the current bill, stipulated in Clause 4 that it recognized in so many words Quebec's unique jurisdiction and would allow it to withdraw and receive a transfer payment instead if it so desired. And I think that as parliamentarians, we are responsible for adding that in the current bill. The current agreement with the Quebec government extends over a period of 5 years, but including Quebec's full right to withdraw would avoid another argument between Quebec and Ottawa about federal interference in Quebec's jurisdiction, which is something it does so often. It's possible that the government fears that future governments would wish to withdraw one day and favor another model for families, but it is also true that if we keep having to wage the same war on funding, as we've seen in the area of health, nothing will be settled with this bill. Full right of withdrawal with compensation for Quebec, that's Quebec's position in requesting that Ottawa concede this in its bill. Social progress in Quebec, which is something the federal government is taking inspiration from today, should not become a pretext to once again violate the rights of Quebec. And I see that there are some other political currents that are starting to appear elsewhere in Canada, for example in Western provinces, which are increasingly understanding Quebec's position. Previously, sometimes in this House, it was harder for us to make people understand Quebec's different position about the fact that we don't always need to centralize. There are many reasons to want to stop the federal government from interfering with provinces. And this is an opportunity to strengthen relationships with the provinces and Quebec. I hope that we can settle this in a very good faith manner and clarify the wording of the bill. And I hope that it will include Clause 4 that I mentioned in C-303 from 2006. And I think that C-35 should use this former version and recognize Quebec's unique expertise on childcare, just as the international community recognized it in 2003. Adopting this bill would enable Quebec to receive significant sums that would help it fill out its network and better the working conditions for people in this sector, which is something we can be very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, who I serve on Industry Committee with, and he's a very excellent member on that committee. And pleased to ask a question here with regards to, and he raised this very astutely, is the issue related to labor shortage. I know from my experience in my area, healthcare, especially public healthcare, has been one of the things that we can attract continued investment and also challenge U.S. massive subsidies to corporations, whereas the subsidy goes to individuals and their support of healthcare. One of the reasons we support dental care as well, too. It's going to retain jobs, but also childcare is going to be an important feature with this. And I'd like them to reflect on the testimony we had over the last year about the labor shortage issue. So not only is this an opportunity to actually protect investment and jobs in Canada, but also Quebec, but it's also going to actually propel another level of younger employees will have great experience and also skills and qualities that we'll be able to retain for generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his words, and I feel the same way, of course. Now, when we are talking about the labor shortage, I think there's an important point here. If parents of young children have to stay home because they don't have access to childcare spaces, well, those are workers who are not going to be on the market. So we're talking about perverse incentives here and people who are just not able to access the labor market. So I think a bill that would help these people access the labor market, well, there are certainly men and women who are at home with their children who would appreciate a childcare space or even become an early childcare educator. We also need to consider the training necessary to help people become early childhood educators, because we don't want to just hand over our children to just anybody who will stick them in front of the TV. We need children to interact, not just be in front of screens, in order to help them socialize. It's absolutely crucial. So there are ways to fight the labor shortage and help our children.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I think everybody agrees affordable, quality childcare is critical, but if you can't access it, it doesn't exist. And I come from Oshawa, where we have a lot of shift work, and people require it, kind of different opportunities. Some people work on the weekend. My colleague from Windsor West talked about the labor shortage. I was wondering if my colleague could discuss options for people that just don't fall into this 9-to-5 option. This bill does absolutely nothing for this accessibility issue. Does he have some ideas for the government to improve this bill?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à
The Honourable Member. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague. Well, I think this is one of the key points here, and there is a simple solution: a strong public network, not private initiatives. That is not going to bring alternative solutions that are accessible for everyone, because one of the great dangers currently is access to childcare spaces throughout the country. Now, if we have a strong, robust public network, then resources will be available in a more flexible manner that will meet parents' needs. So the solution is a strong public network. Thank you.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to wrap my head around the Conservative Party's approach to this, and I've asked them the question several times, but they never answered. Maybe the Bloc member has some insight into it. The Conservatives seem to be have a newfound interest in making sure that programs are means tested. But we know that their default, whenever it comes to any program, is to have a tax credit. And you couldn't have anything less means tested than just a standard tax credit that applies equally to everybody. It was their signature move under the Harper government. Everything was a tax credit, which we know really only benefits wealthier Canadians, and those particularly in need don't have the same kind of ability when it's just a tax credit. I'm wondering if the member from the bloc can, perhaps he has some insight into this newfound desire for things to be means tested by the Conservative Party.
Honorable député de BTB-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je partage.
The honourable member. Well, yes, I do share my colleague's opinion on this Conservative position, but I would ultimately say that the federal government should mind its own business, let provinces do what they need to do, lower its own taxes, and allow provinces to increase theirs, because it's not up to the federal government to be laying out a national framework for the values that we are going to offer our children. I think that there's real unfairness here. And I think that instead of having our own money be transferred back with strings attached, the federal government should consider giving more space to the provinces.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member and my esteemed colleague from York Region for the riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, bonjour à tous mes collègues ce matin. It is great to return to Ottawa after several weeks in our constituencies where all of my colleagues heard the issues and the concerns from our residents and are ensuring that their voices are heard here in Ottawa. I do wish to give a quick shout out to the residents of my riding, Vaughan Woodbridge, and with that the new year is proving to be a healthy, productive and prosperous one for them in all tangents. Monsieur le Président, it is a pleasure to rise this morning to speak on a piece of legislation that reflects the core values of our government, of the Government of Canada, in building a more inclusive Canada, a Canada where Canadians know that the government has their backs, a Canada that gives the best start for our children from coast to coast to coast, and a Canada where we know that we want one that is a leader in the rights of children and their families. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-35 is an important piece of legislation as it will establish an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. Colleagues from all sides of the House, affordable and inclusive early learning and childcare is an essential driver of economic growth, socioeconomic activity, and today is making life vastly more affordable for Canadian families in all our ridings. The purpose of Bill C-35 is to strengthen and protect the system by ensuring its principles into law and also help guide future federal investments into this great program, which is benefiting so many families, literally thousands and thousands of families across our beautiful country. Frankly, this legislation marks an historic milestone in our government's commitment to ensuring families across Canada have long-lasting, enduring access to affordable, inclusive, and high-quality early learning and child care. Bill C-35 is the result of engagement between the Government of Canada, the provinces, territories, Indigenous governments and organizations, and stakeholders. It reflects, again, the core values of our government in building a Canada that is inclusive for everybody, in building a Canada where we see inclusive economic growth, a strong and growing middle class, and assisting those who wish to join the middle class. Mr. Speaker, many of us here who are parents of little ones know the exorbitant and sometimes unreachable costs of daycare that Canadian families have faced for generations. But we know the introduction of early learning and childcare plan is a transformational one for Canadian families. It has brought the cost of daycare for families here in the province of Ontario down, by example, for literally thousands of dollars that are back in the pockets of hardworking families here in Ontario and, of course, across this blessed country. Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues know, our family was blessed with a surprise during COVID. Leah is now 15 months old and attends daycare in the heart of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Leah and her classmates, if I can use that term, is truly a blessing of God, from God to our family, and has made life so much more special. She's awesome. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the early learning childhood educators at my daughter's daycare and all the daycare centers across Canada who are taking care of our kids, nourishing their souls, and yes, nourishing their bellies. A special shout out to the folks at my daughter's daycare, including the team headed by Nenza, and the ECE staff, including Isabella and Christine, and so many others. Mr. Speaker, thank you to all the early learning childcare educators across this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, the agreement on early learning and childcare in Canada is having a significant impact on the pocketbooks of Canadian families. Let me give you an example of this, Mr. Speaker, and it truly reflects how we are helping Canadian families with affordable, high-quality daycare for their children. Prior to the Christmas holidays, families at our daycare center were informed of the new fee schedule. And for children like my daughter, Leah, the reduction of monthly daycare fees was approximately $760 a month. On an annual basis, $9,400. Now, Mr. Speaker, those are after-tax dollars. If you do the math, that's approximately roughly around a $14,000 in before-tax savings for families. $14,000 savings for families just in the riding of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. That's money back in the pockets of families in Vaughan Woodbridge, in every other riding across this country. So we've signed agreements with all provinces and all territories. This is how we put in place measures, again, to help our economy, to help Canadian families, and to give the best start for children across our country. That is real change, Mr. Speaker. That is helping Canadian families, and that is why Canadians have elected us to come here and do the good work to help them. Mr. Speaker, for a hardworking Canadian family, whether it is in Vaughan or Halifax or Vancouver or anywhere in between, saving over $10,000 in childcare fees are real savings to Canadian families. Savings that can be used to buy clothes, sports activities, however parents wish to utilize these funds. It is real change and brings real relief to Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, whether it is the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada's Workers Benefit, old age security increased by 10%, doubling the GST, raising the personal expenditure amount to $15,000, reducing taxes for millions of hardworking middle-class Canadians, and supporting students, helping Canadian families by providing real relief from increased costs for their daily necessity is a paramount concern and objective for our government. Frankly, we have the backs of Canadians, and we will always do so. The goal for a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is for families, no matter their social economic standing or racial identity, whether their child has a disability or needs enhanced or individual support, where they live in Canada, is to have access to community-based, high-quality, affordable, and inclusive and early learning and childcare. Our government has committed nearly $30 billion over 5 years to make high-quality early learning and childcare affordable and, yes, accessible. We've worked with the provinces. We've instituted best practices, and we will continue to do so. Combined with our previous investments, announced since 2015, a minimum of $9.2 billion per year ongoing will be invested in childcare, including Indigenous early learning and childcare, starting in 25-26. As an economist, we know that affordable and high-quality daycare results in increased participation of primarily women in our labor force. For example, we know that in Quebec's situation, that women's labor force participation went from 4% below the average to now 4% higher than the average. That is good policy. I applaud La Belle Province for instituting a child care system before the rest of the provinces did, before the national program. We are looking at best practices. That is what you do as a government, and we will continue to do so. In addition, it is estimated that the early learning child care system will raise Canadian real GDP by as much as 1.2% over the next 2 decades, primarily reflecting the increased labor force participation rate of women and people entering the labor force, and the lowering of cost and making childcare more affordable for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, inclusive childcare is a win for Canadian families, a win for economy, and most importantly, a win for children. And that is a path we must continue to institute for Canadian families. This is a seminal moment, I believe, for legislation where we've introduced as a government. For decades, we've been talking about a national system of childcare for Canadian families from coast to coast to coast. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? We've done that. And now Bill C-35, we've delivered for Canadians. That is why they sent our government here. Now, Bill C-35 is the next step to enshrine the principles of the Early Learning and National Childcare Agreement. Mr. Speaker, C-35 is in a bill that would enhance and provide further transparency and accountability. Now, I am all about transparency and accountability. The Act would require reporting by the federal government on the progress made to establish a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. The Act would also enshrine in law the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, which will provide third-party expert advice to the Government of Canada and serve as a forum for engagement on issues, challenges facing the early learning and childcare sector. The legislation commits to maintaining long-term funding for provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples for ELCC, and enshrining the principles of Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. In my last minute, Madame la Présidente, I would like to say it is the early learning and childcare system across this Canada is already delivering results. If you read the Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report for the month of January, we've already seen indication that labour force participation rate for women with young children has increased by several points. Bank of Canada concludes that approximately 100,000 individuals have now entered the labour force because of the measures we have made to assist Canadian families from coast to coast to coast. It is a right thing to do. We started it with the Canada Child Benefit, which now delivers approximately $26 billion a year, tax-free, to Canadian families in all our ridings. We all know the differential that is. Now this is the second piece where we have a early learning and childcare system. I know the benefits for the families that go to the same daycare that my family sends little Leia to. We see the benefits. Yes, we are blessed as a family, and I can only imagine the difference that this is making for families across the country where they're seeing literally thousands of dollars of savings. And I will say this, there's nothing like seeing a bunch of young kids, or in this like 50 months old, playing together.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sonia Lambton, and congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm a happier deputy this year. So my question for the member opposite is actually about ideas to add on to what's been put in place here. Organizations like CUPE are saying that there's 3 times more spaces needed than have been created. And when we studied this issue at Status of Women, it was clear that, one size didn't fit all. There are people that work odd hours. There are people who, from a cultural point of view, prefer to have an aunt or a grandmother look after the children. What is the government's plan to augment what they've already put forward?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
First of all, I wish through you, Honourable Speaker, to say congratulations to the member of Sarnia Lambton on her nuptials, and I wish her and her partner all the best in the years to come. I will say, with the agreements that we've signed with the provinces, there are built-in funding in place to expand the number of daycare spots as we go forward. We obviously need to attract and train as many ECEs that are necessary as we see the demand come forward. That is something that's going to be a good news story, I think, I believe, where we see more parents saying, hey, this program works for me, and we're going to help them, and we're going to be there for them as we collaborate and work together with all levels of government, because the regions are involved in the province of Ontario. Of course, the province is involved. So it's so important that we're there, ear to the ground on these issues. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a hard time following the government right now. Most of the time, the federal government is giving lessons to Quebec with respect to Bill 21. They're saying, no, we shouldn't be creating laws on secularism. It doesn't make sense. And then Bill 96, same thing. You don't have the right to do that. We're going to prevent you from doing it. Even the NDP says we should protect French. They want to get rid of this bill, says the government. And then they say, we're going to send you money, and then we'll tell you how to do things in terms of health care. And then all of a sudden, we have a bill. Quebec, you're doing an extraordinary job. They say, we're going to take inspiration from your work. We're going the exact same thing as you because it's working. What's going on in the government's head? It doesn't seem to be working.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very interesting question. It's really important for us in terms of creating a system for daycare that is pan-Canadian.
Care to children across Canada and allows them to have the best start in life, so we know they can all have bright futures, whether the child is in the member's riding or in any other member's riding across this beautiful country. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really want to underline how important this measure is for the economic security of families in my riding of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. I can remember when I first ran for office in 2015, families saying that we would love to be able to go out and get a second job to advance our family's economic interests, but all of the income from that second job would go to pay for childcare. That's how expensive it was at the time. And, you know, this idea doesn't belong to any one party. There have been decades of work from the labor movement, from activists fighting for this through successive liberal and conservative governments. Some political parties have fought harder than others, yes, it's true. But I invite the member, Madam Speaker, to maybe pay some tribute to that decades of work from the labor movement and from activists in finally getting to the point where we are today. Thank you.
The honourable member Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague for a very sincere question, because we do need to tip our hats to people who have sat in this House before us. And not only those people, but those individual activists through the decades that have pushed for social policy changes, for the push for social justice, to make this country a more inclusive country, to make this country a more fair country, to give every child the best start that they can have in life. And we are doing that, working together collaboratively with all levels of government, obviously in this case with the provinces, bringing them on board, ensuring the proper funding, and ensuring that children have the best start in life in this beautiful country that we all get to call home. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And thank you to my colleague from Vaughan for his remarks and for sharing his time for me. It's a pleasure to be here in the House today. It really is an exciting day for me to be speaking on Bill C-35. There are many reasons why I'm excited to be speaking on this bill today and to be representing my riding of Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill. Many of these residents in my riding will benefit greatly from this bill, and it's with great pleasure that I am here to support it. Now, we've heard from many members already speaking about the benefits of the early learning and childcare system. We've had illustration from the members from Bloc Québécois of the benefits that it's given to Quebec society, and we are very grateful that La Belle Province has gone ahead with this. And I have to say, in the rest of Canada, it's not for want of trying that we don't have a program. We have been trying for decades, and rather than going to all the economic benefits of this program, I'd like to spend a couple minutes on personal stories and history. Because this is not only about our economy and families or affordability, although it's about all of those things. It's also about women and their choices and their ability to make those choices. And it concerns me greatly when I hear members opposite talking about the freedom of people to make these choices. You know, I think back to my mother, who raised 4 children. She had a career in nursing, and she and my father both wanted a family. In the 60s and 70s, when my mother was raising her family, there were few choices for childcare. If you weren't lucky enough to have a mother or a mother-in-law live nearby, or to have a community association or maybe an organization in a church basement, you stayed home with your family and you raised them. And while I know my mother valued that, and we all do, I also know that she would have loved to have stayed in the medical profession. I imagine my mother would have continued her training, and she would have gone on to be a doctor and to work in the medical field, contributing not only to her family, but to the larger society. So when I think about my mother in the 60s and 70s, and I think about the history in Canada, and a nod to all those who have worked on this over the years, it's been over 50 years. For those that don't remember, the first time this was recommended was in the 1970 report from the Royal Commission on the Status of Women. 1970. This was a commission that was headed by Florence Bird under the government of Lester B. Pearson. And one of the recommendations was for universal affordable childcare to address key issues on gender equality in Canada. It wasn't until 1982 again, in the Royal Commission on Equality in Employment, that under Judge Rosalie Abella and Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau's government, there was another urge to implement a national affordable child care program. And it was around that time when I was working with the National Action Committee on the Status of Women at the University of Toronto that I was thinking about my career. We didn't have child care. And looking ahead and thinking, how can I balance the kind of career I want with raising children? And I didn't think I could. And I waited quite a while to have children, to get married and have children. Very fortunate that I have a wonderful family and I've enjoyed being part of that and helping to raise children. But at the time, it was not a clear, easy choice to make. And I think for women across this country over the decades, many of us had made choices that we may not have made had we had affordable, quality, accessible childcare. And so for the women of Canada, for the women in my riding, I think this bill is incredibly important. But I don't want to overlook the other issues I've mentioned as well. You know, it really is, C-35 is not just about women. It is about Canadian values. It is about equity and inclusion. It is about supporting families. And very importantly right now, it is about affordability. So it really makes me question or makes me wonder why people are in opposition of this bill at this point in time. Certainly, there are some concerns. We've all heard that there are things that have to be worked out. But I would suggest that any member who is concerned about this look at the agreements that have been negotiated between our government, the provinces, the territories, and our Indigenous partners, recognizing those jurisdictions and the needs and concerns of those organizations. And read the differences between these agreements. Understand that this is in partnership with our partners, that we are moving forward on this and not forcing anything on people.
Order. It seems like there's someone online that has their mic on, and I would just remind members to make sure that their mics are off. Okay, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And I couldn't understand what they were saying, but I'm sure they were agreeing with what I'm saying, so that was okay. So I just want to say that these measures that we are enshrining in law in Bill C-35 are so important right now. Affordability. In my riding, I know there are families that are struggling. The hundreds of dollars, the thousands of dollars that these families will save will make a difference in meeting their mortgage payments, in ensuring that they can take care of their children. And when you look at the caregivers, the people that are taking care of not only children but seniors, and the stresses they have been under, the mental health challenges, and think about how alleviating some of that stress is going to affect these people who are still primarily women, although I'm very happy to see there are more and more parents of other genders that are now participating in child rearing. This is also going to allow more people to enter the workforce. We have a labor force shortage right now. We've been talking about the need for more childcare workers. And by allowing more parents to be fully engaged in the workforce, we will be increasing labor force participation. This will help with our shortage, and it will also help with our economy. In fact, the Royal Bank study that was done recently had some really interesting facts and figures about the increase in our GDP that we'll see as a result of these increased numbers. And we can just compare our workforce participation with that of Quebec to see what difference that would make. And I believe the numbers were about $92 billion in terms of increase in our GDP. So it's going to help our economy, it's going to help our workforce participation, it's going to help women, and it's going to help children. We all want children to have a great start in life. And we know, again, that this affordable quality early learning and childcare program will give children an equal start. This kind of equity, this kind of fairness, these are Canadian values. These are things we all agree on. And so we have a historic opportunity right now to all support a bill that moves us forward as a society, that increases inclusion and equity, that benefits our economy, and that addresses the immediate problems of affordability. And I so hope that everyone here will join me in voting for this bill. I have so many facts and figures, so many statistics I could share, but I know all of us who are interested in this subject have read them, have seen them. So I just want to reiterate that I'm so proud of this government. I'm so proud of all the members in this House who are supporting this initiative, of all the people who have worked to make childcare a reality, to make this program actually possible, the provinces that have sat down and negotiated with this government. The will of this government to lead, to not stick with a broken system that hasn't worked in the past and continue that, but to look forward, to be progressive, and to take chances, as opposed to just sticking with what we did in the past. So, although some question the expense, I say we can't afford to not move forward with this program at this time. The reality is that it's been over 50 years since the Royal Commission on the Status of Women first urged our government to put in place a program like this. The National Early Learning and Childcare Program reinforces key Canadian values and helps build an economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her speech. And I really enjoyed the part about her sharing about her mom and being a healthcare worker and providing for her children. I think, you know, I can't stress this enough how important quality, affordable childcare is. Conservatives believe in that wholeheartedly. But what's missing in this legislation is the operators who don't fall under what the Liberals think is best. So my question to the member opposite is, does she believe that if an operator is meeting or exceeding all provincial standards, licensing and guidelines, that they too should be eligible for this program?
Really good. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member opposite. I would like to say that I'm very glad that she's supportive of this initiative. It's really wonderful to hear that some members in the bench opposite will be supporting us. And to also say that these agreements have been negotiated province by province or territory by territory and with Indigenous partners. If you go to Canada.ca and look at the different agreements, you'll see different provisions that have been made. In fact, in Ontario, regulated childcare providers will be able to continue to participate. And the funding will go primarily for the not-for-profit sector, but 92% of the childcare centres in Ontario have signed up for this program, including for-profit centres. So each province and territory were able to negotiate what they wanted to do, given where they are right now, what they saw as their needs, and the best way to move forward to ensure that all their residents had affordable, quality childcare.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. She's already worked very hard on the Environment Committee, and I see something on the horizon, an economic slowdown, although many economic scientific studies say that a market-based approach will not work in terms of daycare services. So I'd like to know about her opinion. How come some people here in this House are opposed to public-funded and affordable daycare services? The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridge.
I thank the member opposite for her question and thank her for her hard work at the Environment Committee with me as well, through you, Madam Speaker, of course. I'd like to say that we are certainly not opposed to a publicly funded system. In fact, I believe that we are encouraging that. However, there is great need across the country right now for quality childcare spaces. And quite frankly, I believe we have to use everything that is there as we move forward to build the system. You know, you can't start and address every issue that is out there. And I would just say to those members who are looking at what is missing or what is not good about this program, to step back and look at the entire program and look at the progress we're finally making. You know, these individual issues can be addressed. And I think in the framework, we have clearly stated that publicly funded daycare is a positive thing, something that we support. However, we want to ensure that spaces are there for people, that people can send their children to childcare and take advantage of this great opportunity to have 50% less cost.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I've also been hearing concerns about government oversight or government interference in this system that would help ensure that children are getting the care that they need. And I wonder if the member could elaborate a little bit more on the importance of the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Child Care that this bill would develop.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much to the member opposite for her question, a very good question. And I believe that the National Advisory Council that is being established in Bill C-35 is very important in moving forward and addressing some of the concerns and ensuring that the individual needs, that we learn from what's happening, that we're addressing individual needs in different areas. I do believe that the accountability, the funding are all important parts of this legislation, enshrining what we're doing in law to ensure that another government can't come and undo the hard work that has been done over these decades. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm very happy to be back here in the House of Commons debating legislation, and I'll be sharing my time today with my friend, the member from Calgary-Midnapore. So, when I heard the minister talk about Bill C-35, it was like it was the panacea of childcare. So you can imagine my surprise when I got looking at it, and I was like, well, wait a minute. I mean, already the agreements have been made with all the provinces and territories, and the $6 billion for the $10 a day childcare has gone out the door. So why do they need this bill? Well, I look at the bill and it says it does a few things. It sets a vision out. But if you look at the vision, it's all the common sense stuff. Like we want to have an early childhood learning system. It should be diverse. It should be flexible. It should be accessible. It should be affordable. It's not that it's not visionary. It's just pretty simple. And then it sets out the government's commitment to long-term funding, which they've already signed up in the contracts. So again, why? And then it sets out the principles that guide the ongoing federal investments. And if you look to the details, it says we're going to go with what the provinces have said. So again, But it does establish the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare. So why do we need a National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare when there is such a council in every one of the provinces that we just signed contracts with? Is this just another opportunity to hire a bunch of Liberal insiders to do work that's already being done? That doesn't mean, and I want to be clear for the members opposite that are always saying that the Conservatives don't support this bill. Well, you know what? The Conservatives support childcare. Now, let me start with my own experience, okay? So you can appreciate, as a chemical engineer, flying around the world, okay? Flights out of Sarnia leaving at 6 in the morning. How easy do you think it is to find somebody to take your kids at 5 a.m.? Hey, and what about if the plane gets delayed, which of course never happens on Air Canada, but just saying, what if you don't show up until 11 o'clock at night to pick up your kids? Who is going to want to be your childcare provider for any length of time? And so I had some amazing childcare. Some in-home, some that was, more public in nature. But I also had those bad experiences. Madam Speaker, there was the one that had her boyfriend over all the time while she was watching my kids. There was the one that was smoking pot while she was watching my kids. There was one that let the kids go with the guy next door swimming without accompanying them because she was watching soap operas. Then there was the day I showed up and my kid was eating cat food sitting on the stairs because she hadn't had lunch. So, certainly, I would like to say with emphasis in this House that I really support good quality childcare, and it's not easy to come by. But that said, I think it's clear that we're trying to echo the system that exists in Quebec. And certainly when I was on the Status of Women Committee, we did many studies, and one of them was on unpaid care, and child care was a specific focus. And we made recommendations to the government. I'm just going to read what they say. that the Government of Canada, in partnership with Quebec and other provinces and territories, with the goal of ensuring that all families in Canada, regardless of geographic location or immigration status, have access to high quality and affordable inclusive childcare options. That we work to adequately and sustainably fund, through transfers to the provinces and territories, with the rights to retraction with full compensation, an affordable and culturally appropriate national early learning and childcare system, and ensure that this national system includes options for Canadians, such as sufficient public childcare spaces to meet the demand, or sufficient financial support to Canadians who wish to care for their children at home. Now, that was just like 2020, Madam Speaker, so it's not that long ago. And so, hey, absolutely. You know, when it comes to wanting childcare options, this is a place to start. But CUPE has said, hey, there's 3 times the need for spaces. And even if we look to the Quebec system, there's a 2-year waiting list there. And people who have family members that are already in the daycare system in Quebec can get another kid in from their family, but people that are new families can't get in the door. And so what do? And so I think that in addition to what the government has put forward, there's going to be additional solutions that are needed. I think that we have to have flexibility. I think when we think about this from a cost perspective, I would tell you I've seen many studies done that show that if you want more women in the workforce and you provide this kind of childcare, let's say, you know, according to the members that spoke previously, that you're giving $14,000 to each person as a subsidy for their child. And then after taxes, some of that goes back to the government. And then in addition to that, somebody's going out to work and they're paying taxes. And then there's ECE workers that are watching the children and they're paying taxes. So, you know, many studies have said that this is a cost-neutral exercise that will result in more women in the workforce. And that's what we want. But we have to make sure that we are flexible enough to make sure that those that work long hours, nurses, my one daughter's a nurse, you know, those are 12-hour shifts. Finding daycare for that is not going to be covered by this current system that the government's designed. And then I would say that there are many places where people prefer to have a grandmother or an aunt watch the children. And what is the financial incentive to make the system fair there? You know, certainly I leave it to the government's creativity, but there's definitely something to be done there. Now, there was a promise a few years ago to make 42,000 childcare spots. I think that was a 2018 promise from the Liberals. And I'm not sure how many of those actually happened, but when I did the math and divided up 42,000 spots amongst 338 ridings, it sounded like less than 200 spaces in a riding, which is nowhere near what was needed. So again, there is the problem with not having enough spaces. There has been discussion about the labor shortages, and there definitely are labor shortages in every business that I'm hearing from in my riding, but specifically with respect to ECE workers. You know, I hired an ECE worker in 1989. It was paying, well, maybe it was 1991, $1,200 a month. Think about what that is in today's dollars and how much it would cost, you know, to pay. But the pay for ECE workers is really not that good. And so a lot of them, although they get the training, don't end up staying in the biz. So I think there's something to be done in terms of making the wage attractive enough to get those additional workers in the jobs. We see the same thing with PSWs in the healthcare system, you know, where the wages just aren't good enough or the hours just aren't enough for somebody to live on. So I definitely think that there is something to be done there. Now, with respect to the actual bill, there are some suggested amendments that have come from some associations. The Alberta Association of Child Care Entrepreneurs suggests that they have a problem with the committee makeup of this National Advisory Committee, which I'm not sure we actually really need, but if you have one, you should have representation from both private child care centers and the non-for-profits, so I think in order to hear all the voices. The Association of Daycare Operators of Ontario wants to make the bill more inclusive by deleting the reference in the bill to public and not-for-profit child care providers so that we could have the flexibility that some of the members have indicated they would support, that different provinces are going to want to allow a combination of private and not-for-profit child care. I think that would be good. Another thing that I think is missed in this is that not every daycare is the same, and depending on the location, there are needs. So for example, let's talk about food programs. There are some places where childcare and daycare, they're providing meals because these kids otherwise, that may be all the food that they get. But in the model that's been put forward, there's no allowance for that. And so either those daycare facilities are going to have to charge money on top of it, which comes against the whole point of this bill, or they're going to have to stop feeding the kids, which is the wrong answer. At the same time, there's an administrative burden of applying for all of this funding, and people are already busy watching tiny, busy bodies, and so they don't necessarily have the wherewithal for the complicated government applications. And so I think that's something that could be looked at to streamline those as well. All in all, though, it's a step in the right direction. We need to have more childcare so we can have more women in the workforce. This will certainly create a great number of spaces, and I look forward to the government expanding in terms of flexibility and in terms of some of the other things I've outlined in my speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great job,
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin my question, I would like to congratulate the member on her recent nuptials. Such joy. We need that joy in our personal lives as we do the hard work here in the chamber. Madam Speaker, the member is from Ontario, like myself, and the Premier there actually, Ontario was the last province to sign the agreement because they took a lot of time and care in terms of grandfathering in private childcare, but also he said himself it was a great deal for Ontario. So I would ask the member if she has shared, since the province worked with us to determine what would be best in terms of making an agreement that would serve families and daycare providers in the province, has the member actually spoken to the province and to her counterparts to understand that they lead these agreements and it's their inputs that make these agreements work for Ontario and Canadian families? Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for a great question. Yes, I've actually spoken to both the Premier and, of course, my MPP in my local area, and it is a good deal for Ontario to begin in this way. Now, clearly, neither the province nor the federal government has enough money to fully fund what eventually will come forward. And I think some people need to see the proof in the pudding that the net benefit is not going to be a net cost. I think there is a lot of belief that, this is just a subsidy and you never get it back, and they forget about the people that are actually going to work, that are paying taxes, that are offsetting some of these things. So hopefully as we go along, we can expand the programs, and I certainly would advocate for that in Ontario.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always bizarre hearing the Conservatives with their fixed ideas. The national system works well in Quebec. It's worked very well over the past 25 years. People are coming the world over to see how things work well in Quebec. My colleague for Repentigny said it. Single-parent women are able to go back into the workplace. It works very well. So a question, in the agreement that the federal government signed with Quebec, there's $6 billion of our taxes, Quebec taxes, that will be sent back to Quebec over the next 5 years. If a Conservative government is elected in the next 6 months, will the $6 billion still be invested in Quebec?
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's an excellent question. Is there the possibility of spending the $6 billion in order to create new spots for children? People are waiting 2 whole years before getting a spot. I would like to encourage Quebecers I would encourage them to create more spots.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague. That was such a fabulous speech and intervention. I love the personal component of sharing your daycare stories. We all have them as parents. We all have that daycare or babysitter, which we don't like to use that word, right? We're looking for quality childcare, and I just thought you did a great job. What I love the most about my colleague is her ability to see the pragmatic numbers side of this, and she's put forth a few solutions that we can put forth to strengthen this bill. What would she suggest in terms of that cost analysis? How do we make this sustainable?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, and thank you to my colleague for her leadership on this file. I definitely think that we have to address problems that would cause existing childcare facilities to go out of business. We don't want to create less spaces. So this issue of the meals and how that gets dealt with, the administrative burden and how that gets dealt with. And then I would say to ensure that we're inclusive with all types of daycares that exist or could be created, and to consider what we would do to incentivize spaces created in homes that aren't currently in the business, either family members or other alternatives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours...
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here in the House of Commons in order to share my ideas with regards to Bill C-35.
Madam Speaker, I want to start today by talking about the greatest pride and joy in my life. And as much as I like being here and as proud as I am to represent the people of Calgary-Midnapore, it's not that. It's my son, Edward. He's just the best guy ever. I'll never forget when my husband brought him around the green curtain after I delivered him and showed him to me. And I know at that moment I made the decision that I would do whatever I could to give him the best life possible. And he's a great guy. Now he, in addition to doing well at school, he also plays piano, begrudgingly. And in addition to that, he's a great hockey player. Go Wolverines. He's a good little center forward. And as well, he's a Cub Scout where he learns all sorts of amazing life skills. So he's a good little guy. And as much as I love this place, he is my one pride and joy. And I know my wonderful husband, James, feels the same way. And I know that every mother out there listening to this, every parent, but every mother feels the same way about their son or daughter or sons or daughters. There's just nothing you wouldn't do for those little people. And you want them to have the best life possible. And you want them to get the best care possible. I know that when we started out, we had to put Edward on a waiting list when he was very, very young. But we were very fortunate. We got a space at a good facility near us. But that's the reality in this day and age, is that parents have to put their children on a waiting list. So certainly, while this bill, which actually is unnecessary to bring to this House, given the agreements between the provinces, but nonetheless is still here, it's a little unfortunate because even though I'm talking here today and I'm talking to you, this program might not be for you. Are you like me? Perhaps you're like me. Perhaps you have a full-time job. You have a husband or a partner who has a full-time job. You have two parents working or two caregivers working. You got to get your child into some care before you get into your work for the day, before the day starts. And so you need something that starts early. And you know what? You can't always pick them up right at 3 o'clock or even 4 o'clock or some days even 5 o'clock. You need the flexible hours, even after you go through all the effort of packing them with their blankie and a snack. Maybe the hours just aren't flexible enough for you with this type of program. Maybe you're like me. You are a parent with another partner who is doing your best in this world with two full-time jobs. And you know, there are holidays where sometimes the facility is closed and you got to figure out care for that. So maybe you're like me. Maybe you're in a situation with two parents working. And in that case, you know what? Unfortunately, this program isn't for you. Are you like my friend Chris? My friend Chris is a flight attendant. She doesn't know what her schedule is going to be. Sometimes she doesn't know when she's going to get called in. She might be called in for a 3-4 day shift back and forth across the country, maybe some exciting destination. You know, maybe she has to start really early in the morning. Maybe she gets in at some weird night at night. She has a very flexible schedule that changes all the time. And there are thousands of parents like Chris across this country. Are you like Chris? Because if you're like Chris, this program is not for you. Are you like Armin? Armin runs a day home in her house. She has 5 children herself, so there's always lots of kids that the children who are there can play with. She loves staying at home, and she always has the delicious smell of whatever she is cooking in her kitchen. Her home is a warm, inviting place, but her day home doesn't qualify necessarily for the national program. So you know what? If you are like Armin trying to run a day home out of your house, this program is not for you. Are you like my mother-in-law, Anita? You were so happy to become a granny or a nana or an oma or a dandy. You knew you wanted to be an important part of your grandchild's life when they were born. And the best part of your day is when your grandchild is dropped off. You're just so excited to see them, and they are so excited to see you. And you know what? You gave up your part-time work. Maybe you gave up your volunteer work, but that's okay, because that's what you were willing to do as a grandparent. That grandchild in your life was important enough for you, and your life is complete and worthwhile as a result of taking care of that grandchild. But guess what, unfortunately? This program is not for you. Are you like my friend Misty? You're a single mother. Your ex is in the trucking business. He's up at 7 p.m. At 7 p.m. driving all night, and then back to bed for another day to do it all again. Your 2 kids are at different schools, and you've got a full-time job with some flexibility, but it's still a lot to manage between 2 schedules of the parents, and you're constantly trying to communicate with that other parent, figuring out who can get what child when. Oh, of course, your 2 children are in extracurricular activities as well. And you know what? You're just adjusting to life on your own, in addition to adjusting to your children's schedules, as well as the schedule of your ex-partner. So you know what? Perhaps this program is not for you. Are you like Shelley? Shelley is new to a community. She moved there not long ago. Her husband got transferred from his job previously. So it's a new place for her. Her family isn't there. You know, when her daughter was born, she put her name on a waiting list, but that was in her former community. In her new community, Shelley doesn't have a space. Shelley just doesn't have a space in the new community. She's put her name on the waiting list now for the national program, but in the interim, she's trying to cobble away some type of care for her daughter who is 3 years old now. Spaces are filled up, so she's on the waiting list once again. So are you Shelley? Because if you're Shelley, guess what? This program is not for you. Are you a child care owner-operator like Crystal, trying to meet the needs of your community? But you can't find enough staff to meet the demand of children that are coming in. The nutritious food you serve that might only be the only good meal that the child gets the one day is no longer covered by the government's allocation as a result of inflation and of prices going up. And the profit framework means that some centers have some families paying a certain amount and other families paying up to 4 times more. That's the reality of the situation. And you might even have to shut down your operation because your costs go beyond what is considered reasonable by this government. So maybe you are like Crystal, you're an owner-operator that is just trying to run your business, and as a result of the rigidity of this government's daycare program, you are not able to not only not have a business as a woman, but not provide a much-needed service to your community. And you know what? In the case that you are Crystal, guess what? This program is not for you. So my name is Stephanie Kuzy. I'm the Member of Parliament for Calgary-Midnapore, and I'm a mom, but this program is not for me. Is your name Chris, or Anita, or Misty, or Shelley, or Crystal? Guess what? this program is not for you. This government can call it whatever it wants, $10 a day childcare or universal childcare, but that claim is a lie because this program is not for you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member across the way for sharing her experiences. I, too,
don't remember calling out male voices, anybody with a male voice. I did give the floor to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and she has a female voice. And so I would ask others to please hold on to their thoughts until I recognize them, should they decide to try to be recognized. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we're all very excited to talk about childcare in this House. I'd like to thank the member across the way for her comments. And I, too, as a single mom, arrived here with my then 2-year-old daughter to have to wait for a spot. And it's a story that's universal for many, many families in this country, which is exactly why we signed agreements with every province and territory in this country over the past year to ensure that we build more spaces. So the member raised a lot about flexibility for shift workers, and I'd like to share with the member and with this House, I'm going to read directly from the text of the agreement of the Government of Alberta with the Government of Canada, that an additional grant for those operating flexible and overnight childcare will also be provided under the operational grant. These spaces are necessary for those in various industries for frontline shift workers. Has the member read the agreement? And perhaps if she'd like some briefings on it, we'd be more than happy to share them.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the member doesn't know, actually, that I was the campaign co-chair for the former Minister of Children in Alberta during the time that she negotiated this agreement. So, if she wants to talk really big about what's in the agreement, I actually was communicating with the then Minister of Children at the time on a pretty regular basis, and I think I have the inside track there to what's going on, and I think the line that I was left with was money didn't want to be left on the table. What that says to me, actually, Madam Speaker, is that many of these provinces felt pushed into these agreements. They felt they were left with a lack of flexibility, no other options. Figure out who knows who first, maybe of all, and who's talking to who, and then after that we can talk about the finalities of the agreement, which again, no, I don't think anyone was excited about it. Everyone felt pushed into it and forced into it.
More questions, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She raised a number of cases of people, parents, mothers, families that are not eligible for having a space in a child care center. The idea of sending a check to everyone and saying just deal with it with the check, that won't make more childcare spaces, whether Quebec or elsewhere, in order to better fund the services that we have now, or rather funding the services we have now adequately. That's the solution in order to better help our children get a good education in childcare centers, and it will also create more spaces. There is an area where we agree. While Bill C-35 has many good intentions, we believe that it goes too far into provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. Does my colleague not think that it would be better to send the money to the provinces in Quebec so that they can deal with this topic themselves?
Calgary-Midnapore.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I don't think about this topic that much. Because ultimately, as someone who comes from Alberta, what Ottawa does with the money which we send is not our problem at the moment. I hope in the future things will change. But he also spoke about the number of childcare spaces. That is a problem, and I think with this program we're actually going to have more problems with space. Because we know that more and more parents will need spaces and there won't be enough workers. So there's a problem, firstly, with the money and how it's distributed, but also with the number of spaces. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my honourable colleague from Calgary-Mindapore, vis-a-vis the exchange that she just had with the parliamentary secretary, I'd like some clarity. Will she agree with me that this bill does not tie down childcare to any particular hours? Everything is to be negotiated province by province, and regardless of the status of what she may have for insider knowledge of the Alberta agreement, it will be up to the Alberta government, just as it is the Ontario government, negotiating with the federal government to ensure early childhood education is available to as many parents as possible right across the country.
The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore, a brief response.
Yeah, I don't know. There's lots on television and in movies about power struggles where someone gives someone money and the person who gives the money to the person, like the person who receives the money usually has to do whatever the person who's giving the money says or whatever. So I think that would qualify here as well. So it's just it's not as simple as that. It's nice to think that it would be like that, but it's not. It's not as simple as that. Someone is giving the money has strings. That's the way it is with this government. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
This brings us to the end of the 6-hour mark, which means that now the speeches are a 10-minute speech with 5 minutes questions and comments. So members don't have to say that they're sharing their time, splitting their time. So resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House today to speak on Bill C-35, which is an important, crucial piece of legislation that will make a real difference in making sure that our kids get the best start in life. I am the dad of a beautiful young boy who hopefully will be able to go to daycare in about a year and a half. And, as we think about our circumstances and we think about the circumstances of many of the other folks in my riding of Vancouver-Granville, making sure they have good quality access to affordable childcare is critical. And, we know that affordable, universal, and inclusive early childhood, early learning and childcare is absolutely essential. It's essential for families. It ensures women's participation in the workforce, and it helps grow our economy. And, you know who said it best? The Honourable Rebecca Schultz, who was the former Alberta Minister of Children's Services. She said when Alberta signed their childcare agreement, and I quote, "Today is a good day for parents and families in Alberta. We've listened to families, childcare operators, and business leaders to develop an agreement that gives us flexibility to truly meet the needs of and make life a little easier for even more families in Alberta." Madam Speaker, this sounds certainly like somebody in a government that was quite excited about signing a childcare agreement, as were many of the other governments, indeed all the provincial governments across this country. And the reason that they were excited, Madam Speaker, is because at a time particularly when the global economy is facing serious challenges, Canadian families are feeling the impact, and this is one immediate way that Canadian families can look forward to a better future. Affordability and the rising cost of living are top of mind for families in my riding of Vancouver-Granville, and I know across the country when it comes to groceries and buying staples. Over the past few months, we've introduced critical supports to ensure that families have what they need to survive and to thrive. But when it comes to childhood and early childhood education and childcare, this is an investment in the future. It's an investment in the future of young people. It's an investment in the future of Canadian families. It's an investment in the future of communities. And it lays the groundwork for making sure that young people have the start that they need. And it also makes sure that caregivers, primarily women, have the option, if they wish, to return to the workforce without having to worry about quality childcare for their kids. For far too many families across BC and across Canada, the lack of crucial access to early high-quality early learning and childcare has been something that's been a problem for many, many years. And I'm proud to say that as of December of last year, licensed childcare fees for families with children 5 and under in BC have been reduced by an average of 50% across the province. Parents across BC can now save an average of $550 more per month for every child that they have in licensed care. That's about $6,600 in annual savings. Now, these types of savings make a real difference to the average family from an income perspective, from a family budgeting perspective. These results mean something to people. They make it easier for caregivers to work outside the home if they choose, as I said. And the fact that BC has just announced more than 725 new spots yesterday that are joining the $10 a day Childcare BC program starting in February is a huge step. It's great progress. And it's the type of progress that must be enshrined into law. Progress only works if we know that the system is going to be in place long into the future. And what Bill C-35 does is it makes sure that people in this country, that families can count on quality, affordable childcare for generations to come. They don't have to worry about who the government of the day is. They don't have to worry about whether or not someone's going to rip back a benefit that's important. It's something that they know that they can count on for the future. And that's a really important step. But it's not a step that comes with a carte blanche. It's a step that comes with structure. It's a step that comes with a meaningful strategy. And it's a step that allows us as parliamentarians and as Canadians to be able to look on it with a sense of confidence that it will be well executed. First, what this legislation does is it reinforces a long-term commitment to early learning and childcare by articulating a goal, vision, and principles for a Canada-wide system. It builds, of course, on the investments that were made in the 2020 Fall Economic Statement and the budget in 2021, which made building such a national childcare system a reality. The vision itself reflects an early learning and childcare system that enriches children's cognitive, emotional, and social development. It's a system that will leave a positive imprint on all of our kids while giving vital assistance to caregivers present in a child's life. But most importantly, it underlines the necessity of culturally appropriate early learning and childcare for Indigenous peoples, which is an important step on the path to reconciliation. It acknowledges that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis families and children are best supported by ELCC services and programs that are led by Indigenous peoples. Second, it enshrines our dedication to maintaining sustainable, ongoing funding to the provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities. Because making sure that provinces can plan, the territories can plan for the future is important. And this is where that sustainable funding comes into play. Because making a real difference in the lives of children and in the lives of families, it has to be sustainable change. Third, we're enhancing accountability through federal public reporting on our progress towards a sustainable and effective early learning and childcare system. This is important, making sure that the minister can report to Canadians every year on how our progress is going, making sure Canadians have a clear vision, clear understanding as to whether or not we've been achieving our goals in respect of early learning and childcare. That's accountable and measurable results in action. And fourth, to make sure that we are always at the forefront of best practice, we're establishing a National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare. An advisory council like this will provide government the advice it needs to make sure that we understand what is best practice, the challenges that are being faced in the sector, what the challenges are, and making sure that we are always doing our best to serve children and families. Madam Speaker, we know that investments in early learning and childcare make good economic sense. Studies that have been quoted in this House before show that for every dollar invested in early childhood education, the broader economy receives between $1.50 and $2.80 in return. Now, there are Nobel Prize-winning economists who say that that goes up high as $15, $16, $19 in some cases. There isn't a study out there that says if you invest in early learning and childcare that you're not going to have a positive return on your investment. That's because people who understand the importance of early childhood education know that giving children the best start they possibly can is an important positive outcome for the future of any country. But making sure that caregivers, particularly moms, who are disproportionately impacted by the burden of childcare, have the ability to use their skills if they choose to go back to the workforce, go into the workforce, to do that in a way that gives them confidence and security. You know, childcare is good for the economy, it's good for families, it's good for the good for the future of the children in this country, and it's just the right thing to do. We need to be able to look at one another and say that we have done the best possible work that we can to ensure that everyone in society has the ability to use the skills that they want to be able to contribute to building this country. And when I think about constituents in my riding, you know, I knocked on doors before this was something that was a reality. And I knocked on a door, and a young man about my age, well, certainly not young anymore, but younger then, he answered the door, and he says to me, you know, why are you here? We chatted a little bit. And I heard a child crying in the background, and I said, you're here. Are you taking care of your child? Is she home from daycare? What's going on? And he says, my wife has a great job at the bank, so she goes and works every day. I had to quit my job because I could not afford childcare. Couldn't afford childcare. So he says, look, I stay home every day with my daughter. It's a great blessing, but I've had to give up on what I used to do as a landscaper. He says, I can't make enough money to afford childcare. And that stayed with me because I realized that those are the people that we need to help. And so I fast forward to 2021. I was knocking on doors, and I came across a constituent who said to me, you know what? I'm so glad we're doing childcare because after we had our child, we had to have a discussion as a family of what was going to happen. And she said, I am proud to say that my husband can keep running his small business, and I can go back to work at UBC as a researcher. And so think about the impact on families like that. It is important, it is essential that everybody in the House get behind this legislation. It's going to be the type of, it sets the foundation for the future that our kids need, that our family needs, that the economy of this country needs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. But one thing that we haven't heard as an answer from this government on this bill is they claim it's a national daycare plan. Well, a national daycare plan should address the needs of everyone needing child care in the nation. But they haven't explained to us yet how this is going to address the needs of a single parent who works as a nurse doing night shifts. They haven't addressed how it might address the daycare needs of someone working in a coffee shop as a baker that has to start at 3 o'clock in the morning and doesn't fit into the 9 to 5 usual time slots of these daycares that the program is aimed at. Can the member tell me how it's going to address the needs of those working those shifts in the remote communities? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his very important question. One of the things about this legislation is that, of course, it requires us to work with the provinces to ensure that implementation is done in a way that addresses many of these needs. Making sure that provinces are part of the conversation, making sure that when we are talking about implementation, the federal government is not imposing a solution but working with others. That's the way to get to the outcome that I know the honourable member and many of us would like. And I think the quote that I read from the minister in Alberta is a clear example of that. It gives the flexibility to the provinces to find the right solutions. We're there to be supportive as the federal government, but when the implementation is happening on the ground, that's where these types of answers become critically important. And we're going to keep pushing to make sure those questions are answered.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked the question earlier to another member, but I'll ask the same thing today in another way. She's really seeing how C-35 will concretely help women and children, families. We see this in Quebec for more than 25 years. Things have been working very well. But now, with this federal agreement, we're going to let the provinces manage their systems. But there is another thing that helps the same people. It's health care, children, families, and the emergency rooms are overflowing right now. And then they say, no, you don't know how to run things. We're going to tell you how to do things, how to spend your money. How come within the same government with challenges that are helping the same people and tackle the same issues, we have two different approaches? We're trying to understand that. The honourable member for Vancouver-Grenville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to tell my colleague that we're here today talking about daycares. In this situation, it's clear. We have a model that's already working in Quebec, and it's an example for us as a country to determine how we should use this model to improve care in our country. And it's important to realize in situations such as in healthcare, there are issues in provinces, and we have to work together to find solutions. And the reality for us as a government is, and even as Canadians, is not it's not responsible to say if there's a system here working, all systems should work the same way. If that model works, all models of a province or territory work for all of us. So it's important for us to determine the way we can be successful for healthcare and also for daycares.
Questions and comments. Brief question, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've heard a lot of discussion today about the themes of freedom and choice, but a lot of families, particularly in my riding, don't have that option under the status quo. I can remember speaking to a lot of families in my riding saying that they would love to be able to go out and get a second job to advance their family's economic interests, but the entire income from that second job would be going to pay for childcare because it was simply too expensive. And we have to remember, this is about giving families choice, this kind of a program. Giving them the choice to get that second job because they know their kids will be looked after at an affordable rate, and then they could advance their interests. So I'd just like my colleague to underline that aspect. This is another measure to help families get ahead.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely correct. I mean, if we think about these economic times, if we think the challenges that people are facing, if we can reduce one burden from them by ensuring that they know they have affordable, accessible childcare, it gives them the ability to be able to get that extra job, take extra shifts if they need to, but most importantly, make sure that they have that sense of security for their family, that they don't have to make a grave economic decision as to whether or not their child is going to be able to do something as simple as get childcare. So he's absolutely right, and we need to keep working together to advance this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by acknowledging the land that we're on, the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. And since today we're debating Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act, as we acknowledge the land we're on, it's important we acknowledge the ongoing injustice that Indigenous people face, pausing not only to remember and honor the Indigenous survivors who were impacted by residential schools and the children who never made it home, but we must also collectively commit to a future where there is justice for Indigenous people and where every child matters. And a piece of this is supporting Indigenous-led childcare programming, committing to a future where every child matters, where Indigenous children have the opportunity to experience high-quality, culturally rooted early learning and childcare programming. Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act, has been a long time coming. And I want to thank the childcare advocates who have worked tirelessly for decades to make this happen. And I say tirelessly because their advocacy has continued despite decades of broken promises. But it's also important to note that so many of the people who have been pushing for national child care, these are parents, grandparents, educators, they are tired. Parents have been struggling to afford the unbelievably high costs of childcare, paying monthly childcare fees that are as much or more than their monthly rent payments. And they have been struggling to find childcare spaces. They are struggling, and many parents, especially moms, have told me that they would like to return to work, but because of the impossibly high costs or because they can't find a space, it is impossible for them to return to their career. I've spoken with grandparents who are generously stepping in to provide care, but who have worked hard their whole lives. And while they're stepping up as much as they can, they are tired and they don't want to be full-time caregivers. I've spoken to educators who give so much to our children, and yet have for decades been underpaid and undervalued. Educators who are leaving the field because they can't afford to make ends meet without a living wage. Their stories highlight some of the reasons this piece of legislation is so important. I'm glad the current government is committing to funding, and we're beginning to see that funding make an impact in my home province of BC. The BC government has been reducing childcare costs, creating more spaces, recruiting more early childhood educators. And every parent and every child deserves access to high-quality, affordable childcare. This bill enshrines this vision into law and commits the federal government to long-term funding for provinces and Indigenous peoples. New Democrats pushed the government for this legislation. It's one of the 27 commitments outlined in the Supply and Confidence Agreement, and we were able to successfully push them for the prioritization of public nonprofit care.
meaning affordable, high-quality, accessible daycares for families who need them, which ultimately means better wages and working conditions for staff. But also we pushed to make sure the bill would contribute to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and for the inclusion of a commitment to the right to childcare as recognized in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I want to shout out to my colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre, for her tireless work on this file. But there are also ways the bill could be further improved, and we will, as New Democrats, be supporting the bill, but also working alongside childcare advocates, educators, unions, and other experts in the field to strengthen it at committee. We know that one of the major barriers to the expansion of affordable childcare is staffing. We've been echoing the calls from unions who represent childcare workers, calling for a workforce strategy that addresses staffing shortages in the sector. Early childhood educators in Canada continue to leave the profession due to the low pay, the lack of benefits, the lack of supports, the lack of decent working conditions. And enticing new people into a field when they're facing these conditions is extremely challenging. The federal government must take a leadership role, commit to a workforce strategy, and support amendments to this bill that outline explicit commitments to fair pay and decent working conditions for staff. CUPE, my union before I became an MP, and also the union that represents over 12,000 workers in the childcare sector, they've stated clearly that until the childcare staffing crisis is resolved, the promise of affordable, high-quality childcare for every family in Canada who needs it will remain unfulfilled. They are constantly advocating for their members, reminding us that childcare workers are highly skilled, trained individuals. Their work is important. These are the people who are caring for and educating our children. They deserve respect and fair wages. We'll continue to push for a more unequivocal commitment in this bill to decent work for childcare staff. We need clearer language that explicitly mentions fair wages and working conditions. We're also going to be pushing for stronger reporting requirements. The current language in the bill has a vague promise that the minister will report on progress, but there should be requirements to report on the number of new spaces built, the number of new childcare workers being hired, and a detailed breakdown of federal spending. We'll also be pushing for stronger accountability mechanisms to ensure the provinces are spending childcare money for its intended purpose. This is particularly relevant when we see in Manitoba the average cost of childcare not going down. And in Ontario, we see Ontario opening the door to and prioritizing the expansion of for-profit care. So our New Democrat team is putting forward constructive proposals to improve the accountability and reporting mechanisms in the bill to ensure costs are reduced, childcare spaces are created, and child care workers are being hired, but we're also pushing for a workforce strategy and a clear commitment to decent working conditions and fair pay for staff. A study that was released last year by the Child Care Resource and Research Unit provides the do's and don'ts when building a universal child care program. The researchers draw on studies both in Canada and internationally, and they conclude, based on the best available evidence, and on all we know about building the foundations for a publicly funded universal childcare system, the best way for Canada to build an affordable, accessible, inclusive, flexible, equitable, and quality early child learning and childcare system is to use our public funds to prioritize nonprofit and public childcare. That's not to say that we ignore or exclude the current for-profit childcare providers, but instead they argue that the most constructive way forward is a three-point plan. First, maintain funding and maintain the existing supply of regulated public, nonprofit, and for-profit childcare. Second, ensure more vigorous publicly managed regulation, including affordable provincial parent fees and wage scales that ensure decent staff compensation. And third, that any future public funds aimed at the expansion of the supply of childcare should prioritize public and nonprofit providers, while simultaneously pursuing new public strategies for developing early learning and childcare services when, where, and for whom they are needed. This is the roadmap to a national childcare system that provides parents, children, and educators with the support that they need. And I want to end with a few comments about the gendered impacts of our policy decisions. We know that a national system of affordable childcare helps advance gender equality by making it easier for women to re-enter the workforce after having children on their own terms. Unpaid household and family childcare responsibilities disproportionately fall on women, and investing in affordable, accessible, and inclusive childcare is essential if we want women to have equal opportunities. But it's important to note that there is little data on the particular challenges faced by racialized women in accessing childcare. If we want to ensure that the most marginalized women do not slip through the cracks of a new childcare system, it's essential that we bring the voices of underrepresented women and gender diverse people to the forefront of these policy discussions. It's also important to remember that the childcare sector professionally is one of the most feminized job sectors in Canada, and early childhood educators are some of the most undervalued workers with low pay, low retention rates, low levels of job satisfaction, and unsurprisingly, labor shortages. Investing in affordable, accessible, high-quality childcare where childcare providers are paid a fair wage is good for gender equality, good for the economy, and it's good for our children. Let's make a more prosperous, equitable, affordable, and inclusive Canada for all. Thank you.
It's the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my British Columbian colleague from Victoria. The province of BC received $3.2 billion through to March 2026 for childcare funding. This is in addition to, and I will admit, sizable investments the province of British Columbia has made since 2018. During the debate, however, over the last 2 days, it seems that the federal NDP does not seem to be in line with one of the key policy tenets of the provincial program, namely that private for-profit care has access to $10 a day childcare in BC. I would like the members' comments on whether or not private for-profit care should receive access to the $10 a day program, which currently has 12,700 Canadians in it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do hope the member was listening to my speech where I outlined the research that shows there is a 3-point plan. Right now, with the current funding agreements, it makes sense to maintain and fund all the spectrum of our childcare system. And moving forward, when we're talking about future agreements with provinces, the most, if you want to make decisions that are based on evidence, that are based on the best available information we have, it means investing in public, nonprofit childcare in the future. I recommend the member check out the research. It was released last year. It is a powerful document that outlines the do's and don'ts of creating a national childcare program.
Here, here. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the federal budget 2021, they set aside $30 billion new spending to fund this new national daycare system over 5 years, and then additional billions for coming years. So that's a lot of money. At the same time, foreseeability and predictability are key issues. If we want to have a robust system and reliable system, what is the real impact do they think they'll have in terms of these $27 billion? Can Quebec expect to have a long-term agreement? The fact that they did not look at the clause that was in C363, I'm concerned at the impact that this will have for Quebec. The honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and I think there are a few things the member mentioned. One is about the cost of the program, and I think on the one hand, we have to acknowledge that investing in childcare, it is an economically sound policy. It is good for our economy. It's good for equity and taking care of our children, but it also means people returning to the workforce, and that is good for our economy overall. We also want to make sure the government is making the right kind of fiscal decisions, meaning taxing the wealthiest corporations, the people at the very, very top, so that we can invest in programs that support everyday Canadians, things like childcare, healthcare, affordable housing. But then to the question of how this will impact Quebec, I'm going to admit that I'm not an expert on that. I do think that there is flexibility built into this legislation to ensure that provinces like Quebec, who really are models when it comes to creating affordable childcare, can direct funds in ways that best serve the province. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just very quickly, what I like about C35 is that it embodies what I believe is true Canadian values in recognizing the importance of early learning and child care. Not only do we have agreements with the different provinces and territories, Indigenous community, we also have substantial funding, $30 billion over a 5-year period of time, and this legislation will embody the commitment from a federal government going forward to ensure that there's a strong role. And if she can just provide her thoughts in regards to the significance of this historical piece of legislation.
Member for Victoria.
Yeah, I want to thank the member for this question because this legislation is so important. And it's unfortunate that the Liberals have been promising childcare since 1993, and it took 3 decades to get here. But it is critical that we move forward together. It's why, we've pushed the government to ensure this legislation is passed, that this is moving forward. And, this is critical for our country as a whole when it comes to our economic success. It's critical for gender equality. It's critical for the future of our children. And so I want to thank all the members in this House who are supporting this legislation and fighting for the rights of women.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Speaker, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to stand in this chamber and speak about the importance of childcare. Of course, that is what Bill C-35 is all about. The aim is to establish through this legislation a national early learning childcare system, something that in fact is not a new discussion in Canada. Certainly it's this government that was able to get it done, but the discussion, as you know, Madam Speaker, goes back to 1970, in fact, when a national childcare program was called for by the Royal Commission on the Status of Women. Then, 10 years later, in 1980, the Canadian Commission for the International Year of the Child said the same thing. In 1986, a federal task force made the same recommendation. 1 year later, in 1987, it looked like the Mulroney government was going to get it done. They were not able to. Their aim was to invest $4.5 billion towards the creation of 200,000 childcare spaces. In early 2006, Prime Minister Paul Martin and the efforts of the Social Development Minister at the time have to be lauded. An incredible effort made by Ken Dryden at that time to establish a national system. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Politics got in the way. Politics has not come in the way this time. We've been able to collaborate across the aisle. We've been able to collaborate with provinces to establish a national system. And this legislation enshrines that so any future government can't change it. There's many benefits. Of course, this legislation stems from the fact that we've carried out enormous consultation with Canadians across communities across this country. The benefits for children are very clear. Childcare programs play a critical role in children's development. This is not to say that childcare programs are the only way to foster, to nurture the development of the child. It's up to parents, of course, to decide how they wish to raise their kids. They still have the choice under this system. But those that choose to put their children in childcare will absolutely see obvious benefits. The ability to interact with other kids, language development, cognitive development, motor skills that come along with these programs, other basic skills. It's something that I've seen up close. In my own experience, my daughter Ava is now 16 months as of yesterday. She goes to Arbor Glen in London, where the incredible staff there have worked with her in really important and in ways that I can't even begin to describe. These early childhood educators, and that's what they are, it's been disappointing to hear across the aisle the word babysitter sometimes used. It's not appropriate. They are early childhood educators, as important in our communities as teachers, as nurses, as others who carry out public-facing roles in support of the community. Whether it's at Arbor Glen, where Ava is, or Kid Logic, the London Bridge Child Care Network, Oak Park Cooperative Children's Centre, or so many other childcare centres in the City of London, parents have the option, even more so now. I talked about choice before. They have even more of a choice now to enroll their children in these outstanding programs. What is the result? The result is not only important for the development of the child, the result is also important in terms of a community focus. The TD Bank made clear just a few years ago that for every dollar invested in childcare by governments, the future return, and I'm quoting here, is between $1.50 and $3. More importantly, and this bears enormous emphasis, I can't repeat this enough, the benefit, this comes from the study once more, the benefit ratio for disadvantaged children is in the double digits. This is not from some far left organization, Madam Speaker. In fact, my conservative friends, they'll like hearing this. This is a bank, one of the big banks, coming out in favor of national childcare. Enormous benefits that flow in what ways, you might ask? Well, the research is clear that those children that do partake in childcare programs see higher graduation rates. It's something that promotes lifelong well-being. Future earnings are in fact impacted by this. On average, they do tend to see, those children that are involved in childcare do tend to see higher earnings. And equality levels rise. As children spend time with one another, children from different socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, religious backgrounds, there is an impact, a very positive impact in the long term on equality. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the economic impact, which I've touched on just briefly, but it flows into something else, and that is gender equality. In fact, it's quite relevant. Just a few days ago, Statistics Canada's labour force survey came out. This is in early January now. It's made clear that 81% of Canadian women aged between 25 and 54 were working during 2022. That is the highest number recorded on record in this survey. Mothers with kids under 6 are employed at a rate now of 75%. That's the 2022 figure. We'll see it's in fact even more likely to increase in 2023 as a result of this program. It's a 3% increase. The 22% figure that I just cited is a 3% increase compared to 2019. As I say, I expect this number to grow in the coming years. There's a number of reasons for this. The pandemic has seen a more flexible approach to work embraced by employers. Remote work patterns are not becoming, I won't say it's the norm, but they are becoming more regular in workplaces. We're seeing Parliament move in that direction as well. But so too, in all of this, so too is the importance of national childcare. Now that every province and territory has signed on to this system, it's a natural consequence that there's going to be that there is a rising number of women in the workforce, and that's only good for the economy, but it's also good for the goal of gender equality. Women now have more of an ability to, if they wish, work in a pursuit that matters to them, to pursue their creative interests, to pursue work that they find meaningful. That is a central goal, as we all know, of gender equality. On GDP, and this relates again to the economic impact, on GDP, we can look to the province of Quebec, where an excellent childcare system has been in place since 1997. Since that time, the province, just because of this program alone, has seen a 1.7% increase in GDP, something that's very important in terms of planning for future social programs and other laudable aims that governments in that province will have and will have in the present time and in the future time. Finally, Madam Speaker, let me touch on the savings for families, particularly at a difficult time as Canadians grapple with the effects of inflation. And let me do so by touching on my own community's experience. In London, 92% of licensed childcare providers have signed on to this national program. It's obviously a huge number. It's something that even caught me by surprise. Now, in fact, this number goes back to November. It could even be higher at this point. So that is something that I think speaks to the structure of this program, the fact that licensed providers have found it enticing to sign on to. And of course, the results are not just good for childcare providers and their employees, but also for everyday Canadians, in my case, everyday Londoners. A few years ago, in 2018, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives put out a landmark study, a very important study that made clear how much the average family was paying in childcare costs city by city. And in London, that cost ranged between $1,000 a month and $1,200 a month, depending on the age of the child. But let's look at that. I mean, that could be a mortgage payment, Madam Speaker. Very, very expensive costs. Sometimes it was even more than $1,200. In fact, I spoke to a Londoner this morning, telling them that I was going to be doing a speech on Bill C-35 in a national system. They were telling me they were paying upwards of $1,500, $1,600 a month until this program came into being. Now those costs have been cut in half. At a time when Canadians and Londoners continue to face the challenges of inflation, this is a very important development, something that really, if you look at how it complements the other suite of measures that this government has introduced, the GST tax credit, the ways that we are helping on the rental benefit, through dental benefit. My friend in the NDP wants credit. We've worked with the NDP on that. So he gets credit, but we've worked with them, and it was this government that got it done. And I'm sure he will give credit to the Liberal government for getting it done. I'll leave my comments there, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions, but we've got a great piece of legislation here. I hope all colleagues support it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech and intervention about Bill C-35. I have a couple questions, but the main question I have is around his thoughts on the bill, the way it currently stands, if his party would be open to amending the National Council. What we've seen in the past with this Liberal government is appointing people that they think are best, rather than a fair representation that serves all Canadians. Currently, in the bill, there is zero private representation. So that's entrepreneurs, small business owners are not at the National Council. Would he be open to amending this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the member does not give evidence as to what the government apparently has done, in her view, with previous advisory councils. I think it is important for an advisory council to exist. This bill opens the door to exactly that. However, if the member has suggestions that she wishes to raise, I'd be open to looking at that. Certainly, it's for the government to make the ultimate decision, of course. But I see an excellent bill here with an advisory council built in to provide that feedback, that critical feedback to the government on how the legislation progresses in the short and long term as well.
Questions et commentaires d'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to come back on the multilateral agreement framework. Needs will be met, apparently, for Francophone and Anglophone minorities. Is the Liberal government trying to circumvent Bill 101 in Quebec? They're butting their nose into provincial jurisdictions, but once again, they say they would like to support Francophone and Anglophone minorities. So are they trying to circumvent Bill 101?
Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The subject today isn't Bill 101. The bill has to do with C-35, the bill before us today. And Quebec has an excellent model for Canada.
What we've seen, a government that has looked at the Quebec model, looked at other provinces, opened the door to ongoing discussions that ultimately led to agreements. So I mentioned Quebec before, nearly a 2% increase in that province's GDP since 1997. There's a lot to learn from the Quebec model. This country and this government will seek to do better, and the Quebec model is instrumental in all of that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague down the 401 for his intervention. He knows quite well that we've had to compete really hard for manufacturing jobs and to sustain economic development, especially new ones with the green technology and auto sector, and London is affected by this for sure. And as well, too, is that healthcare and those structures have actually played an important role to retain those jobs, especially when we compete against Alabama, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and other places. And I'd like his reflections on how childcare will also be an important instrument to not only just retain but also grow jobs And a little bit of concern in Ontario is the fact that we're looking at more private health care from the Ford administration, which will undermine that competitive advantage. But in the meantime, though, how this child care policy will actually enhance our overall economic competitiveness as we face these challenges.
The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the colleague for his question. Him and I have enjoyed a very good working relationship over the years. I have a lot of respect for what he does in his community, and no doubt his constituents do as well. They've returned him to the House many times. To his question, I think that if you have an affordable child care option, you give people choice. If you give people choice, they will take it. We've seen, as I cited in my speech, a huge number of women now in the workforce. The Statistics Canada Labour Force survey that I cited before, 81% of women aged 25 to 45 are working. That is not entirely due to the child care program that the government has introduced, but that's part of it. That's part of the explanation. So if you give people that option, they will take it. And of course, we need to provide that option to make Canada more competitive. We have to ensure that that's the case. When we do, it's only natural that we'll see a number of metrics increase, including GDP. As I mentioned before, Quebec has seen a huge increase, a very significant increase in their GDP. That's expected to rise in Canada, and that's the TD Bank, again, talking among other banks. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking to parents of young children, this debate on Bill C-35, the Canadian Early Learning and Child Care Act, is about you and the type of support you need from your government while your children are preschool age. You will find that the Conservative caucus and the majority of the House supports this legislation at this stage. But you will also find two competing visions for the future of childcare in Canada. The Conservative vision flows from our belief in small government and big citizens. We respect the agency of parents to make the childcare decisions that meet their individual needs. That means we must make sure families have financial flexibility to create the life they dream of for themselves and their children. To do that, we have to make life more affordable, lower taxes, and leave more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets. I was part of the previous Conservative government that promoted income splitting for families, implemented a child care tax credit and the universal child care benefit, and we did so with a balanced budget. The child care benefit was a direct cash transfer to Canadian families that gave them more flexibility in their child care choices with no strings attached. It was so well received that when the Liberals came to office, they decided to keep it in place and rebranded it as the Canada Child Benefit. The benefit was universal and supported the needs of every child in Canada. Unfortunately, the vision of the NDP Liberal government fails to meet that standard. Bill C-35 will not help every preschooler in Canada, not by a long shot. This legislation flows from their core belief that government is the best solution to societal problems. That's why the bill gives more power to the government to decide who gets child care support and who will provide the services. What they are offering is an Ottawa knows best solution, forcing provinces to give the federal government more control over their jurisdiction. For example, the child care agreement with BC will direct $3.2 billion into the child care system with one key condition, that those dollars only be allocated to run regulated daycares. That means families that choose to have a parent take time away from work to focus on the most formative years of their child's life will not benefit from this spending. Parents working shifts beyond the hours of operation of regulated daycares will not receive any further support. Parents who prefer to rely on family members for childcare won't receive support. This includes new Canadians, many of whom are waiting for the arrival of grandparents to help with their childcare, but are stuck in the Liberal-made backlog at the Immigration Department that is well over 2 million applications long. Many Indigenous parents who distrust childcare institutions, given their family experience with residential schools, will not receive support when they arrange childcare alternatives.
Parents in rural and remote communities where regulated childcare is often not available will not get a nickel of support. And for those who are able to align their schedules to benefit from this program, they may have to wait years on a wait list. That said, the childcare agreement with British Columbia will help some families, but far too many are being left behind. After 8 years, I expected an inclusive childcare approach from the Prime Minister because, after all, it's 2023. His Deputy Prime Minister promised better. When she introduced the child care plan in her budget, she said, and I quote, "This is women's liberation. It will mean more women no longer need to choose between motherhood and a career. This is feminist economic policy in action," end quote. This is typical of the Liberal government. Big promises, but no follow-through. Bill C-35 and the related childcare agreements fall demonstrably short. Instead, the Liberal government implemented a program, frankly, straight out of the 1970s, when women were generally limited to typical 9-to-5 jobs. Speaking as someone who was a single mother for 4 years following the death of my first husband, and as a woman who raised 4 children with a career in law and politics, this program is certainly not feminist economic policy. I don't know where the Liberals have been for the last 50 years, but while women have been breaking the glass ceilings of every industry and every realm of life, have they really noticed? Women are leaders in the military, policing, medicine, aerospace, engineering, mining, and resource extraction. They're on the cutting edge of research and development. They are bolstering our food supply chains as agricultural producers. They are manufacturing the cars we drive and designing the transit systems that we rely on. Many women are taking up jobs in the skilled trades, helping to construct the homes and highways that we need to build up our great country. Women are thriving in industries that were once male-dominated, and they need flexible childcare options that meet their needs. The idea of a national childcare program is a recycled Liberal election promise from the 1980s, but it doesn't seem to have evolved with the times. John Turner promised the program in 1984 and 1988, but couldn't win a mandate. Jean Chrétien made a similar promise in 1993, but failed to deliver the program despite having successive majority governments. Liberal leaders ever since, including Martin, Dion, and Ignatieff, all made similar promises, but never got it done. The current Prime Minister copied and pasted the program into their election platform, but failed to modernize it for women working in today's economy. And to make matters worse, the program fails to live up to the standards set by the courts. In 2010, as an administrative law judge with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, I presided over the Johnston case. Fiona Johnston worked rotating shifts as a border services officer. Her childcare preference was to rely on family to care for her children, but her family was only available 3 days a week. She sought accommodation from her employer, the Canadian Border Services Agency, requesting that she work full-time with extended shifts over those 3 days. Her employer refused her request, believing they had no obligation under the Canadian Human Rights Act to accommodate her personal choices around childcare. After hearing testimony from several childcare experts on availability and quality, I made a precedent-setting decision that found the CBSA discriminated against Fiona Johnston by failing to accommodate her childcare request. My decision, which has since been upheld by the Federal Court of Appeal, protected childcare choice as a right for working parents under the ground of family status in the Canadian Human Rights Act. I would hope that a national childcare program would reflect the ruling of the court by supporting the childcare choices of all Canadian parents, but sadly it falls short. In fact, the bill itself is a half-hearted effort. After 8 years to get it right, most after 8 years when they could have gotten it right. Most of it is inconsequential. A lengthy preamble, a declaration, and some guiding principles make up most of the bill. The one thing the bill does is establish an advisory council to advise the Minister of Families on childcare going forward. I have 4 pieces of advice for this council to consider to help families take control of their childcare choices. First, find solutions that help all parents in the modern economy. Second, empower parents to make childcare choices that suit their needs. Third, refrain from dictating to provincial governments how to deliver those services. After 8 years, it's difficult for other orders of government to take the federal government seriously when they can't even issue passports or process visa applications. And fourth, find ways to give families more financial flexibility to build the lives they want. The Liberals can start by axing their plan to triple the carbon tax. They can rein in government spending that is driving high interest rates and inflation, which is the cruelest tax of all. To conclude, Conservatives will vote to send the bill to committee and will seek to amend it with a clear objective, to make sure the National Child Care Program respects the choices of all Canadian families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I believe that I heard, and I could be wrong, so I stand to be corrected, but I believe I heard the member say that we replaced or we continued on the Universal Child Benefit with the Canada Child Benefit, and we basically just copied what the Conservatives had and continued on with the same thing. And if that's what she said, it couldn't be further from the truth. The Universal Child Benefit was universal. Everybody got it. Millionaires got it. Everybody got the exact same amount. That was the former Conservative plan. Our plan, what we brought in, the Canada Child Benefit, gave more to those who needed it. It was means tested. That is the fundamental difference between the two. Can the member confirm if I heard that incorrectly, or if I didn't, how she's able to make that claim given the huge discrepancy between the two programs?
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm always delighted when the member gets up and asks a question because he does it so often. He gives us a chance to clarify the record. I did not say what he says I said. What I said is that the concept of a universal child care benefit was something we, as a Conservative government, brought in. It was continued by the Liberals, albeit in a different form and format. But what is interesting about these comments, Madam Speaker, is there's no means test in Bill C-35. So the very people that he claims that we helped the first time around with the universal program are going to benefit from putting their children in $10 a day daycare.
Order. I hear some conversations going back and forth while the Honourable Member had the floor, and that's not very respectful. If members want to be recognized, they should stand and rise and wait till then to say their piece. The question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Bill C-35 is being brought forward in a context when many family childcare centres have been closed and there is a concern about the labour shortage. The Conservative solution, which is just to create a tax credit, seems to me not at all constructive. We need to do something, and tax credits are for people who pay tax, but not all parents have enough income to pay taxes. So what do we do to help the most vulnerable? I'd like to hear from my colleague.
White Rock.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. I think Conservatives promote a suite of approaches so that parents can make the best choices that make sense for themselves and their families, that make sense for their cultural differences, that make sense for age differences, that make sense for those who are on, like the Fiona Johnston case I talked about. She was a border services guard who was on rotating shift work, and you have to make it available for people to get some help and support with early childhood care and education that fits their needs. Tax credits are one way to do it. Income splitting for families who have children under 18 was one of our suggestions previously that was rejected by the Liberal government. But there are a number of ways to approach this. So as I said, I hope the Advisory Council will look at comprehensive ways to help all parents in Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
The member spoke and the
member to start up again because her mic didn't quite come on.
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I've been hearing a theme from the Conservative members that the choices are being taken from parents about childcare, and I wonder if this member could explain specifically where in C35 that choice is being taken away from parents.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. I never said that. I don't know what other people have referred to. What we're saying is what is proposed here doesn't go far enough. There's too many families. It doesn't help. It's a very narrow group of people that it will help. Even in a successful program like they have in Quebec, there's a 2-year waiting list. There's some 40,000 people waiting to get on that list. What we want to see is something that respects all childcare choices so that parents have flexibility.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know during my question about means testing, I started to get heckles about opening the door from Conservative members. Well, I'm not going to disappoint them, and I'm going to jump right in and address that point, not to worry them that they won't get an answer to that, because I have a lot to say about that narrative that's being led by Conservatives throughout the debate on this yesterday and today. But before that, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk about this program and how this program has been an impact in my community of Kingston and the Islands specifically. You know, Madam Speaker, I think that the YMCA is considered a well-rounded organization. You get all walks of life in the YMCA. Socioeconomic backgrounds vary wildly of who visits the YMCA. I always gauge the YMCA as being one of those not-for-profit organizations that genuinely has their finger on the pulse of what's going on. And I want to read a quote from Rob Adams, who is the CEO of the YMCA for Eastern Ontario, and in particular works out of the Kingston location. He said, quote, "As Canada's largest not-for-profit childcare provider, the YMCA is delighted to hear of the additional childcare spaces. There's nothing new in stating that childcare fees place a financial burden on families, and extra spaces at affordable rates will have a meaningful impact locally." You know, I appreciate the incredible work that Rob does at the YMCA. Our son Mason, of quite a few years ago, for a couple years, had the opportunity to be using one of the childcare spaces at the YMCA, and the quality of care that they provide in the those young developmenting ages of children truly is something that I think needs to be very much applauded, in particular with the YMCA. So thank you to Rob and all the folks in Kingston. You know, I heard the Conservatives talk quite a bit, Madam Speaker, about this means testing and their sudden newfound interest in means testing every program. I find it quite ironic, for starters, Madam Speaker, because the default go-to with Conservatives is tax credits. You know, look at Stephen Harper's government, the former Conservative government. Everything was a tax credit, a sports tax credit, everything, tax credit, tax credit. There was no means testing involved in any of that. And so, you know, the Conservatives find themselves in a very difficult position right now, Madam Speaker. Quite frankly, they know that they're going to support this. They have to support this. This program is wildly popular. In Ontario alone, we heard earlier from Parliamentary Secretary, 92% of daycares have already taken up on it. Every Conservative premier in Canada has signed on to this. It's a wildly popular program. Conservatives are going to support it. So they're left in this position of saying, well, how do we critique it? Let's go after this angle. Let's talk about the fact that certain people can't access the child care programs, and we'll try to cloud and smokescreen using that narrative. Well, the reality is, and I've heard it time after time after time coming from Conservatives asking this question, the reality is it's up to the provinces to work with the federal government to develop the framework that they want to have the childcare spaces administered and delivered in their province. And to my colleagues from Alberta, I hope they know that in that very framework agreement that Alberta set up with the federal government, the Alberta agreement actually specifically references individuals who work shift work and individuals who require non-traditional forms of childcare. So it's something that is actually being addressed. This is the only thing that we've heard from Conservatives. The only critique they've been able to make of this is trying to cloud something and trying to convince people that the program that the federal government has put in place, working with provinces to develop that framework, is a program that is absolutely necessary for us to do, to work with the provinces. So the issue is addressed. To my Conservative colleagues, I'll spare them the need to ask me the question. The issue is addressed. It's in the individual framework agreements. Alberta has it in their agreement. I encourage them to go back and read the agreement. But, we ask ourselves, why would the Conservatives have to take this narrative? I think of this quite a bit. And I can't help but go back to a tweet from the now leader of the opposition, the member from Carleton, who said on November 30th of 2020, he said, quote, "Why should the Prime Minister get to force parents to pay through taxes for his government's daycare scheme, instead of letting them choose what's best for their own kids?" End quote. This is what the leader of the opposition said only 2 years ago. And now, whenever they let us vote on this, and we know they support it now, but my sense is we won't be voting on it till June, but whenever they do let us vote on it, the Conservative leader will vote in favor of it. Despite this, it's a complete about face is what it is, Madam Speaker. And the reason why he's doing this, Madam Speaker, is because, as I previously said, he knows the program is wildly popular. He knows that he has no choice but to go along with it. And so Conservatives do what Conservatives do, and they will try to find any other angle to smokescreen and cloud the issue so that Canadians are somehow fooled into believing that the program is something that it's not. The member from Carleton was also asked this. He was asked by a reporter at one point. He said, when you say about cutting this, this is the question he was asked. When you say about cutting the supplementary spending, in your view, does that include newly signed childcare agreements with most provinces? Do you want to hear what the member from Carleton, the leader of the Conservative Party, response to that was? He said, "We've said we do not believe in a $100 billion slush fund." The member from Carleton, the leader of the Conservative Party, who will vote for this whenever we get around to voting for it, Madam Speaker, calls the program a slush fund. That was his response to an individual reporter when asked about this program, because this was before we were able to sign deals with every province and show the Conservatives how successful this program could actually be. And this is the problem, Madam Speaker. That's not leadership. Leadership is not sitting on the sidelines, having your commentary and saying you don't support something and then completely change your direction on it when you realize how successful the government's been at working with primarily Conservative premiers to bring this program to fruition. And so here we are in this position where the Conservatives are somehow fumbling around the issue, trying to figure out what their narrative will be, when it's very clear from this side of the House, the NDP, the Bloc, that, I can't ever think of a program, with all due respect to my Bloc colleagues, I can't ever think of a program that was so national in its scope that the Bloc Québécois voted in favor of. But they're going to vote in favor of this because they see the benefit to it. And they know the benefit of it. You know, you don't even have to look outside this country, Madam Speaker, to see how successful this program can be in getting people, and in particular getting women into the workforce. Just look to our neighboring province of the neighboring province of Ontario, Quebec. They've had it in place for a number of years, and it has been wildly popular and wildly successful. The Conservative, or the Quebec government has been, if you look at the statistics, more women entered the labor force after, and a higher percentage of women participate in the labor force since Quebec started this program several years ago. So, Madam Speaker, I know that we will eventually get to a point where we can enshrine this into law. I think that's incredibly important. The reason why is because I think that provinces, territories, and indeed families that are looking to grow their families, or individuals who are looking to start a family, want to know what their options are. And if you have a program that can be so easily removed and discarded because it's only something that is temporary in nature, at least in terms of the budgetary impacts, then you don't have that security. And so that's what this bill does, Bill C-35. It will enshrine these agreements that have been made with provinces into legislation so that any future government, be it any political party, will have to go through some pretty significant steps in order to remove it. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think we're going to stop for question period now.
Yes. So the honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments the next time this matter is before the House. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in the House to honour Ralph Schwartzman, who passed late last year. Ralph was a pillar of Vancouver's Jewish community. A builder for over 70 years, Ralph's contributions to the community were of many construction projects, from the Vancouver Talmud Torah School and Temple Shalom Synagogue in my riding of Vancouver-Granville. Ralph was a kind and honest man, a true mensch. While family, friends, business associates, and community mourn this loss, we celebrate the wonderful and charitable life that he lived. His legacy will indeed live on through the JCC redevelopment, a symbol of our thriving community, a community he was devoted to building. May his memory be a blessing and his kindness a lesson to us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Madam Speaker, despite BC having abundant renewable resources, 2 mills will be closing in my region, with 300 losing their jobs in Prince George and 200 losing their jobs in Chetwynd. The reason was not a lack of timber, but a lack of access to it. The Prime Minister's commitment to the radical 30 by 30 agenda to protect 30% of lands and 30% of waters by 2030 is needlessly blocking our own access to our own lands and waters. From forestry writer David Elstone, 30% protection of the land base by 2030 is 100% entirely a political move. Making a third of the province into a park is not just bad for the economy, but for the environment as well. And from Jeff Bromley of the United Steelworkers Wood Council, some in the environmental movement have been strategically misleading the public for years with false claims about the forest industry. Unlike the Prime Minister, we Conservatives encourage environmental stewardship and the continued responsible resource development of our natural resources. For our forestry workers and their families, we can and must do both.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
January 22nd, the Lunar New Year arrived with firecrackers and confetti. I was fortunate enough to ring in the New Year in my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, which is home to one of the largest Chinese populations in Canada. In Chinese culture, the rabbit represents energy, beauty, and tranquility. It is considered the luckiest animal in the zodiac. In Korean lore, the rabbit is quiet, clever, fertile, and prosperous. For the Vietnamese community, 2023 is the year of the cat. The Lunar New Year concludes with the Lantern Festival on February the 5th. I want to wish everyone who celebrates Lunar New Year a very happy and healthy one. In Vietnamese, Chok Mung Nam Moi. In Korean, Sak Hei Bok Mani Bado Seo, and in Chinese, good health and prosperity. Shanti Jan Kan Gong Hei Fa Choi. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, the Bloc today demonstrated alongside the workers of Ocean Group Remorquage, who have been demanding the right to negotiate for several months on an equal footing with their employer. In solidarity with these workers, the Bloc has reiterated its support for anti-scab legislation like the one introduced by my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville. We have also reminded the government of the promise that the Liberal government made during its 2021 campaign, the one that promised the rapid implementation of anti-scab legislation. It's now 2023, and, Madam Speaker, Quebec has had its own legislation since 1977. Canada, once again, is trailing Quebec. Let things move forward and let the government introduce its own bill. The Bloc will support any bill that respects the spirit of the workers' demands. Finally, to all workers, to the steel workers and to the union members of Ocean Group, the Bloc Quebec is with you. Strength, solidarity, and respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, I arise today with great news for my community of Ottawa Centre. Last year, I launched the Downtown Ottawa Revitalization Task Force alongside co-chairs Graham Hussey and Neil Malhotra. Our goal is to reimagine downtown Ottawa to thrive in a post-pandemic future, and to do that, we have convened a table of community leaders, local business representatives, home builders, sustainability experts, and government officials. Together, we're assessing what downtown Ottawa needs to thrive into the future, and now we're looking for ideas as part of our new public consultation. We're asking residents of the Ottawa area or any Canadian interested in how our nation's capital is developed to have their say. Speaker, Canadians can find more information about this consultation on my social media, and I'm so excited to hear their ideas. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity in this city to reimagine our downtown core. Let's not waste it, Speaker, and let's think big. Thank you, merci.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, over 2 years ago, the federal government closed all Canadian border crossings. As COVID restrictions eased, the border began to reopen, but only with limited capacity. As people in Saskatchewan watched the big crossings in Windsor, Coutts, and Douglas fully open, they thought it was only a matter of time before their crossing would resume normal hours of operation. But they're still waiting. The most direct route from Denver, Colorado to Canada is through the port of Montchie, south of Val Marie in Saskatchewan. Denver is a key hub of the United States with market access to all directions. Ranchers, farmers, exporters, and tourism operators in Canada use ports like Montchie to access U.S. markets, while fresh produce from California and Florida are imported back through this vital port. However, Montchie and other nearby crossings in Saskatchewan are closed on the weekends and only open for limited hours during the week. You need to drive over halfway across the province just to find weekend hours. Rural Saskatchewan is once again being punished and forgotten by this government, which leads me to ask, Mr. Speaker, is it negligence or is it just incompetence?
I just want to remind the honourable members that you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly in the House. And just a little reminder, I know we've been away for a short while, and just a little bit to refresh the memories. The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, it is with deep sadness that I rise today as we say goodbye to Hazel McCallion. She was an icon who served as a mentor and friend to many of us, a trailblazer in every sense of the word, a gifted hockey player, a dedicated counselor, reeve, and a mayor for a remarkable 36 years. Hazel's unwavering commitment to her community, her tireless efforts, and strong political style earned her the name Hurricane Hazel. She's inspired women like me to pursue politics and has left a lasting impact for generations. Last summer, we celebrated the 50th edition of the Bread and Honey Festival in Streetsville. We are all lucky to have been able to celebrate one last time with her for this memorable event. I, along with colleagues, send our deepest condolences to the McCallion family and all the lives Hazel touched. Her passing is a loss to all of us, and we are grateful for the time we shared with her. May she rest in peace.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 10th, Kingston City Council unanimously passed a motion that declared a mental health and addictions crisis in our city. City services are stretched beyond what they can and are mandated to provide to those who are experiencing homelessness, mental health, and addiction challenges. The city's motion specifically requested assistance from the provincial Ontario government to invest in additional healthcare resources, including treatment and rehabilitation beds in Kingston, to support those in need. It further goes on to request the province lead an emergency working group of frontline healthcare and social workers to develop long-term solutions. Our federal government is willing and ready to help provinces and territories deal with the mental health and addictions crises that are happening throughout the country. That is why we established a Ministry of Mental Health and invested through Budget 2022 $100 million over 3 years to support harm reduction, treatment, and prevention at the community level. I fully support this declaration, and Mr. Speaker, we need all levels of government to work collaboratively together to tackle the mental health and addictions crisis happening throughout our country.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, since this Liberal government took office, violent crime has increased by 32%, i.e. there's been 124,000 more violent crimes under their watch. Who are the primary perpetrators of these crimes? Repeat offenders and drug traffickers of illegal guns. What is the Liberal solution? Remove mandatory minimums and target law-abiding hunters and firearms owners. People like this retired RCMP officer who has 4 handguns that were carried by his grandfather and father during both World Wars. Unfortunately, due to the Liberals' handgun freeze, keeping them in the family is no longer possible. Meanwhile, recent victims of gun violence include a 17-year-old killed in broad daylight and another police officer murdered by a repeat offender out on bail and prohibited from owning a firearm. In an armed robbery this past weekend, regional police chief stated, quote, "This violent incident was avoidable. 2 of the arrested in this incident failed to adhere to the conditions of their release on previous charges. This is why we must pursue bail reform," unquote. Considering these disturbing facts, the Liberal government must withdraw their soft on crime Bill C-5, make bail reform a priority, and withdraw Bill C-21.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I was invited to meet with the students of the Environment Committee at the Cité des Jeunes Secondary School. These students have led an initiative to collect wishes for the environment, to share their ideas on how to better protect our planet. Some wished that unnecessary plastics would be banned. Others wished that there would still be snow in years to come. And finally, many wished that the government would act and listen to their calls for action. On behalf of everyone in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I would like to congratulate them for their involvement for our environment and our community, and I encourage them to continue to keep making a difference and expressing themselves. I would also like to thank the teachers involved, Ms. Sophie Doyette and Marie-Belle Leclerc-Allais, for their work with the committee and for underlining the importance and relevance of their interventions and their collective work. Together, let's work for a better Vaudreuil-Soulanges, a better Canada, and a better world for us and for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind everyone that statements are being made. If I can ask everyone to just maybe take it down a notch so we can hear each other. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Speaker, after 8 years under this tax and spend Liberal government, Canadians are facing desperate situations. One senior writes me to say that the high price of gas and food has cut his driving to zero and is forcing him to buy food on sale and low quality. Another writes to say their debt has never been over $2,000, but because the government printed money and allowed crazy inflation, their debt is now over $12,000 and growing. The most heartbreaking victim of the Liberals' cost of living crisis is a constituent who writes to say that the bank will foreclose on their home. Their payments have increased to over $1,000 a month thanks to rate hikes. And they also say, and I quote, "I guess it's a good thing we can commit assisted suicide now. That must have been part of the Prime Minister's plans," end quote. Speaker, 8 years of broken Liberal promises and apathy have had a real cost on the lives of people. To all those struggling, don't give up. There is hope. Conservatives are fighting to end 8 blatant years of Liberal incompetence and give you back your freedom and your future.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything in this country feels like it's broken. But don't take my word for it. Let's use the words of the Liberals themselves who are confirming this. The member for Yukon called out his government attack on hunters in Bill C-21. The member for Avalon called out his Liberals' carbon tax on home heating. A 25-year Liberal MP from Toronto is so frustrated with their Prime Minister, even she is calling him out publicly. The former Minister of Sports says she was disregarded when it came to stopping abuse in sports. We have the Minister of Heritage now fighting with cabinet colleagues over another botched appointment. And we can't forget the member for Louis Hebert, who called him out for wedging and dividing Canadians when it came to COVID. Mr. Speaker, everything in this country feels broken because this Liberal caucus is broken. If they can't get their act together, the solution is simple. Just step aside, because Conservatives on this side are united and ready to go.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise in this House to recognise and pay tribute to the Canadian Forces Naval Reserve on the occasion of their centennial. On January 31st, 1923, the Government of Canada created the Royal Canadian Navy Volunteer Reserve. For 100 years, naval reservists have served our country with courage and sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, these citizen sailors have been pillars of their communities, whether training for service at sea or coming to the aid of their neighbours in need. Today, from Victoria to St. John's, 4,100 sailors serve across 24 Naval Reserve divisions. Let us recognize the Naval Reserve and honor their place in our nation's military history and heritage as they celebrate 100 years of service excellence as a vital element of the Royal Canadian Navy and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the people of Iran who are demonstrating against a brutal regime. Their courage and resolve is recognized here in Canada, and the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam see you. Iranians are protesting worldwide at great risk to themselves for the human rights of women. Thousands have been arrested, imprisoned, and some have been executed. Farhad Nakahi was arrested at a protest in Shobahar, and Mahya Vahedi was arrested at work. Speaking their names in the House today is a show of my solidarity and sponsorship for their lives. Canada must not tolerate the Iranian government's brutality. New Democrats have asked the Foreign Affairs Committee to look at listing the murderous IRGC as a terrorist entity, and we urge all parties to support our motion. I will continue to work with Iranian Canadians to seek justice for political prisoners. Zan Zadegi Azadi, women, life, freedom.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to talk about a quality that's occasionally lacking in this House, namely genius. Astrophysicist René Doyon was named Scientist of the Year by CBC for his role in the design of the James Webb Space Telescope. This telescope, the most powerful ever launched into space, will revolutionize our knowledge of the universe. It amazes us all with its photos of the most distant galaxies and planets like Earth orbiting stars other than the Sun. All of this is the result of decades of work by René Doyon as Canada's principal investigator in cooperation with NASA and the European Space Agency. This is the second time that a native from the Beauce and a University of Montreal professor has won the Scientist of the Year award. On behalf of the Bloc, I would like to congratulate René Doyon, but especially thank him for allowing us to dream by reopening all the possibilities of the universe. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Mohsen Shakari was a
23-year-old living in Tehran. In September, he was arrested by the Iranian morality police and charged for waging war against God for protesting. At the trial, he was denied the right to a lawyer, denied the right to an appeal, denied the right to see his family, and sentenced to death. Trials like these have been repeated hundreds of times since then. But they're trials that the Liberal member for Richmond Hill actually called fair and legal. He used those words. There are no fair and legal proceedings against political prisoners in a country that doesn't have an independent judiciary. The IRGC is still allowed to fundraise, organize, and recruit here in Canada. They are regularly let into the country, and they are free to intimidate our own citizens. They have sympathizers in this very government. The Prime Minister didn't mislead Parliament when he himself voted to list the IRGC as terrorists, but he did mislead Canadians by not having the courage to actually do it when he had the chance. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to stop defending the IRGC, and it's time to start standing up to them.
The honourable member for Pierre Fond de Dollard. Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago on Sunday, 6 men lost their lives in an act of hatred in Sainte-Foy, Quebec. We stood in solidarity with the Muslim community across Quebec. I participated in the service in Montreal. It was freezing cold, but my heart was warmed by seeing Quebecers from all walks of life, most of whom were not from the community directly affected by this terrorist attack, present. In the days following, there was deep thought across Quebec and Canadian society. The media did everything possible to explain who were Quebec and Canadian Muslims. I ask all members of this House to all members of our society to remember the solidarity that was shown 6 years ago as we collectively search to fight against Islamophobia today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years, this Prime Minister has doubled our national debt by adding $500 billion of deficit, inflationist deficit. What have we had for this money? Monthly payments for rent and mortgages that have doubled. Seniors are finding it hard to even eat because of this government's inflationist policies that have been the case for the past 8 years. Criminality has gone up by 32% after 8 years of this Prime Minister. But who has won? McKinsey Consultants, they're the real winners. They've received $100 million. Yesterday, I asked 5 times how much money this company has received. The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, we know that things are unstable right now. Things are difficult for Canadians. The pandemic has affected Canadians. We were here for Canadians. Now we are going through another difficult period with high inflation. We will be here for those who need us the most. We will act responsibly so that our economy can continue to grow with good jobs for Canadians. We'll continue our work.
They say they're going to be there for the people most in need, like the $1,000 an hour consultants over at McKinsey, a company that received over $100 million for work that public servants say was of little or no value. The total amount this government is spending on high-priced consultants, $15 billion. That is $1,000 for every single family in Canada. Wow. No wonder Canadians are eating increasingly at food banks after 8 years of this government. No wonder seniors can't keep the heat on. Why won't they give us an answer? How much did McKinsey get in total?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I remember in my time in opposition looking at the member opposite who sat in a government that had a poverty rate of 14.5%. And you know how often they talked about poverty or people in food banks? Never. And in fact, what has happened under this government is that rate has been reduced by 56%. We have lifted literally over 1.5 million people out of poverty. And I would point out that under the worst period of growth since 1946, which his government presided over, that this government in turn has seen more than 1.5 million jobs created since they left office.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, there they go. Telling Canadians, stop all your complaining. You've never had it so good. If you're one of the 1.5 million people eating at a food bank, stop your complaining. You've never had it so good. If you're one of those people going to a food bank seeking help with suicide, which is becoming increasingly common, they tell you, you've never had it so good. If you're one of the 35-year-olds living in your parents' basement because this government's policies have doubled rent and doubled mortgage payments, they tell you you've never had it so good. Why? Because they're spending all their time with McKinsey consultants. How much did those consultants get from taxpayers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when the world is going through something incredibly difficult, you have a choice of what you can do. You can look them in the eyes and tell them straight that they're in the most difficult time that humanity has gone through since the Second World War, or you can retweet what's going wrong in the world and make YouTube videos. It's time for serious leadership. And you know what's happened over the last 8 years? Every time we put concrete solutions in place, the party opposite has obfuscated. They tried to block on support for dental, on support for rental, on support for childcare, on support for OAS, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And now their second tactic. First, they tell Canadians they've never had it so good. Now they admit that it's miserable, but it's everyone else's fault. The rest of the world did not raise the rent in Canada. Rental rates are set here. We don't import our apartment buildings from Russia. We build them here in Canada. We don't set mortgage rates in Russia. We set them here in Canada. And after $500 billion of inflationary deficits bidding up goods and constant red tape preventing the construction of the homes we need, our young people are stuck in their parents' basements. Why don't they stop blaming everyone else and finally take responsibility for the misery they've caused in 8 years?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite had an opportunity to be in a government and to do something on poverty. They didn't have any targets. They didn't talk about poverty. They didn't talk about homeless shelters. They didn't move those at all. And I've talked about what this government has done. But the IMF is now saying Canada will have the second highest GDP growth in the world. And the reality is that as we work hard to lift Canadians up and do critical things like childcare and dental care, instead of just amplifying anxiety and fear, why won't they be part of the solution? And I would say, Mr. Speaker, they haven't been in this House. All they've done is block and obstruct real solutions.
I just want to direct all the members to look at their whips and seek advice from them in their signals. They're going like this to calm down and not shout out. So I just want to remind everyone, their whip is working very hard, and the deputy whip is too. Listen to them. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now, their third tactic. First, they say everything's great. Then they say it's terrible, but it's everyone else's fault. Then they say we should stop talking about how miserable people's lives are. He seems to suggest that people are anxious because I'm telling them that they can't afford food. No. Their stomachs are telling them that they can't afford food. They seem to think that if I stop talking about the fact seniors in Northern Ontario can't heat their homes because of the carbon tax, that seniors won't notice that they're cold. They seem to think that if I don't talk about the 35-year-old living in his parents' basement, he won't realize that he's living there. Mr. Speaker, why don't they fix the problems instead of telling people to shut up about them?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are plain and straight about the difficult times that we're going through as a planet. And I would suggest that when the member opposite had the opportunity to suggest, as an example, how people dealt with inflation, he recommended cryptocurrency. This is a party, Mr. Speaker, that at every opportunity is actually not offering any solutions, and in fact ignoring the fact that when they had a chance to act on poverty, when they had a chance to act on creating jobs, they had such a bad record on GDP. There was 14 times in history where there was more growth in a single year than they had in their entire government.
The honourable member for Bailey-Chambly. I'd like to repeat myself, the honourable member for Bailey-Chambly. The notwithstanding clause was very much defended by Pierre Elliott Trudeau back in the day. The minister yesterday stated that he has nothing against the notwithstanding clause. He is against its preventative use, but there is no other use than a preventative use. It's like a vaccine. You don't get vaccinated because you're ill. You get vaccinated in order to not be ill, in order to avoid going to the Supreme Court in this case. If it's not preventive, Mr. Speaker, what is it for? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has always been clear on its concerns of the preemptive use of the derogation clause by provinces and notwithstanding clauses by the provinces, and we are committed, to defending the rights and freedoms protected by the Charter, a charter that was created to protect minorities throughout Canada. Mr. Speaker, in the dialogue between Parliament and courts, the first word should not be the last. The honourable member for Bailey-Chambly. The Prime Minister made a poor appointment for Quebec, but Ms. El-Gawabi will no doubt have things to say. The Prime Minister knew what he was doing, and it's because the Prime Minister and the Liberals are ready for everything in order to remove any prerogative to from the Assemblée Nationale. And this shelter, this last protection, is the notwithstanding clause. The Prime Minister and his government, are they disavowing Pierre Elliott Trudeau's inherited values? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Pierre Elliott Trudeau's charter was there to defend the rights and freedoms of individuals, and that's the same thing with the charter drafted by René Lévesque. We are proud of having charters in Canada to protect minorities, Mr. Speaker. The preemptive use of notwithstanding clauses goes against the spirit of these charters and dialogue between Parliament and the courts. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, the first word should not be the last. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Canadian Armed Forces had to be called into long-term care homes. And what they saw in those homes were horrific conditions. Seniors left for hours in soiled diapers and linens. Seniors crying out for food and water, left dehydrated and hungry. After seeing the report, the Prime Minister said he was sad and frustrated. But 2 years later, there's been no action. When will the Prime Minister legislate standards in long-term care to protect our seniors?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, as a nurse, I've seen firsthand the challenges that seniors face during the pandemic, including my own community in Brampton, Mr. Speaker. That's why we welcome today the new standards released today by Health Standards Organization and Canadian Standards Association, which are a result of extensive consultations across the country, Mr. Speaker. We've also provided $4 billion to support provinces and territories in their efforts to improve long-term care in their jurisdictions, and we'll continue to work together to ensure that all Canadians continue to live with dignity and respect regardless of where they live. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby South.
Insufficient funding and legislation, and the government has done neither.
Yep.
En 2021, les libéraux ont déclaré.
In 2021, the Liberals stated that a two-speed system would worsen access and healthcare outcomes for us all. And innovation in healthcare has to be done by improving and broadening our public healthcare system today. The same Liberals are ready to letting Daniel Smith and Doug Ford use federal money to further end public health care. The Honourable Member for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course, as a Canadian government and as Minister for Health, we have a particular responsibility making sure that the principles of the Canada Health Act are respected by all in this country. We are very proud for the principle of fair and equitable access to healthcare, a principle that all Prime Ministers and Health Ministers agree upon. We will all work together to make sure that these principles serve workers and patients.
For Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The price after 8 years of Liberal incompetence, mismanagement, and corruption. Liberal insiders like Mackenzie have never had it so good, with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of contracts for work that government departments are saying they could have done instead. It's just like the WE scandal, and Canadians are worse off than ever with soaring interest rates due to out-of-control Liberal spending and because of 40-year high in food inflation. Can anyone on that side tell us why Liberal crony handouts are more important than lowering the cost of living for everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, we will soon in this House have an opportunity to come together once again and make life better for hundreds of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. We're about to embark on third reading of C-22, and I expect and I hope that everyone here will understand the severe levels of poverty of our Canadians with disabilities, and we will work together to make life better for them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Years of Liberal mismanagement leaves a legacy of being the most expensive government with some of the worst outcomes in history. While Liberals help their cronies with millions in handouts, Canadians have never had it so bad. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, out of money, accessing charity services. And 2 former Liberal finance ministers agree with the Conservatives. Bill Morneau admitted that the Liberals overspent during the pandemic, and now even former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley is warning Liberals' reckless spending is fueling inflation. So why is the government determined to make Liberal insiders rich off the empty stomachs of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Sometimes the opposition grazes us with the good fortune of saying the quiet part out loud. Describing pandemic spending that kept my neighbors fed and a roof over the heads of their children was not overspending. That was essential to protect the well-being of Canadians that live in my communities. The fact that we stepped up to make sure that businesses could keep the lights on and the doors open is something I would do again 100 times out of 100. I see people every day who still have a job because of those measures. At the beginning of the pandemic, the Conservative leader held a press conference to say he would never support those big fat government programs. Thank God we're in government because people are still employed as a result.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians have doled out $15 billion for consultants, and in return they get chaos at airports, growing immigration backlogs, and 40-year highs in inflation. Our constituents have skipped meals, they've visited food banks in record numbers, and they reel from Liberal inflation-driven interest rate hikes. They've spent Canadian tax dollars on giveaway to well-connected insiders, and they blame everyone else. But after 8 years, there's no one to point fingers at anymore. When will the Prime Minister stop the giveaways to his friends and start working for ordinary Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Conservatives are very quick to point to the government every time they think there's a political opportunity for themselves. What we're focused on doing in the meantime is advancing solutions. Solutions that have put more money in the pocket of low-income renters, which they voted against. Solutions like making sure that kids who come from low-income families can go to the dentist, which they voted against. This has been the pattern since the very day we formed government. When we stopped sending child care checks to millionaires to put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, they voted against it. When we raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could cut them for the middle class, they voted against it. Every step of the way, we've been focused on families. It'd be nice if they finally support one of these measures.
Member for Thornhill.
They brag about the billions spent, but the call is coming from inside of the House. It's been 8 years, and this Prime Minister has doubled the national debt. The price of a house has doubled, and now he's going to triple the carbon tax for the millions of people struggling to pay their now $2,000 rent, their higher mortgage rates, millions using food banks. The Prime Minister has one message for you, and that's that you've never had it so good. It's true for his friends like McKinsey and we and the foodie media firm and their besties who do media training, but it's not true for anyone else. How do they let this happen?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that every time the opposition talks about climate change, which happens very rarely, they never talk about the cost to Canadians. The billions of dollars from Hurricane Fiona, the billions of dollars from atmospheric rivers in BC that are killing people in Canada, Mr. Speaker. They never talk about these costs to Canadians. Well, on this side of the House, we will fight climate change and we will work to support Canadians in this transition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The CEO of Metro has publicly confirmed that food prices will continue to rise in 2023, leaving even more families and seniors resorting to food banks to feed themselves. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, people are so desperate that they are driven to shoplifting. Mr. Speaker, 24 Heures interrogated people on what encouraged people to shoplift. Marlene says, after I pay my rent and utilities, I have less than $80 left to survive half the month. How can this Prime Minister pay Liberal firms $1,000 an hour when Marlene has to break the law to simply feed herself? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we all share the concerns of my colleague with regards to vulnerable Canadians that need a little bit of a boost to make ends meet. What I don't understand is why the Conservatives keep voting against measures that are here to help Quebecers and Canadians throughout the country. They voted against workers' benefits. They voted against the strengthening of our senior benefits. It is important that we continue to be here for Canadians whilst being fiscally responsible. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. What we're against is thousands of dollars, millions of dollars for Liberal companies. After 8 years, the Prime Minister has stated that he will continue to be incompetent. 80-year contracts to a Liberal firm for consulting services. So, imagine if a government had given a contract of that length in 1943. In the Second World War, there were no computers, no internet, no cell phones. How can the government predict that McKinsey will still be pertinent and useful in 80 years, in 2100? Or is this the Prime Minister's preparations for a golden retirement? The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, we're still waiting for solutions from the Conservatives to help Canadians against this difficult time with regards to the increase of interest rates. We know what the Conservative solutions are because we've seen what they've done in the past. Everyone for themselves, cut all the programs. What we are saying on our side is that we will be here for Canadians with the childcare benefit, which allowed 435,000 kids to leave poverty. Together, we'll get through this. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, McKinsey is in a contract with the government until 2100. This government was not able to deal with the passport crisis last spring, now can do forecasts all the way to the year 2100. Pretty impressive. So does that mean that until 2100, the federal government will give contracts to McKinsey without tendering, without taxpayers or their children or their grandchildren or their great-grandchildren or their great-great-grandchildren have their say? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important to correct the information that is currently being shared. It is not a contract. It's an agreement, a supply agreement. There's a nuance. It's a pre-selection rather than a financial contract when it comes to supply. My apologies. Some people would like to hear your answer from the beginning again. Mr. Speaker, it is important to correct information that has been shared. It's not a contract. It's an agreement. It's a supply agreement, which means that no monetary agreement has been signed. It's a pre-selection. And hundreds of providers already have this agreement. This kind of agreement has existed for years. It allows us to save money and time. The government will continue to maintain the highest standards possible when it comes to transparency and openness and when it comes to financial accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, 2100 is a long way off. I don't know which party will form the government or even if any of these parties will exist, but I can guarantee two things. In 2100, Quebec will be a country. And, Mr. Speaker, the other absolute is that McKinsey is still going to be under contract with Canada. Mr. Speaker, this raises an important question. It doesn't matter which party governs here. It doesn't matter what the voters choose. McKinsey will still be here under contract or an agreement, as the minister has put it, without any specific mandate. Is that what we want, Mr. Speaker, in a democracy? The Honourable Minister for Heritage. My colleague is right. We don't know what party will be in government in 2100, but it won't be the Bloc Québécois, I can tell you that much. The Bloc Québécois that once again is trying to rile up their base, creating divisions. Do you know why Canada will still be united in 2100? It's because our differences, our strength rather, is bigger than our differences, because we are able to be different whilst living in harmony. And that is Canada's strength, despite what the Bloc Québécois would like to see. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the government isn't very united with the public service because this contract sends a very bad message. An 80-year contract with McKinsey shows the following: that the government does not recognise the expertise of its own public service today, and that it does not intend to rely on it in the long term either. In other words, the government is telling us that it has no intention of developing in-house expertise in the public service, and it prefers to continue to outsource the state apparatus to the private sector, Mr. Speaker. Is this acceptable? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we've just gone through years of difficulty with a pandemic. Public servants delivered the goods. They've helped us overcome the pandemic, helping SMEs to manage their project. So we will continue to work with the public service to make sure that we can deliver all of our priorities to Canadians, to workers and to companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is one more sleep until the Prime Minister's good friend Dominic Barton appears before the Government Operations Committee. The Prime Minister has called Dominic Barton an exceptional individual. Dominic Barton's company fueled the opioid crisis, advised Saudi autocrats on dissident crackdowns, and helped Chinese state-owned companies build militarized islands in the South China Sea. So, yes, Dominic Barton certainly is exceptional. But why does the Prime Minister do so much for his ethically deficient friends and so little for struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
And as I said yesterday, we are committed to ensuring that government contracts stand up to the highest standards. We ensure value for money, we ensure quality of services for Canadians, and we only contract and procure professional services to complement our professional public services when there are unexpected workload fluctuations and when there's a need for specific expertise. And, of course, I will elaborate further when I attend the committee next week.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to hear complete non-responses from this government. The Globe and Mail has reported that the federal government contracts accounted for 10% of McKinsey gross revenues. Now, I think McKinsey puts the gross into gross revenue. When Dominic Barton led McKinsey, they developed a plan to supercharge the opioid crisis that included rewarding pharmacists for overdose deaths. That is despicable. Why did the Prime Minister funnel over $100 million into this disgusting company?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all things, the government ensures that the contracts that it enters into are efficacious and get good value for money, and ensure that we deliver services to Canadians. The questions that are being posed are fair. We'll get an opportunity in committee to be exhausted and get answers. But understand, Mr. Speaker, that Canada has a reputation around the world for the quality of the contracts that it enters into, and that is absolutely something we're committed to continue, to ensure we get value for money for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 8 years under this Prime Minister, Canadians have never had it so bad, while Liberal lobbyists and high-priced consultants have had it so good. The amount that this government has paid to McKinsey, formerly led by personal friend of the Prime Minister Dominic Barton, has gradually grown from $50 million to over $100 million. While Canadians are struggling, Liberal insiders are flourishing. Will the Prime Minister tell us the real amount his government has paid to McKinsey.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have to take exception to this notion that Canadians have never done worse in talking down our economy. I would point out that when the members opposite, the Conservatives, were in power, that the economy had 1.5 million less jobs, that there were over 1.5 million more people that were in poverty, that Canada was at the bottom of the G7 across about every single indicator, and in fact had the worst growth rate in terms of GDP of any government since 1946. Canada next year will be number 2 as projected by the IMF in GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, when they talk down our economy, they should be careful they don't get reflected back to them their own record.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
8 years of this Liberal government, inflation is at a 40-year high. As a result of this government's inflationary spending, this government has handed over $100 million in contracts to McKinsey & Company, with one contract not sunsetting until the year 2100.
Wow.
So while Canadians have never...
Up for a second. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas de traduction? Interprétation?
Is there no interpretation into French at the moment? Has it started again?
Interpretation started again?
Yep.
Elle fonctionne? If I can ask the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore to start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, inflation is at a 40-year high as a result of this government's inflationary spending. This government has handed over $100 million in contracts to McKinsey & Company, with one contract not sunsetting until the year 2100. While Canadians have never had it so bad, Liberal insiders and consultants have never had it so good. So why doesn't the Prime Minister and this government just come clean and tell us how much they promised Dominic Barton and McKinsey & Company?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Today is an interesting trend where the Conservatives are trying to create a boogeyman to distract from the fact that we're working hard to make sure that families who are struggling get the supports that they need to do well during challenging times. I'm beginning to believe that the Conservatives actually view it to be in their interest to continue to have Canadians experience problems because they never introduce solutions. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to make investments that are going to cut costs for childcare, that are going to reduce costs for dental care, that are going to provide support to low-income renters. With or without them, we will do what is necessary to make sure that people can feed their kids and keep a roof over their head during difficult times across Canada and around the world.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Speaker, it's not just the Conservatives who have questions. New Democrats have questions too. And it's not just McKinsey. Because while the Liberals have awarded $160 million to McKinsey with this 100-year deal, companies such as McKinsey and Deloitte, Mr. Speaker, Deloitte, who has 10 times the amount of money, along with KPMG, are raking in billions of taxpayer dollars without accountability or transparency. Canadians deserve to know exactly who is making decisions for this government, how much they're getting paid, and who in this Liberal government are they connected to. Will this government commit to extending their review to include all of their outsourcing contracts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as the member well knows, Canada has a reputation around the world as having the highest degree of excellence in the way that it conducts its business and contracts. That is something that we are deeply proud of. I understand that in opposition that you want to foment issues, but I say there is an excellent opportunity in committee to ask these questions directly, and if members want to have real answers, then there'll be the opportunity for mature, reasonable discussions at that period of time. But talking down the way in which we conduct contracts does not behoove anybody.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Ukraine, Iran, Haiti, and Myanmar deserve our support. This government constantly pats themselves on the back for adding individuals to the sanctions list, but yesterday we learned that this government has only seized one asset in 6 months. Wow. One asset. The Liberals claim sanctions are a key piece of our foreign response, but there is no enforcement, there is no investigation, and there's almost no seizing of assets. When will the Liberals stop the political theater and start getting serious on our sanctions regime?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I would like to thank my colleague for a very important question. Indeed, we've imposed
extremely strong sanctions against Russian oligarchs, Belarusian oligarchs, Haiti elite members, as well as Iranians. And what we want to do is to make sure that now we implement the new legislation that we have passed, which will allow us not only to seize assets, but to forfeit them. I look forward to working with her on this very important duty that we have. We're the first country in the world doing this, and we will lead. Thank you.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has highlighted long-standing and systemic challenges in Canada's long-term care system. Can the Minister of Seniors please update this House on how this government is ensuring that seniors have access to safe, reliable, and high-quality care in our long-term care homes across this country? Thank you.
Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, seniors deserve the best quality of care rooted in dignity and respect regardless of where they live. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we welcome today the resident-centered standards released by HSO and CSA, which will make a tremendous difference in the quality of care seniors receive in long-term care homes. And I want to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to thank both organizations for the extensive consultations that they've done with Canadians, with seniors, with healthcare workers, with caregivers, Mr. Speaker, in creating these standards. And we'll continue to work with provinces and territories in supporting in their efforts to support long-term care homes in their jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Time and time again, we see Liberal cabinet ministers breaking ethics laws to help their friends and Liberal insiders. The Liberals will funnel money and lucrative contracts to them. They'll take illegal vacations. They'll even interfere in the criminal prosecution to help out their friends. And after 8 years under this Prime Minister, well, Canadians have never had it so bad. Liberal insiders, friends, and high-priced consultants have never had it so good. So when will they stop the corruption and start putting the needs of Canadians first?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, saying that Canadians have never had it worse is an absolutely ludicrous statement. There have been all kinds of instances in history where Canadians have faced hard times and dealt with difficult situations, whether or not it was in great wars or in difficult economic storms that took the world. Canadians rose to those occasions and met them with strength and determination to build a stronger future thereafter. And the notion, as Canadians are facing anxiety as they're looking at global tumult, that they should think that they are the worst position they've ever been is just simply irresponsible, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, throughout history and up until this point, governments were there for their people when they were facing hard times, but not these Liberals. They're there for insiders. The Prime Minister who helped his buddies get off criminal charges, the Prime Minister who took an illegal vacation, the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister who gave lucrative contracts to family members, and the Prime Minister's hand-picked Finance Minister who tried to give $500 million to we, and the Trade Minister who, of course, just gave tens of thousands of dollars to her bestie. Canadians are lined up at food banks. Liberal insiders are lined up to get rich. What's it going to take for one of these corrupt ministers to resign?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we all watch the language that we use, and I'd be interested to see if the member opposite would use a term like that outside of the chamber. This chamber should be met with the same decorum inside as out. And, Mr. Speaker, the party opposite had the opportunity for 10 years to care about the issues that they're now talking about. And I would ask them, if they said they were there, where were they for that 1.5 million Canadians who now have jobs that didn't under their government? Where were they for over 1 million individuals who were in poverty and who were suffering when they were in government and never talked about poverty, Mr. Speaker? It's a little bit rich, and I think they should reflect on their rhetoric.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Liberals spent $6.7 million for just 10 people to stay at a Calgary airport hotel. That's $670,000 a person. There's no justification for this. COVID quarantine restrictions were eased long before this time. $670,000 could have bought a beautiful home in Calgary, a dream after eight years that's out of reach for so many people precisely because of Liberal waste like this. So 2 questions. How many other hotels did this happen at? And has anybody been fired for this waste?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all very mindful of the terrible pain and the large number of deaths and the even larger number of hospitalizations that we have seen in Canada over COVID-19. That's why our primary responsibility has been and remains to protect the safety and the health of Canadians, including the tens of thousands of people who had to access the designated quarantine facilities. Because of these measures and vaccination, in addition, we have saved together, Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of lives and tens of billions of dollars in economic cost.
I just want to remind the honourable members how it works. You ask a question and you get an answer. You don't continue. Order. You don't continue to ask questions while the question is being answered. I just want to remind everyone that's how it works. It's making it very difficult to hear both sides. We hear one side very well, but the other side makes it very difficult. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians have never had it so bad, while Liberal lobbyists have never had it so good. Yet another lucrative government contract was handed out by the Liberal Minister of Diversity to line the pockets of insiders. This is insulting to Canadians, and it has to stop. Mr. Speaker, excuses do not pay the bills. How can this continue to happen without any consequence? Will the minister do the only honourable option he has left and pay the money back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I would ask what the member opposite says when they say that Canadians have never had it so bad. What they would say to Canadians who for the first time are having universal child care, seeing their costs cut in half and it's going to be $10 a day? What would they say to those who have children, who are for the first time going to be able to make sure that they have dental care for every single child across the country? What would they say to the seniors who they cut off, raising the age to 67, who now are collecting it at 65? What would they say to the 1.5 million people who have a job now that didn't when they were in power, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, finally, on February 7th, the First Ministers will meet in order to increase the health transfers. That wasn't a foregone conclusion. As late as mid-November, the Minister of Health was calling this request futile. But after years of insistence from Quebec, the provinces, and the Bloc Québécois, Ottawa is finally acknowledging the crisis in our hospitals. Quebec and the provinces keep saying that the federal government needs to cover 35% of costs. The meeting is in 1 week. Will the minister finally commit to meeting their demands? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is an important question. What all health ministers in Canada, including myself, are committed to is to continue working together to take care of the health of Canadians and workers in Canada. We've all been through some very difficult times in recent years. There are major challenges coming up in coming years due to the aging of the population, the cost of drugs, and all sorts of other challenges such as the health workforce. We will continue to work collaboratively together. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, for 28 months, the federal government has known about the financial needs of the health system, but it's still dragging its feet. We don't need a working meeting on February 7th. We need an agreement. Today, 20,000 Quebecers are waiting for a surgery for over a year. And in oncology, 3 to 4 weeks of delay can increase mortality by 6 to 8%. Mortality, Mr. Speaker. And yet these Quebecers have been waiting for more than a year. When will this government finally understand that increasing the health transfers is a matter of critical importance? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As my colleague, the Minister for Health, said, this is something that is very concerning to Canadians, and we share that concern. We share it with Quebecers as well. We have had major meetings with ministers of health and premiers throughout the country. Tonight, I will be meeting with the Premier of Nova Scotia. Tomorrow, the Premier of British Columbia. These are important conversations. We have always said that we are ready to increase financial support to the provinces as long as we ensure that we get the results that Canadians expect. That's exactly what we'll do.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, despite committing a violent sexual assault, Jonathan Gravel avoided prison after 9 years of procedure, and instead he was sentenced to a suspended sentence, 20 months in the community. Why? Because this Prime Minister, with the help of the Bloc Québécois, adopted Bill C-5. After the sentence was handed down, the Crown Prosecutor Alexis Tinel said the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice should be held to account when it comes to victims of sexual assault. Does the Prime Minister now realize that Bill C-5 was a monumental mistake? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we firmly believe that all victims of sexual assault deserve a justice system that treats them with dignity and respect. I would like to recognize the resilience of these victims. We understand the devastating impact of sexual assault on victims. Serious crimes merit serious consequences, and my colleague knows very well that I cannot speak to a particular case, especially because the Quebec court's decision might be appealed. We are waiting for the decision of the Quebec courts and organizations. The Honourable Member. Well, I would like to tell the Minister that until November, a judge could not decide to sentence someone to home arrest for a serious sexual assault. But now, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, that option exists. The Crown Prosecutor also said, what is the message being sent to victims of sexual assault? I feel that we're going backward. We're going to allow suspended sentences for perpetrators of sexual assault. Someone needs to be held to account. Why does the Prime Minister prefer to help perpetrators of sexual assault instead of increasing women's security? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what my honourable colleague is saying is entirely false. Our government has acted to protect victims of sexual assault, to ensure that they be treated with dignity and respect. For example, with Bill C-3, new judges appointed by the federal government need to undergo training on sexual assault. And our government has brought in substantial reforms to sexual assault law with former Bill C-51, one of the most progressive pieces of legislation in the world. We will continue to protect victims of sexual assault. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal incompetence, the government is now targeting law-abiding hunters and farmers in its fight against violent crime, but these violent crimes are committed with illegal weapons due to weapons smuggling and organized crime. The Liberal government will not be able to fix this major security problem in this way. When will the government stop targeting law-abiding hunters and farmers? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we promised Canadians that we would take action on armed violence. Our plan is to invest nearly $500 million to end weapons smuggling at the border, address the root causes of weapons violence, firearms violence in communities, and to introduce legislation that would favor responsible use of firearms, specifically C-21. And I hope that the Conservatives will support these investments and support these extremely sensible pieces of legislation. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre. Mr. Speaker, for nearly a year now, Ukrainians have been courageously defending their homeland from Russia's unjustified war. Recently, I welcomed the UK Foreign Secretary in Toronto so that he could meet with members of our Ukrainian-Canadian community. That visit showed that Canada, in partnership with our allies, strongly stands with the Ukrainian people. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell this House about the measures that she has taken to punish Putin and his regime's egregious actions? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'd like to thank my colleague for Etobicoke Centre for his excellent question and his excellent French as well. I met with my British counterpart in Toronto a few weeks ago, and with our allies, we will ensure that Russian actions be punished. We have already launched solid sanctions against more than 2,000 Russians and Belarusians who are close to the Putin regime. We've also announced heavy artillery to be sent to Ukraine, and we will continue to do more to help. Thank you.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, violent crime is rising because of the actions of this Liberal government. Under 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada has become a more dangerous place. Police are putting the blame on Liberal Bill C-75 that mandated judges to grant bail to dangerous repeat offenders with minimal conditions. The consequences of this have been fatal. When will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for his failure to protect Canadians and apologize to the victims of his reckless legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, Canadians deserve to be and to feel safe. We all have a role to play in protecting our communities. Mr. Speaker, the laws on bail are clear. Detaining an accused person is justified only if it is necessary to protect the safety of the public. As my colleague knows, Mr. Speaker, provinces and territories, and of course police forces, are also responsible for the enforcement of bail conditions. And we, Mr. Speaker, are providing resources to support them. We remain open to good ideas and proposals from our provincial and territorial counterparts and the opposition to reforming our bail system, including other parts of the criminal justice regime.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. We have police officers dying on the front lines over every day in this country. Now, police are demanding that this Prime Minister take action to keep dangerous repeat offenders off our streets. But instead, he has decided to punish law-abiding firearms owners by taking away their hunting rifles. After 8 years of failure, this Prime Minister is desperate to distract Canadians with his divisive and flawed hunting gun ban. When will he stop attacking law-abiding firearms owners and start protecting Canadians from dangerous repeat offenders?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
My colleague knows, and I hope all members will have seen, this government is engaging with hunters, with trappers, with First Nations and Indigenous groups to make sure that their experiences are woven into the good work that we are doing under Bill C-21, which of course is to target those guns which have been used in mass killings. When you couple that with the work that we are doing to stop illegal smuggling at the border, $450 million. Mr. Speaker, what did the Conservatives do? They voted against. When you couple that with the work that we are doing to prevent gun crime, a $250 million Building Safer Communities Fund, what did the Conservatives do? They voted against. Mr. Speaker, look beyond the words, look at their actions. They need to reverse their course and support this government's work to keeping Canadians safe. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Beijing's military is threatening Taiwan and harassing neighbors from India to Japan. Beijing's military has a university, the National University of Defense Technology, whose motto is, quote, strengthen the armed forces, end quote. That's why this university was blacklisted by the Obama administration in 2015. The minister's guidelines on Canada's research and national security clearly aren't working because the government continues to fund university partnerships with this university. So when will the minister protect this country's national security and that of our closest allies, issue a policy directive to ban the funding of university partnerships with this university?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
We've been clear in the Indo-Pacific strategy. When it comes to China, we need to be eyes wide open, and that's why we need to make sure that our national security is always protected. That is why the Minister of Innovation is working on it, and not only that, we will be working with university, with provinces and territories to make sure that that national security lens is imposed at all times. Thank you. Thanks so much.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, at COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, Canada signed the Statement on International Public Support for the Clean Energy Transition, ending new support for the international, unabated fossil fuel energy sector by the end of 2022. In December, our government announced the Government of Canada's implementation of this commitment with the release of the policy guidelines. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change provide an update to the House on the implementation of this commitment?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her question and the important work that she's doing on the Environment Committee on their fossil fuel subsidies study. The implementation of this commitment was widely received across the country, and many environmental organizations, including Environmental Defence, applauded the announcement. By ending new direct public support for the international unabated fossil fuel energy sector, Canada will ensure its investment abroad are aligned with its domestic and international climate goals, which means more investment in clean energy and renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
The Wabano family of Peawanuck lost a beautiful child in a house fire this weekend, and we mourn with them and grieve with the 10 people who have been left homeless. In 2021, I wrote to this minister warning about the lack of fire protection for the Winnis Cree. That warning was ignored, and now a child is dead. It is unconscionable that any community in this country is left without basic fire protection. So to the minister, simple question. Will she stand today and promise to commit to build a fire hall and give the emergency resource support for the people of Peawanuck so they can live in safety?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. Mr. Speaker, my deepest condolences to the family and the entire community for the loss of a young girl due to a fire incident in Peawanuck. Minister Haidu spoke with Chief Hunter on Sunday to express her condolences and confirm that Indigenous services will be able to coordinate supports for this particular community. We will provide more updates as more information can be confirmed, and ISCO officials continue their discussions with the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind all the members that when we're referring to someone, we refer to them by their title or by their writing, but not by their proper name. And I understand that it's emotional and it's very difficult, but we still have to try to maintain the decorum in the chamber. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, the rich are getting richer while everyone else is losing out, says a recent Oxfam report. In Canada, the rich and powerful are making record profits while working people and people on fixed incomes fall further behind. This didn't just happen. Liberals are refusing to make the rich pay their fair share. And despite conservative rhetoric, they're keen to let the ultra-rich off the hook, too. One thing is clear, Liberal, Tory, same old story. So it's time for a windfall tax on oil and gas, time to increase the corporate tax rate, time to go after tax cheats in our country. It's time to step up for working people and people on fixed incomes. Will the Liberals step up?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, Madam Leader, it's important to everyone in this chamber that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. That's why we decrease taxes for the middle class by increasing them for the top 1%. We actually introduced a 15% recovery dividend to banks and insurance companies that's actually going to bring in about $4 billion worth of income. And we put in place a permanent 1.5% tax on profits over $100 million. This has allowed us to make life more affordable for Canadians. It's also allowed us to lower taxes for small businesses.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have.
That's all the time we have.
A number of point of orders. We'll take them in order. I have the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre who will be getting up first.
Mr. Speaker, after consultation with the parties in the House, if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given the rise of far-right and associated violent extremism led to the attempted insurrection in the United States, the House condemns recent comments made by Fox News personality Tucker Carlson in which he suggests U.S. armed forces liberate Canada from the current Prime Minister.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on a point of order to draw your attention to...
One moment, please. Order! Order! I have to be able to hear the point of order to determine whether it is a point of order or what the actions are. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I rise on a point of order to draw your attention to a procedural matter relating to question number Q974 that I submitted on November 4th, 2022. For the sake of time, Speaker, I'll spare reading the text of the question into the record for you. But my point of order relates to a passage found on page 523 of Boss and Gagnon, which states, while oral questions are posed without notice on matters considered to be of an urgent nature, written questions are placed on the order paper after due notice, with the intent of seeking from the Ministry detailed, lengthy, or technical information related to public affairs. Members may request that the Ministry respond within 45 calendar days, generally by adding a sentence to that effect, either before or after the text of the question, or by so indicating to the clerk when submitting that question. Now, In Standing Order 39.5b, it states, if such a question remains unanswered, the keyword being unanswered, at the expiry of said period of 45 days, the matter of the failure of the minister to respond shall be deemed referred to the appropriate standing committee. Within 5 sitting days of such a referral, the chair of the committee shall convene a meeting of the committee to consider the matter of the failure of the ministry to respond. I indicated my desire to have the question answered in 45 days, and at this point, the question cannot be legitimately considered answered. To date, the government has failed to provide any answer on the substance of key aspects of my question. Due to this, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that per the standing orders, after 45 days, my question remains unanswered and should be deemed to not have a response. Speaker, before Section 5B of Standing Order 39 came into effect in 2001, governments routinely ignored the 45-day deadline to answer questions. Following the adoption of this rule, government began to respect the 45-day deadline. However, it appears that this government has found a way to circumvent this rule to thwart the intended protection offered by Standing Order 39.5b. Your rulings have established that access to information from the government is a fundamental privilege of a parliamentarian. It's also a critical aspect of the functioning of our system of democracy. When the government flaunts its responsibility to provide this information, the system failed. And this is why, in a related matter, many members of the press gallery are raising concerns about the breakdown of the access to information system request. But back to the matter at hand at this place. My point of order simply asks you to rule that when the government substantively ignores the substance of an order paper question, it should be considered to be a failure to answer for the purposes of Standing Order 39.5b. That way, the government's refusal to answer a written question can be referred to a committee for review. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member for her point of order, and we'll look into it and come back. Yes, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock is rising on a point of order.
The member from Calgary-Mindapour's intervention today, there was a translation problem, and you, as Speaker, asked her to start again. And when you did that, the member for Timmins James Bay yelled out for us to hear way down here in the House, make it more comprehensible this time. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that this member from Timmins James Bay should apologize to the member for Calgary-Mindapour. It is time that men in this place stop shouting down women who have a strong and articulate point to make. Yeah. Thank you.
What I'd also like to do is remind all members to stop shouting down each other during question period or during a debate. And that's something that everyone should take a lesson from. Thank you for bringing that up. Orders of the day.
Government orders resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and child care in Canada.
Now we have the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, who has 5 minutes remaining as far as questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoyed the comments from my colleague. And the question I have for him is that if he'll recall, in the last federal election, there was 338 Conservative candidates that went around espousing what the former leader of the Conservative Party said, and that was that he did not support. He would rip up a national child care agreement as we were proposing. Can he provide his thoughts in terms of what many might see that as a bit of hypocrisy?
Okay.
Yes, the blob.
The honourable member for here, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, 338 Conservatives did run in the last election to scrap this plan that we are here to enshrine into legislation today. And as a matter of fact, in a French language debate, the member from Durham said that there would be a transition over 1 year, a transition from this plan to a tax credit. So as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, what we see happening routinely with Conservatives is their default program is a tax credit. All they want to do is provide a standardized universal tax credit because they think that that's the only solution. But Conservatives find themselves in a very difficult situation now. They're trying to wrap their head around how do we be critical of a wildly successful program that the federal government has set up and at the same time try to show our support for Canadians that genuinely want to see this. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that what we will end up having is pretty much a unanimous vote in favor of this bill. The Conservatives will do an about-face from what their position was in the last election, and they will see that this was, in fact, an extremely important program for Canadians.
Comments? The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In paragraph 8 of Bill C-35, it discusses funding commitments, and it states that the Government of Canada would engage with Indigenous governing bodies and other Indigenous entities that represent the interests of an Indigenous group and its members. When the previous childcare agreements were signed, they were done between the provinces and territories and the federal government, respectively. Is the government really actually prepared to engage with First Nations communities who want more jurisdiction over their childcare needs? This is a monumental task, and I'm not sure whether the Department of Indigenous Services Canada is able to complete this in 2 to 3 years.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, I think that if this government has proven one thing as it comes to that very important relationship, Mr. Speaker, is that we do want to see Indigenous communities be able to have the autonomy to make the decisions that are required in order to properly care for, in this case, children. And so, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that, even though the member might find the timelines to be tight, I think that it's important for this to be discussed at committee. I think that this just speaks to why this needs to get to committee so that the discussions can be had and that the conversations and the questions that he has can be posed to the department officials and those responsible to get to the bottom of it so that we can deliver that very important part of this agreement.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by agreeing with the member for Kingston and the Islands that this bill is incredibly important and it will benefit parents in my community just as it is for those in his. That being said, I do want him to know that childcare providers in my community, like the YMCA of Three Rivers, are concerned about hiring and retaining talented early childhood educators. As I'm sure he knows, the federal government's deal with the province of Ontario only provides a wage floor of $18 an hour at a time when the Association of Early Childhood Educators of Ontario are calling for one of at least $25 an hour. This is at a time when we need almost 15,000 new childhood educators in Ontario alone by 2025. Can he talk about measures that could be put in the legislation or other actions he and the governing party can take to address this significant gap? Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the responsibility for paying individuals and child care professionals would largely fall under the purview of the provincial government. But there is, to his point, an opportunity within the framework of the legislation to enshrine some measures to encourage the growth of the sector. He's absolutely right when he says that our communities will benefit from this tremendously. 92%, my understanding is 92% of child care facilities that are eligible in the province have already signed on. The YMCA of Southeastern Ontario, Rob Adams, the CEO, as I said in my speech, commented specifically about how important this program was, and I'm looking forward to the implementation and future years of the development of the program. And so is the minister.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is an imperative for our country, for every person in this place to agree on one thing, that we have to value and equitably value the labor of childcare in all its forms. So it's from that principle that I believe this place and people in this place should be considering amendments to this bill. So I want to speak about why I think this bill gets us part of the way, but it doesn't talk about that equitable value of the labor of childcare, and we need to do better. And better can always be achieved. First of all, this bill does not address the lack of childcare spaces across the country in an adequate way. I think that we have to look at how we can work within the confines of such a regionally diverse and demographically diverse country as our nation to see how childcare is actually being undertaken, and then seeing how we can incent people to undertake that activity. So, for example, not every person has access to a spot that would be considered under this bill. So some people look to things like extended family providing childcare or private day homes. And some people wouldn't have access to this bill. As I've been listening to debate, many of other colleagues have raised concerns in here because they work shift work or they're part of the gig economy and their hours don't neatly overlay the way that these childcare spaces would be structured. And I believe also one of my colleagues from the NDP had raised issues this morning about whether or not this bill adequately addresses Indigenous childcare needs that are sensitive. And this bill doesn't really address any of those things. So if we're going to talk about childcare, we have to do more than just look at one frame of reference. That frame of reference is important for sure. But if we're only talking about that frame of reference, what happens is that people who are either planning to have children or are looking for childcare right now and are struggling and don't necessarily fit in the box that this very prescriptive box that this bill puts together, then they don't feel like they're part of the bigger vision. And that's why we need to amend this bill. And I hope that happens. I think the other context that this bill needs to be studied in is the fact that when we say affordable childcare, affordable daycare, the reality is that life is not affordable for many Canadians right now. And I want to take a slightly different approach to explaining how the cost of living crisis could seriously affect our economy and where childcare fits into this. Right now, Canada's national fertility rate, when you factor out immigration, is about 1.4. And the natural rate of replacement of a population is about 2.1. This is not a phenomenon that is unique to Canada or in fact to any country in the world. In fact, we're seeing a rapid global decline of fertility rates across the board. In countries, for example, like China, China is now at, I believe it's a 1.1 fertility rate. China's fertility rate is actually lower than Canada's. And when people are actually looking at China's long-term economic growth forecast or the ability of China to maintain its continuous growth, this lack of children is figuring into their economic equation. But we are going to have, we do have the same issue here in Canada. The other phenomenon that we see here in Canada is that immigration is so important to our country. We need to ensure that we have adequate processes to incent immigration, to welcome people to Canada, to integrate them into our social and economic fabric. But over time, we're also seeing that immigrant populations, there's studies out of the US that show that immigrant populations that have traditionally led to and bolstered fertility rates within countries, that those immigrant populations themselves are seeing declines in their fertility rate as well. And I think that this place, when we're looking at childcare and affordability and the cost of living, we have to understand that people make a decision to have a child or not based on a wide variety of factors. It's a very sensitive topic. But affordability and the availability of childcare is one of those big reasons. But if we are just putting childcare into the box that we have in this bill and, not seeking consensus to look at valuing the labor of childcare in all of its forms, we're missing the plot here. Not only are we missing the plot for people who need childcare right now, we need to be talking about, as a parliament, very urgently, how we incent people to have children without leaving women behind and while progressing on issues of gender equity. This is a very tough, very emotionally charged subject that many people will have a lot of feelings on based on their frame of reference and their personal experience in their life. And frankly, the decision to have a child should be the decision of that is one person and one person alone in the context of a family. But if we want more people to have children, we need to be incenting people. So when we're looking at all the factors that somebody considers on whether or not they are going to start a family, that those factors are taken care of. So some of the things that this bill doesn't consider that I hope that this place would sensitively and from a cross-partisan perspective look at are things like the failure of our immigration system to process parents and grandparents applications. Right now, the wait time on that particular stream, I believe, is over 38 months. That's just the service standard, but we know it's a lot higher. And we know that there's a lot of Canadians who want to bring extended family members, either that or on a super visa, in order to provide childcare. So this is something, I hope that the committee that studies this bill looks at as well, that we can't be talking about childcare in a country as diverse as our country without looking at ways that we can make it easier for people to have their family also engaged in that if they choose. Yes, we also need to make sure that we have affordable childcare spots as this bill starts to lay out. But we also need to look at how those spaces affect people who can't access them due to their work schedules, right? So that's something that this bill does not address. The other thing that this bill doesn't address, Speaker, is the fact that at the same time that we're looking at childcare and at the same time that we're looking at a decline in fertility in our country, we also have an aging population. So on one hand, you've got people of a certain generation that are trying to figure out how to have childcare, and at the same time, they're starting to ask the question, how do I care for aging parents? So you actually can't have the conversation about childcare without talking about elder care for all of the reasons that have already been raised in debate here, particularly around the issue of staffing, burnout, early childcare educators. It's not just early childcare educators that we're lacking, it's also people who are willing to be caregivers in the broadest sense of the word. So if we are not talking about labor and valuing that labor of childcare beyond this, and again, it's a start. But what this bill does is it narrows our perception of what this response to this, I would say, crisis is into a very narrow terms where we need to be looking at this a lot broader. I also believe that for us to allow for gender equity, to allow for people to look at starting a family, should they so choose, that we can't do that without understanding that not everybody in this country is going to want to access programs under this system, but that doesn't mean, A, that people shouldn't have access to that system, but B, it shouldn't mean that these people are left out in the dark without a solution. And it shouldn't mean that their labor is not valued. I believe I'm just looking for a time check, Speaker. I'll just close very briefly. I know somebody very close to me who chose to have a child at a very young age, and they made that decision because people circled around them and made childcare happen. How do we value the labor of those people so that people that We understand that our country is diverse, we're not homogenous, and meet this need particularly in the context of the fertility crisis that our country is facing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's significant is that when we take a look at C35, we're really establishing a fundamental, universal early learning childcare program, a first in the history of Canada, where we're saying that in working with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, that there is going to be public, non-profit childcare that is affordable, that provides the type of quality care that Canadians want, which is going to enable women in particular to get into the workforce if they choose to do that, or volunteer, or upgrade educational opportunities. There's all sorts of wonderful opportunities that are being created here, and it's modeled off what we saw in the province of Quebec. Would the member not agree that this is a very absolute critical aspect of furthering in a very significant way childcare and enabling women in particular to get more opportunities into the future?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I absolutely agree that women should have more opportunity, and that overcoming barriers for women to participate in society writ large is something this place should be urgently seized with. But I would take issue with the characterization of this bill as providing universal access to child care, because it doesn't. Not every Canadian that wants to get a spot is going to get a spot under this program. And in fact, in debate here, the fact that this program has not been means tested is something that should be considered in committee study. We shouldn't be trying to say that this is universal when it's not. And if we are going to use the term universal, we have to understand that you have to value the labor of childcare no matter where it happens, be it in a state-sponsored space, in a private home, or by parents providing that at home. Those are all equal values of labor, and they are all legitimate choices that should be open to all Canadians. So I just think that framing this bill out as universal, it's not. And that's the point that we need to move on in order to improve this bill.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments on the bill. One of the things that she said that I've heard other Conservative members say today is just that this bill imposes a particular way of doing childcare, and particularly reference to shift work and things like that as somehow being excluded from the bill. But I wasn't able to find anything in the bill that prescribes a particular time of day that childcare is to be offered by the centres that may receive federal funding through this legislation or the agreements. In fact, one of the guiding principles in the bill, Clause 7, 1C, says that it's to support the provision of early learning and childcare programs and services that are inclusive and that respect and value the diversity of all children and families and respond to their varying needs. As a New Democrat, I read that and I think that's a very obvious nod to shift work and other types of families with parents with different types of jobs that are underserved by the current system. And the way that we're going to get that done is to have a strategy that incorporates those things. I see language that actually talks about the need to meet those varying and diverse needs in the bill. So I'm wondering if she could please point me to the part in the bill where the straitjacket that her and some of her caucus colleagues have alluded to exists. I can't find it.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The reality is the clause that my colleague just alluded to benefits centres that currently operate on a regular 9-to-5 schedule. That's just the reality. If you look to where most of the funding will go, it will be to those centres. If my colleague is concerned and actually wants to address this concern on members of part of the House, he should be suggesting an amendment in committee that particularly states that a portion of these funds should go to something that provides spots for shift workers. Because as much as he's saying that there's a straitjacket, there's the way that the funding mechanism works right now, it is going to largely go to traditionally run, state-run daycares. And I believe we do need more flexibility to acknowledge a changing workforce and to changing economy. So this is something that, I know how bureaucracies work. It's going to go to the system that's set up. We need to be incenting innovation and meeting the diversity of our country by spelling out changes that need to happen.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today for the first time in 2023 on behalf of the good people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. I hope you've been able to have a very restful holiday season with your family, and for all members of this House to be able to do the same and come back recharged for what I'm sure will be a very, very busy session. But also over the course of the last month, I've had an opportunity to connect with my constituents, being away from this place, being at their place, being at their doors and hearing what's top of mind. And not surprisingly, one of the things that's top of mind for most people is affordability challenges right now, with the cost of housing going up, with the cost of groceries going up. This is putting a real burden on families. For many years now, one of the largest costs for families has been the cost of childcare. And in a riding like my own, which is one of the fastest growing in all of Canada, and particularly the Sea to Sky region of my riding, which has grown by about 20% over the last 5 years, this is a big concern. For example, in 2021, there were 5,100 children in the Sea to Sky region under 12 years old who were in need of childcare, and only 1,100 childcare spaces. And I often hear families waiting for 2 or more years to get a spot. And meanwhile, the cost of childcare ranges between $85 and $100 per day in many cases. And even with the income-tested Canada Child benefit that we brought in, which puts up to $7,000 per child back in the pockets of Canadians, families are still being stretched. And as a result, many families in my riding are forced to pay up to $1,800 a month for childcare, or balance dual work days caring for their children whilst trying to earn a living, a burden that negatively impacts not only the economy and the parents, but the children as well. And this is why our government created the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system through Budget 2021. To highlight how much of a priority it is for my province, BC was the first of any province to sign on to this agreement in summer of 2021. And just last month, we're able to announce that childcare fees have already been reduced by an average of 50% to $20 a day in BC, and it will average $10 a day by 2025-2026. So this is already saving average BC families $6,000 a year per child, and will help them save over $9,000 per year per child by the end of 2025-2026. And given how families are now being squeezed by global inflation, this relief couldn't come at a more important time. But it's not just about the cost of childcare. Access is just as important, particularly in fast-growing areas like my own. It's important to note that 40,000 new spaces will be built through this agreement with BC, and in fact, over 12,000 have already been built, while Budget 2022 invested an additional $625 million to accelerate this process. And while the benefits of this policy are wide-ranging. By allowing both parents to return to the workforce, we're unlocking the economic potential of thousands of parents, most of them women, who haven't been able to participate fully in the workforce due to an inability to access quality, affordable daycare. In addition to improving the quality of life for families, independent studies have shown that this alone can help the economy grow by as much as 1.2%. And a range of studies have also shown that for every dollar spent on early childhood education, the broader economy receives between $1.50 and $2.80 in return. And just about all leading economists agree that there is no measure that would increase our GDP more than this. And I'm excited there are already a number of childcare facilities in my riding that are now offering $10 a day childcare. On the Sunshine Coast, there's Esprit Daycare and Huckleberry Daycare in Gibsons, Little Scholars Childcare and West Sechelt Tiny Tots Daycare in Sechelt. Just last year, Sea to Sky Community Services in Squamish began offering $10 a day. In West Vancouver, the owners of Kitty Care have told me that they're excited to offer $10 a day, amongst many other facilities that are now offering the same. but there remains major challenges in delivering the childcare that people need. In areas like Squamish and Pemberton, spaces are an issue, and we need the province to deliver more spaces under our agreement there. In fact, spaces are so slim right now that I've heard stories of folks driving 40 minutes from Squamish to West Vancouver just to put their kids into daycare. Other places like Whistler and the Sunshine Coast and West Vancouver, ECE workers are badly needed. So we need to continue to work with educational institutions like Capilano University on the North Shore to graduate more ECE workers and to bring in qualified ECE workers from around the world. It's clear that this is a policy that's already making a real difference for families in my riding and across the country. But we know we're living in an uncertain world right now. With the specter of ever worsening climate change and international conflict, many people are concerned for the future. Together with the rising cost of living all around the world, I know many young people that are thinking twice about having children. As parliamentarians, it's important that we provide the peace of mind about what the future holds. Bill C-35 is so important because it assures current and future parents that they won't be left in the lurch with high childcare prices. In fact, it does the same for provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, childcare operators, and others. This legislation sets out our vision for a Canada-wide system where all families have access to high-quality, affordable, and inclusive early learning and childcare, no matter where they live today and into the future. It will enshrine the principles of a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system into federal law and commit to maintaining long-term funding for provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It will make sure that the government remains accountable for continuing to follow through on this promise by creating an independent National Advisory Council to provide expert advice to the government on all matters related to early learning and childcare. And it will also require the federal government to publicly report on all federal investments and progress being made towards a truly Canada-wide system. While I don't have kids myself, I do want to end by discussing a story of someone that does, my sister. My sister, Berkeley, and her husband, Sean, have 3 boys. My 6-year-old nephew, Hayden, my twin 2-year-old nephews, Sawyer and Beckham. And I love these 3 boys to bits. But you can imagine what it's like to have 3 young boys running around and all the chaos that comes along with that. But it's also important to think of the cost that it would be for 3 young kids to be in childcare. If you're paying $1,800 a month per child, like many parents are in my riding, then the cost of childcare alone exceeds the average income of what you would receive as a British Columbian. And it's things like these that have led many parents in my riding and across the country to leave the workforce, which also greatly impacts our economy. The announcement that fees have been cut by an average, or have been on average cut in half last month, has been an absolute game changer for my sister and her whole family. It has meant that instead of paying $2,200 a month for the twins to access childcare, she's now paying $1,260. And what this has meant for her is that she's now been able to go back into the workforce. And not only that, to now pursue her dream job. So just as through my life, she's always been there to look after me and to look out and care for me, she's now working as a postpartum doula so that she can care for other new parents throughout the region. And so not only has this made a huge difference in the lives of her whole family, she's now able to help other families. And with other doulas like her, it's alleviating the burden on our healthcare system by reducing stress, reducing physical injuries and depression of expectant and new parents when they're going through some of the most major and emotional changes in their lives. Speaker, this is just one and a very personal example of the impact of affordable and accessible childcare. Through Bill C-35, we're going to ensure that families now and into the future will not be at risk of having access to this childcare be cancelled by a future government. More and more spaces will be created, and more spaces will become $10 a day. And throughout the process, there's going to be transparent oversight of the implementation of this agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, as I can see that my time is running out here, I look forward to the questions from my colleagues here, and I look forward to having this bill pass through this process into committee so we can move this a step forward in becoming law in our country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way. I've enjoyed working with him when I was under the Shadow Minister of Tourism, and I appreciate his thoughtful speech today. One of the, we talked about the wait lists, and this legislation helps a lot of families who are currently already in daycares who signed up for this agreement, but there's still wait lists years long. And one of the issues is having access to private. We must have entrepreneur, small business-owned home daycares to meet the demand that parents need to have choice. And so my question to the member opposite is, does he believe that this legislation should be strengthened to have representation from small business owners or entrepreneurs on the National Council? As it stands right now in the legislation, there is zero representation from that sector, and I believe it is greatly needed to meet the demand of parents.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Peterborough-Kawartha for her question, and I think it's a very important question because we know it's just not about the cost of childcare, it's about the ability to access childcare, and particularly in fast-growing regions, it's a huge challenge. Part of it is the creation of spaces, but I think the other thing that we really need to talk about is making sure that we have the workforce to do that. And this is a challenge that there's no silver bullet or easy solution to that. And I think as we're moving ahead with policies like these, we need to consult broadly on making sure that we do get the best ideas. And as we implement this new system, we will be working very closely with all the provinces and territories and Indigenous groups to make sure that it's fit for purpose and that it meets the needs today for what the system is today, as we look forward to the system that we want in the future, which is a publicly accessible system of nonprofit operators. And so, but I think as we're moving in that direction, we need to work with all those that are working in it and make sure that we have the best system in place.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I must unfortunately remind him once again that everything that has to do with family policy and educational policy, well, that is provincial jurisdiction. Only and exclusively provincial jurisdiction. That's important to remember in the context of this bill. So why is a Liberal government once again trying to meddle instead of properly dealing with its own responsibilities? Because once again, it's trying to get involved with our jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sky Country.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question very much.
Avec un enjeu.
With an issue like this one, we know that we need to do things differently for childcare everywhere in Canada. We want to work together collaboratively with provinces so that they can have childcare systems that work best for them because, yes, that is a provincial jurisdiction, but the federal government does have a role to play. The federal government can help. The federal government can ensure that people receive the care and services that they need. Quebec's model is a good one. All provinces have different models and systems for childcare and child education. That's why we have bilateral agreements with each province and territory. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And the NDP, of course, welcomes any movement forward on childcare in Canada. We've been pushing this for the last 30 years, ever since the Liberals started promising it. And I just wondered if he could comment on the benefit not only to young families and women trying to enter the workforce, but onto businesses in the community. In my riding, one of the main problems in getting labor for businesses is housing. And if we can access a labor force that already has housing, and that is, for instance, women at home that need childcare to enter the workforce. It's a huge benefit to the economy as a whole.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for the question. Much like the member from Peterborough with Kawartha, I've enjoyed working with him in the context of tourism as well. And I think both of our ridings have a big tourism industry, and you know, just like housing is important to have a workforce employed there, it's similarly important for ECE workers. And so I think we really need to make sure that as we move forward with this agreement, that adequate housing is in place, because if we don't have that, then of course we're not going to be able to house the people that we need to work in these spaces that we're creating. So absolutely, I see these two tracks moving simultaneously, and that's why we developed the National Housing Strategy, so that we can deploy the type of housing that we need to see in the country, so that we're able to solve the housing challenges, particularly for frontline workers and those that are so critical to making sure that our economy and our country functions.
I just want to remind the honourable members that when they're participating virtually, that the headsets have to be used. Very good. We'll take a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Many thanks, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, I have sensed in this debate a misunderstanding across the aisle of the difference between childcare, as in anyone possible available to look after your kid, and the concept underpinning this act, which is early learning and childcare on enhanced childhood development. And I wonder if the honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country would care to comment on this.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just very quickly, I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for the question. I think there's been lots of misinterpretations about this piece of legislation, about what's in it and what's not. And I think what this is really about is making sure that we're providing high quality, affordable, inclusive, and accessible childcare right across the country. And it looks very different in each place. And that's why I think it's really important that we get this right.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I love being in the chamber, probably more than any professional activity I undertaken. But I'm actually at home in my community because I'm celebrating the birth of my daughter, Lana Grace, who joined us on January 18th, not even 2 weeks ago. And I'm pleased to announce that I have a healthy baby girl, and she is the new joy in my life. Over the last 2 days, I've very much appreciated a very comprehensive debate, I might add, from all political parties on a very important subject, a subject that's probably for every parent, one of the debates most closest to our hearts, and that's the well-being of our children. Like many of the speakers who have shared personal stories, I have my own as well. I have a 3-year-old son in a licensed registered daycare facility. Since the agreement with British Columbia was signed, my fees went down approximately $450 in December. And I know that many of my constituents are very appreciative of the decrease in fees because the cost of living is almost insurmountable for many of them. So I acknowledge the benefit that the contract signed with the province of BC in July of 2022 has made a moderate improvement for many young families struggling to make sense of the challenges that they face today. And indeed, childcare is challenging. Many families don't have access to the type of facility that I do, and many that do, who have parents that work in shift work, understand that raising a child is not only the 9 to 5, it might be like I have to rely on my neighbors to come over in the mornings when my wife starts work at 6 a.m. and the nanny I have to employ at times when I'm in Ottawa and my wife is left alone with our children or has other professional commitments. It's the grandparents that play such a vital role in the upbringing of many children and many families across Canada. And it is as well the wonderful early learning childcare staff that are so important to my kids. In fact, this very morning, my son Declan came and we went to his old childcare facility, and he was able to give a hug to one of his old teachers because that relationship is so important to Declan. All that said, Mr. Speaker, I am still at a loss as to why the government is putting forward Bill C-35 when the funding agreements have already been reached with the province of British Columbia and the other provinces and territories in Canada. I looked through the bill quite comprehensively yesterday, and I figured to add to the debate so far, I'll just point out a few of the discrepancies or points I believe the government should look a little more closer once this bill gets to to committee stage and is studied in further detail. The first point I'd like to raise relates to Indigenous participation. In July, I believe, of 2022, the Government of Canada actually reached a $40 billion settlement with Indigenous people over past discretions of the Government of Canada failing to meet its obligations to Indigenous children in respect to the Jordan's Principle. Bill C-35 states that any future negotiations will include separate negotiations to uphold the nation-to-nation commitment to reconciliation. On that point, I would encourage the government members to look specifically at the preamble and paragraphs 5A and B, and whether the government will actually be able to uphold its commitment to reach individual agreements with each respective First Nation, Inuit, and Métis community or entity. The second point along that also relates to the funding commitments. In paragraph 8, there is no specific dollar actually outlined for the future negotiations of agreements between provinces and territories and Indigenous communities. I reference this because the government states in the bill that it will undertake negotiations on a nation-to-nation basis. If the government actually wants to divest responsibility, finally, as many Indigenous communities have asked for, to have the control over child and family services, which I would understand would include childcare, the government needs to get to work today because it will not be able to reach those responsibilities accordingly. The third point I'd like to raise is about geographic equality, or I might add inequality. In paragraph 6A in the declaration, the government commits to inclusive and high-quality early learning and childcare programs and services where one lives. In many rural and remote communities, Indigenous reserves, childcare simply doesn't exist. My constituents in rural communities don't have access to the government program that I do in Abbotsford and Mission. That is problematic. In fact, one young mother in the community of Boston Bar stated that she's effectively going to have to cut back on her small business because she's having a child, and none of the government programs being discussed here today are accessible to her and her family. We need to do better, and if the government's really serious about the universality they spoke about when they first introduced these agreements, they need to spend more time looking at the availability of childcare in remote and rural communities. Finally, one aspect of the bill that I'm very perturbed about is paragraph 9, which establishes 18 new federal government positions on a national council with salaries that will be decided at a later point by the governor and council. In my opinion, the creation of a new council undermines the role of provinces as the primary the primary level of government responsible for childcare. And secondly, it undermines the valuable contributions of public servants at Employment and Social Development Canada. Many public servants worked for years to reach these agreements. They have connections with the provinces and stakeholders across Canada. The public service has the ability to do what a national council would and to provide the requisite advice to the minister in advance of future negotiations in 2026. What I'm fearful of, Mr. Speaker, is that the creation of this new advisory council is just another attempt by the government to create plum positions for liberal partisans to get paid for by the government and appointed solely by the government. We should not undermine the valuable contributions of the public service to provide the necessary advice in advance of future negotiations by the Government of Canada and the respective provinces and territories. And finally, I'll just add on a note regarding the nature of childcare for so many families. I have to admit that as a politician, my wife takes on many of the primary responsibilities that relate to childcare due to the nature of my job and the time that I'm away. This Christmas season, we were sitting down with another family, and they had a similar experience. We also shared a song by Dolly Parton, and the movie about working 9 to 5. And my wife quipped, well, actually, I'm working more like 5 to 9. And that's the experience of many women across this country. Their jobs start the moment they wake up in the morning, and a lot of them are working to the moment they go to bed. We need to ensure that childcare programs, facilities, give women the choices they need that account for shift work, the nature of professional work today, so that they can participate in the economy in the way they feel best for themselves and their children accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
I would like to start off by congratulating the member for his addition to his family and wish him the best with his new addition. But as someone who's from a Mi'kmaq Reserve, a First Nations community, the member talked a lot about the need to ensure that from coast to coast to coast, when we talk about childcare, that it also includes Indigenous communities. And I agree with the member that far too often when we talk about these great deals with the provinces, that sometimes the provincial premiers kick that back to the federal jurisdiction for us to handle that. But I would ask the member, does he not agree that, first of all, that we should be ensuring that even on a First Nations community, that they are able to access $10 a day childcare? Also, I ask the member, when he's talking about First Nations communities, it's important not to get confused and say that these are nations. The First Nations communities are a part of nations. I'm a part of a Mi'kmaq nation of 35 different communities, and each of those communities are not a specific nation, but rather a First Nations community that belongs to a greater nation. And so I would wonder if the member would like to comment on those two points I've raised.
For Mission Metzke, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Sydney for his points, and indeed I represent multiple First Nations and 31 Indigenous communities, and I appreciate him pointing out that very important difference. And I think one of the key points I want to make today is that the agreement between the province of British Columbia and the federal government excludes many of the Indigenous communities that I represent from participating in this program. In fact, it's almost as if there's a have and a have-not nature of what is childcare today. Me, as a high-income earner, gets access to a government program that is not available to my Indigenous constituents in their respective communities in a way that I believe it should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I congratulate him on the birth of his daughter, on a little Capricorn who will really have a strong character, I'm sure of it. Now, when we talk about daycares, we can look at Quebec's example. We've had that for 25 years with daycare services, and early childhood learning is essential. When we talk about children, we're talking about Quebec children, Canadian children. I know that in the provinces there are daycares that have already been set up by the government, but throughout Canada, it's not the case everywhere. So, in the Conservative Party, why do they say that it's not equitable when they look at Quebec's model? The honourable member for Missin-Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't believe I ever said that the model in Quebec was not equitable. I did visit La Pocatière this summer, and I actually went to a child care facility when I was in the province. And like British Columbia, there are some in the provincially regulated programs and some outside. In many cases, the families outside of the provincially regulated programs want into the regulated programs because it would mean a material difference in their monthly budget. So in some senses, unless we can actually say 100% confidence that the program is in fact universal, there is a level of inequality between those who have access and those who don't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Or, I'm sorry, Edmonton Strathcona.
I didn't think my colleague was here from Transcona. First of all, I, of course, would like to give my congratulations to my colleague for the addition to his family. What a joyous occasion. And also to tell him that I will likely be singing Dolly Parton for the rest of the day. So I'm not sure if that's a blessing or a curse here. My question for him is this. He spoke at the beginning about whether or not we needed this piece of legislation. And you know, the leader of the Conservative Party has made it very clear he doesn't support childcare. He has embedded incel tags within his social media. He's voted time and time against women's issues, against things for women. So would not Canadians have every right to be worried that the Conservative Party, if they became the next government, would dismantle this childcare program?
Member for Mission-Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, that's actually an interesting point. First off, I would disagree with the member from Edmonton that the leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Carleton, doesn't support childcare. In fact, one of the first things he mentioned as new leader of the Conservative Party was the benefit that his children get from their childcare facility and in their ability to do so in the French language. The bill itself, if you want to look at strengthening it, if the Liberals were actually serious about making this a comprehensive bill, under paragraph 8 on funding commitments, they would have actually put something concrete in the bill. But they didn't, because this bill is a communications exercise by the Government of Canada without real teeth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we continue, I think I can speak on behalf of all parliamentarians in the Parliament of Canada, congratulating the honourable member for Mission-Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, for the new addition to his family. And before I continue, I want to call everyone to order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Spadina Fort York, the environment. Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, taxation. And the honourable member for Nunavut, health. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to raise the first time in 2023 to talk about a very, very important bill in this House. The second reading debate on Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues spoke before me and intervened before me, I like to keep the theme of Ontario, which it's a province in York Region, and Richmond Hill is the region and the city that I'm so proud to represent. Mr. Speaker, I just want to be very unequivocal. I unequivocally support this bill. And really, Mr. Speaker, I don't see how anyone could even think about opposing Bill C-35. Opposing C-35 would be like opposing your own constituents, opposing your own fellow citizens, opposing the people that you represent. In this case, people of Richmond Hill. These people are our mothers, our fathers, our children. There are early childhood educators, service providers, inclusion support workers. There are students, employees, employers. These people, they're in each and every one of our writings. Childcare is critical not just for families, but for the whole economy, and for that matter, for everyone. Everyone benefits from the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system we're building with provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities and partners. It is an important support for parents, families, and communities. It enables parents, especially mothers, to reach their full economic potential, contributing to a strong economy and great gender equality. In other words, the Canadian economy is the strongest when every parent who wants to work has not only the opportunity, but also can work. The Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is working everywhere in every region of this amazing country. It's working right here in Ontario. In fact, let me tell you how it's going to work in this province. It was in March 2022 that the governments of Canada and Ontario announced an agreement that significantly improved early learning and childcare for children in our province. Through various investments, we're working together to improve access to high-quality, affordable, and inclusive early learning and childcare programs and services in Ontario. The goal is to give Ontario families access to the licensed childcare for an average of $10 a day by March 31st, 2026. And Mr. Speaker, here is what was planned. The Canada-Ontario Agreement planned to reduce childcare fees in licensed setting that enrolled in the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system for children aged 0 to 5 by 20% retroactive to April 1st, 2022. We estimate that doing so would save Ontario families an average of about $2,200 per child in 2022. The agreement also planned that by the end of 2022, fees would be further lowered. That would result in a total reduction of 50%, bringing fees down to an average of $23 per day. And that could save Ontario families an average of about $6,000 per child per year. Mr. Speaker, you might ask, so how are things going? Are things going according to the plan? And I would like to respond by saying overwhelmingly yes. Already fees have been reduced by an average of 50% across the province compared to the 2020 levels. Here, we are talking fees for families with children under the age of 6 at licensed childcare operators in Ontario that have enrolled in the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. It really makes a difference for parents in Ontario. And I'm not only the one saying it, experts are also saying it. So, Mr. Speaker, let me give you a couple of examples. Martha Friendly is a policy researcher and board member of an advocacy group called Childcare Now. She said that before, parents in downtown Toronto paid about $1,800 a month in fees. She also said that, quote, some women had to stay home because either they could not find the space or they could not afford it. She added that with the reduced fees, people can go back to work. Spiros Bonakakis is the executive director of the Network Childcare Services, which operates 19 childcare centers across Toronto and GTA. He said, and I quote, this is a very positive development in the early years and childcare field. He added that it supports family without compromising quality. He also talked about how parents need to have the peace of mind that their children are safe and are supported so that they receive the necessary programming within their early childhood education. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also heard from many parents. They said it too, that has made a real difference for them. Just one Twitter, there were many positive reactions. A mother of two from Toronto tweeted that it was absolutely surreal to see her daycare fees drop from as high as $167 a day for her two kids. She mentioned that as of January, she would be paying less than 50% of that, adding she is well on her way to a $10 per child per day in part of 2023 up to 2026. Also from the GTA, a dad thanked the federal government because his toddler daycare fee went down to $36 a day. Another mom, this time from Ottawa, tweeted, and I quote, "Just paid our January daycare fee, under $500 with 5 exclamation marks. This is a 55% reduction from last year. This is going to make such a huge difference for so many families." Now, Mr. Speaker, it's great to have reduced fees, but we are also well aware that the challenges now is to make sure that the number of spaces keeps up with the increasing demand, and also increasing number of spaces happen to also be part of our plan. In total, Ontario is aiming to create 86,000 new licensed spaces available and relative to 2019. These new licensed spaces will be predominantly among non-for-profit, public, and family-based childcare providers. To support the creation of these new spaces, we are also planning investment to support existing and attract new early childhood educators. Funding is available to Ontario to recruit and return registered early childhood educators. This includes investment that provides a wage floor of $19 per hour for registered early childhood educators and $21 per hour for registered childhood educator supervisor in 2023. Funding will also support an annual $1 per hour wage increases until 2026, up to a maximum of $25 per hour. Mr. Speaker, I think I've made myself clear that the Canadian-wide learning and childcare system is actually working. It is working in Ontario, it's working everywhere in Canada. More and more families in Canada benefit from affordable early learning and childcare. It's a great help for many feeling the pinch of the high cost of living, and it is a great help for the country and economy. Opposing Bill C-35 would be like throwing a spanner in the works. It would be like standing against Canadians who have been working so hard to deal with the cost of living, who have been working so hard to make it, who have been working so hard to give their kids the best start in life. Again, Mr. Speaker, I don't see how anyone could even think about opposing C-35. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Look, my question to my colleague is really about the challenges with the program. It's talked about being universal. However, I have one private facility in my riding in Owen Sound, the Queen of Hearts, that unfortunately they've had to opt out of the program because if they were to opt in, they would either have to cut services like food programs for the children that they take care of. They'd either have to cut spaces or they'd go bankrupt. Further, I even have my municipal-run child care centers that are having to cut services to the school-age kids in order to meet the staffing requirements for now the demand for those under the school age. So my question to the member is, can he expand on the challenges with this program and how it's not universal at all if the spaces don't exist?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank my colleague for raising a question. And I just want to be clear, I did not talk about universality. despite the fact that many members of the opposite side constantly refer to this program as a universal program. Having said that, I think the program that we are proposing, which is non-for-profit, public, and family-based childcare providers, it's a great base to make sure that we provide the supports that needed. It's in its early stages, and I don't see the concern that the opposite member is rising as a challenge. I see it as an opportunity that we could work with the provinces and territories and our Indigenous communities to ensure that as this program is rolled out, we roll it and make it available to all in a very equitable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year. Nice to see you again. I'm glad the rest of Canada is following Quebec's avant-garde example when it comes to childcare. And even if it took 25 years, this is progressive legislation still, and it respects Quebec's jurisdiction to boot. So I'm really happy about this. I'd like to know, okay, it took 25 years to do something in this area, but I'd like my colleague to tell us how long it's going to take for the rest of Canada to implement progressive legislation when it comes to secularism, like Quebec has done, and to realize that this is progressive and avant-garde. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues, Happy New Year as well, and it's indeed good to see you back in this House and looking forward to continuing working the great work we are doing in this House. I'd like to commend all the MPs from Quebec that, yes, they've had a very progressive childcare program, and it's a program that the Government of Canada looked at very closely and learned a lot as part of the consultation. And the opportunity that provided is for a great base for other provinces and territories and our Indigenous communities to be able to benefit from that. So I commend Quebec, and this is a model of partnership, and this is a model of cooperation. And yes, there's been a program in Quebec, and it's been very effective. And we'll look forward working with Quebec in other areas that we could complement to ensure that that program is rolled out well. And you know what? The program is rolled out until 2026, and we look forward making sure that not only the fact that all the provinces and territories and Indigenous community have signed into this, but they've also successfully implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague in the far opposite corner for his remarks. And indeed, he made some good points, and I think overall this is a program, at least in my home province of British Columbia, that is being well received. The partnerships that the legislation empowers are already creating change in communities that is very positive. The issue I wanted to speak to is one of the conditions of work for early childhood educators who are critical to ensuring that these child care programs are rolled out in a good way and that our children benefit from them in the best way possible. Does he see a pathway for us to amend this legislation to create national standards for the work conditions and compensation for early childhood educators that are so integral to the success of a national child care plan?
Member for Richmond Hill in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues across far away. Regardless of where we are sitting in this House, we are working very, very closely with each other to make sure important bills such as C-35 is passed. And let's pass this bill, let's get it to the committee, and let's make sure that every opportunity that is relevant to this bill and success of the support for the whole program, specifically the educators, are considered and is debated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're debating Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. The purpose of this legislation is to try to solve the issue of high childcare costs in Canada. This legislation does not address the serious economic challenges of implementing a Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. I believe that this proposed legislation and the current agreements made by this Liberal government with the provinces will fail to provide universal access to affordable childcare and will cost far more than what this government has estimated. In fact, I found it quite shocking that the Liberal speaker who came just before me admitted that this is not a universal program. And he's right. He admitted the truth. It's going to be a two-tiered program where families that are lucky enough to get a childcare space will benefit immensely. But an estimated 182,000 families, according to the PBO, will be excluded and not have access to an affordable childcare space. Childcare in Canada is provided by several mechanisms, including for-profit and non-profit models, parental care, or care by other relatives. And for the past several decades, the wages of average working families have not increased significantly, while the demands on family finances through taxes, housing, food, and childcare have increased substantially. In the last few years alone, the costs for families have significantly outstripped wage growth. The cost to provide childcare varies based on age, but is a minimum of $1,000 per child. Lower-income families have traditionally had access to subsidies, but these benefits vary across provinces. Having one parent stay at home with a child is becoming unaffordable for many families, and is far easier for families with higher incomes. Access to daycare is already limited in Canada, with wait lists. According to reports out of Quebec, there are an estimated 50,000 children waiting for access to an affordable care space. The price of childcare in Canada is too high for most families, and access to affordable care is limited. Why is childcare so expensive? Well, the key costs for childcare, according to operators, in order of magnitude, are labor, the cost of the facilities, and the costs of food and supplies. Childcare is a labor-intensive operation, and wages vary. The cost to create a space to be child-appropriate and the accompanying rental, mortgage, insurance, and maintenance costs are significant. And finally, the cost of food and other supplies have increased dramatically. Now, what is a common factor of all three of these costs? They've all been severely impacted by high inflation. Inflation has increased the cost of labor, it has increased the costs of rent and mortgages dramatically, and as everyone can see when they go to their local grocery store, the price of food has gone up by 12%. Childcare operators are not immune from facing these costs. And the fact is that this Liberal government, through their inflationary policies, are driving up the cost of childcare in Canada. Now, the government's solution to this problem, a problem that they themselves created, has been to sign agreements with the provinces to subsidize the cost of childcare and to implement cost controls on wages, facilities, and food in order to regulate a price for families that will eventually reach $10 a day. Unfortunately, this is unsustainable because since it is government spending that caused the inflation in the first place, more spending will only increase inflation further. The result will be an inflationary spiral that will further increase the costs of childcare and the costs to maintain this program. And given our current deficit, the government will either have to raise taxes on Canadians or take on more debt to sustain this program. Now, what are some examples of this inflationary spiral? Well, speaking to childcare operators in Alberta, I've already heard a number of significant challenges that this government has failed to address. Childcare workers in Alberta can be paid up to around $23 an hour. But due to regulations and these agreements, operators cannot raise their costs by more than 3% annually. Now, according to Statistics Canada, private sector wages rose by over 5% last year. Government regulations are preventing childcare operators from paying their staff even enough to keep up with the rate of inflation. There is also intense competition for childcare workers. School districts can often afford to pay $30 an hour with benefits, and I've been told that schools are even poaching staff from daycares because they're in desperate need of these workers as well. Now, under this government's agreements, daycares have been put at an economic disadvantage in attracting workers, which will lead to a significant loss in daycare capacity, meaning less access to childcare. Now, the proposed solution for this inflation by proponents of even more government intervention in early childcare is, surprise, more inflationary spending. By raising wages even further for childcare workers, the school boards and others will also try to compete by raising their wages even further. And this will result in an inflationary cycle where taxpayers will need to pay much higher taxes as schools and early childhood care centers compete for limited workers. Now, I've also spoken to childhood care operators who have had to pay increased rents and mortgages on their facilities. As everyone knows, mortgages and rental rates have skyrocketed under 8 years of this Liberal government, particularly in the last year. Now, under agreements that this government signed, childcare operators are limited in the costs that they can bill the government towards their rent and mortgage. And since they are mandated to charge families a fixed price for childcare, there is no way for these operators to make up the difference other than by reducing other costs, aka food for children, shutting down their capacity by letting go workers, or shutting down altogether, which we've started to see. The laws of supply and demand mean that this government must either restrict the capacity of daycares or dramatically increase funding beyond what they promised. The first option is unfair. It's going to leave so many families out. And the second option is financially unsustainable. This argument is backed up by research from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which reported in February of last year that the Liberals' plan is not sufficient to meet the demand for childcare. In fact, they estimate that it will fall short in providing spaces for 182,000 children. 182,000 children who are being left behind by this Liberal government with no plan in this legislation to provide their families with an affordable childcare space. Now, what we're talking about here is essentially a more focused application of the wage and price controls implemented under the Anti-Inflation Act passed by former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau in 1975. In seeking to combat the high inflation at the time, the government passed legislation to control increases in prices and wages. The results were economically disastrous, and the policy was rescinded shortly thereafter. Today, the Liberals are trying to implement wage and price controls through their early learning and childhood care agreements. Now, Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman put it better than I ever could by comparing this kind of policy to putting a kettle full of water on a hot stove. When the boiling water begins to push off the kettle lid, the appropriate thing to do is to take the lid off and turn down the heat. Well, what this government is doing is putting a brick on top of the lid and letting the kettle explode. Well, the result is that the pot will explode and this policy will collapse in on itself. It's true for this childcare policy. The Liberals claim that this will reduce the effects of inflation on families, but the reality is that this is only meant to cover up, to mask, to hide the symptoms of inflation while doing nothing to solve the underlying issue of inflation itself. It is not a cure for inflation, because as this government continues to spend more, it will drive up inflation. The cost of this program will continue to rise dramatically in order to maintain the fixed price of $10 a day. Demand from families will build up, and eventually the program will collapse in on itself. Universal access to affordable childcare is the stated goal of this legislation and early learning and childcare agreements. But the current plan fails to meet those objectives. I believe that this plan will lead to a further loss in childcare capacity as operators close down from unsustainable cost increases and the inability to find labor to fill their positions. The result will be a two-tiered daycare system where those who are lucky enough to get their child into a regulated, affordable childcare space will reap the benefits and save tens of thousands of dollars a year, while many families will continue to have to use expensive, unregulated childcare or make arrangements with family. Now, the families that will benefit the most from this system are those with the highest incomes. Research from the OECD indicates that the vast majority of children in regulated childcare come from those with the highest incomes. Children from low-income families are disproportionately underrepresented in childcare spaces. Now, in their efforts to implement an absolute, across-the-board, no matter what your income is, price of $10 a day for all families, the government has failed to take into account the need to provide equity for low-income families. Consequently, the benefits of this Liberal program will disproportionately benefit those with higher incomes who often already have and can afford a regulated childcare space. Ironically, it was the Liberals who ran attacks against Conservatives, claiming that our universal childcare benefit gave benefits to millionaires. The fact is that this Liberal plan benefits those with the highest incomes, including millionaires, far more than it does low-income families. In conclusion, making childcare more affordable is an important economic and political goal. The current plan by these Liberals will fail to do that. It's unacceptable to leave 182,000 children out of this system, and it's unacceptable to put this unacceptable debt burden on Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke at great length about how he is opposed to the particular program that the government has put together, but he fell short from saying that he would actually be voting against it. I'm asking this because we've, after hours of debate on this with Conservatives not committing, we started to hear this afternoon a couple of Conservatives start to commit that they were voting in favor of it. Now, it's obviously quite normal for different people or different members from the same political party to vote differently, but can the member in fact confirm that he will be voting against this particular bill?
Honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
The program is flawed. I've demonstrated how clearly it's flawed. And it's my job as a parliamentarian, as a member of this opposition, to call out this government on the flaws in their legislation, because that is the purpose of our Westminster system of parliament. Opposition parties hold the government accountable in order to get better outcomes for Canadians. And I look forward to seeing this bill at committee. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses. And I look forward to seeing concrete proposals to come forward to make childcare more affordable for families. But the current plan put forward by the Liberals, it has tremendous risk and tremendous challenges, and these Liberals are not being honest with Canadians about those challenges.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough. No. Kawartha. That's what Peterborough Kawartha. Yeah.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for his intervention. It was excellent, and the facts and data are really, really important when you're having this conversation because, quite frankly, it is a very emotional conversation. The welfare of our children is very emotional, and we want our children to have access to the best quality care. And so I really value the facts and data that he has put forth today. And I guess what I would ask him is, what does he see as the one thing we could do, a strong amendment that we could bring forth as Conservatives to better this bill?
Good question.
Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question and for her advocacy on this issue. I think we need to look at the free market and how free market mechanisms can be complemented by limited government intervention to provide more supply when there is a need for demand. There is a huge demand for childcare in this country, even before $10 a day daycare is brought in, even before government subsidies are brought in. How do we create that supply? We need to look at regulations that are preventing people from starting a new childcare operation. We need to look at getting more access to workers, whether they're visas for people working abroad or getting people upgraded on their education here in Canada, so we can increase the pool of available workers who can provide childcare. And I think we need to look at, the inflationary spending of this government and how it's driving up the cost of food, the cost of rents and mortgages, and the cost of labor, and how that's impacting childcare operations across Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. My question is for my colleague. We're talking about provincial jurisdiction once again. Quebec has full jurisdiction. This is for a 5-year period, $6 billion, $30 billion for the next 5 years in total. In the Conservative view, is that amount of money acceptable? Are they in favor of this bill?
Sturgeon River Parkland. Well, as I outlined in my speech, one of my greatest concerns with this legislation is that the government can't actually give us a full estimation on what this program is going to cost. If they're going to provide childcare for those 182,000 families that the PBO has estimated will be left out of this program, how many billions of dollars more will need to be added to this program to maintain that? How has the government projected the cost of inflation from this increased government spending, increased government debt? Have they projected what taxes they're going to have to increase to maintain this program? I'm just very concerned. We haven't been given a straightforward, clear fiscal plan from this government on how they're going to maintain this program. And frankly, I think it's a shame because it's going to be a two-tier system where low-income families are left out in the cold and high-income families disproportionately are going to get the benefits. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased today to be speaking on Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. This bill is one of the most significant pieces of legislation before this Parliament. It is something that I have been working on since I was first elected. It is one of the key issues that I've heard from my constituents. I've spoken with mothers who wanted to return to work after their 12-month parental leave, but they couldn't because they couldn't find affordable childcare. And so they stayed out of the workforce longer than they intended. I also know of families where the mother, who made less money than the father, realized that almost all of her income from working would go to childcare. And then she ended up making the choice to stay out of the workforce, even though that wasn't what she would have preferred. So this legislation is giving families, and in particular women, their choices back to be able to decide when and how they want to re-enter the workforce and they have their families. And we all know that in these kinds of cases, even today, this definitely impacts women more than it impacts men. C-35 is absolutely vital to gender equality. When I chaired the Special Committee on Pay Equity during the 42nd Parliament, we heard over and over again that women earn over the course of their lifetime in Canada about 74 cents for every dollar that men earn over their lifetime. And this is not just because women are paid less. It is also because women are more likely to interrupt their careers for caregiving responsibilities. And then what that does is it results in lower incomes throughout their lifetime, so that when she retires, she ends up getting less pension because it's based on less years worked and lower salary. One of the key recommendations then, and we've heard in this House today, key recommendations for the last 50 plus years, has been that in order to reduce the wage gap between women and men, we need to provide affordable childcare so that women and men can make the choice to stay in the workforce if that is what they want. Le projet de loi C-35.
Bill C-35 will enshrine in law the principles of a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Those principles are access, affordability, inclusivity, and high quality. By putting those principles into law, it will be much harder for any future government to reverse them.
Canadians have already started feeling the impact of the $30 billion federal, provincial, territorial, multilateral early learning and childcare framework. In Ontario, in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean, childcare spaces have seen the fee reduction of 50% at the end of December. This saves families in Ontario, on average, about $6,000 a year. By March 2026, we will reduce fees to $10 a day. In addition to this, we are creating 250,000 new affordable childcare spaces, including 86,000 in Ontario. Mais nous avons vu.
But we've seen in the past that agreements with provinces made by one federal government were simply repealed after a change in government. What this legislation does is enshrine in law the accountability, transparency, and reporting, long-term funding, and a National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare.
Families in Canada and those who are considering starting a family in the future, the assurance that affordable childcare will be available to them in the long term. It also provides predictability and planning to the provinces and territories who know that they can rely on sustained federal funding while fully respecting the constitutional jurisdiction of the provinces. But Mr. Speaker, I've been talking about the importance of childcare to equality and values. What is often overlooked is that it is also a vital economic strategy. During the pandemic, 1.5 million women either lost their jobs or left work to take care of school-aged children at home because of the pandemic. Many of them are still struggling to return to the workforce. At the same time, our economy is now facing a labor shortage. Ensuring that we reduce the barriers to full labor force participation of women, the main barrier of which is the lack of affordable childcare, is key in overcoming our labor shortage and allowing businesses to find the skilled workers that they need in order to grow and to thrive. Countries with high labor force participation of women have higher GDP growth, and therefore access to early learning and childcare is one of the key drivers of economic growth in Canada. Studies have shown that investing in childcare has one of the greatest returns on investment. For every dollar invested in early childhood education, there is a return to our economy of $1.50 to $2.80. We can't afford not to do this. À l'heure où le coût de la vie augmente en raison
At a time when the cost of living is increasing as a result of global inflation and supply chain disruptions due to the pandemic and due to Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, it is even more important to provide relief for Canadians.
La réduction de
Lowering the cost of childcare by thousands of dollars a year will also help significantly for families with children who are struggling to make ends meet. This is just one of our policies regarding affordability. But for families with young children, this policy is significant.
I'd like to talk a little bit also about this principle that is in this law about inclusivity. We want families to have access to early learning and childcare no matter where they live. Bill C-35 builds on the work done with Indigenous peoples who have co-developed the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework, which is culturally appropriate and led by Indigenous peoples. I also know that women with intersecting identities, racialized and newcomer women, those living with disabilities, single parents, and families in lower socioeconomic conditions face even greater challenges in finding good quality, affordable, and reliable childcare. This legislation enshrines the principle of inclusivity into law. I hope that in the future we will elaborate this so that we can provide more supports to parents of children with special needs, to those working shift work or in precarious employment, and to others who face additional barriers. I would also point out that many childcare workers themselves are women. This legislation will have the additional benefit of providing long-term funding and increasing the number of regulated childcare spaces, creating more secure and higher employment for those in this industry. I am also very proud to say that my mom was a kindergarten teacher. I grew up in a house where I was given all of the benefits of creativity, stimulation, and learning from the very earliest age. But not all children are lucky enough to have a mother who's a Montessori teacher. That is why we are calling it early learning and childcare. It is not just babysitting. This is a program that is designed to give children the best possible start in life. Monsieur le Président, nous savons.
Mr. Speaker, we know that childcare has traditionally been done disproportionately by women. However, I'm hoping that this legislation and changing social norms will actually help to create a more equal sharing of caregiving responsibilities between men and between women.
I know that Bill C-35 is not the complete solution. It does not address caregiving responsibilities that many people, especially daughters, face for aging parents, or responsibility for caregiving for adult children with disabilities. I hope that this legislation is only the beginning of a wider social dialogue about what we value as a society. Caregiving has too long been invisible work done primarily by women in the unpaid economy. Our society has pushed the burden of caregiving from society onto the individual, and in particular onto women's unpaid care work. But the pandemic has made visible many of the divisions and pressures in our society, And I hope that it is allowing us to challenge the status quo of what we consider to be valuable work, and to realize that community is important when raising families. While Bill C-35 is an important first step, we need to ensure that we continue working to build a more equal and more prosperous Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from the other side for her intervention this afternoon. I posed the question this morning to one of her colleagues and didn't get an answer back, so I'll pose it to her this afternoon, and hopefully they've had time to provide an answer. But they speak about a national daycare program. A national program should look after all citizens looking for childcare. But I ask the question, how does this program assist those that do shift work? Say a single parent nurse that works the night shift at the hospital, or a baker in the coffee shop that has to start at 3 a.m. in the morning, or the resident in a rural area where there is no formal daycare. How does this program assist those people needing daycare?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for that question. And I think my colleague will recall that in my speech, I did address the fact that this is a bill that isn't going to necessarily solve forever every single complex problem about caregiving in our society. What I hope it is that this is going to, first of all, it's going to have an enormous impact on many, many families in this member's constituency as well as in mine. But we do need to rethink about caregiving in our society. We need to look at what we value in our society in terms of work and come up with very productive solutions to those exact kind of problems about people in precarious work, about people in shift work, about people who are raising children with special needs. These are all things. And also I mentioned those that are caring for aging parents, because this is an equal burden that falls primarily as well on women in our society. I hope that member will work with us in this Parliament to make sure that we continue to address those difficult questions, and I look forward to working with him and others to make sure that we do address all the issues and all the needs of Canadians and Canadian families. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan-West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech, and I'm glad that she brought up the topic of the effect that this would have on the labor force. And, you know, many businesses in my riding and across the country, businesses are looking for workers. And in my riding in particular, and in many others, they can't find workers because there's no place for new workers to live. There's, you know, the housing crisis has made it very difficult for them. And one of the obvious solutions to that is to provide a better, more inclusive, more affordable, more accessible daycare system that will allow people to get back in the workforce, people who already have a place to live, but who can then help these businesses move on and succeed in today's world.
Terry.
Thank you, and I very much thank my honourable colleague for raising that issue, because this is very much an economic policy as well. And the fact is, I have had the same thing. Businesses in my riding have told me that they're struggling because, and some of them that are nearing retirement are saying they're just going to close the doors because they can't find people to work in their business. And this is one of the greatest ways that we can make sure that women who want to be in the workforce but who have the barrier because of childcare are able to contribute fully, are able to participate fully. So as I mentioned, it's up to $2.80 back in our economy for every dollar we invest in childcare. So I agree 100% that, like I said, we can't afford not to do this. It's an equality issue, but it's also an economic issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Ottawa West Nepean for focusing so clearly on the issues of early learning and childcare. The high-quality benefits of early learning and childcare are, in terms of the literature on childhood development, point to very clear advantages. And as she's worked on this issue for a while, I wonder if you would perhaps contrast what a program that's solely about somebody to look after your kids somewhere, and of course this program doesn't require that someone who's lucky enough to have a grandparent who provides whatever kinds of support a mom or a dad needs. So those programs are, that ability is not precluded by having access at a parent's choice to early learning and childcare with the priority being, as I see in this legislation, on high quality. Brings to mind my concerns about how much childcare workers are going to be paid, but the difference is important. I wonder if the honourable member would comment on that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you very much, and I very much appreciate the comment from my friend and colleague about that. And I didn't realize until I was grown how special it was that I had a Montessori teacher as a mother, because we did get that very quality kind of engagement. And that's why I said this isn't just about babysitting. This isn't just about making sure that children have someone to look after them. It is about the formation, the development, sparking that creativity, the learning, making sure that by the time they get to grade 1, they already have the socialization and the ability to be able to absorb and learn information. And I very much appreciate the part about creativity, because that was something that I had at a very early age, and I want every child in Canada to be able to access that same kind of childhood. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2022 marked 25 years of Quebec's family policy. On January 23, 1997, at the initiative of the Parti québécois, our former Premier, Pauline Marois, then Minister of Education, unveiled her family policy for Quebec. This family policy was part of a context in which Quebec had evolved significantly. At the time, there was an increase in the number of single-parent and blended families, a greater presence of women on the labor market, and a worrying rise in job insecurity. Quebec's family policy had 3 fundamental principles: introducing a unified child allowance, developing early childhood education services at reasonable cost, and introducing a parental insurance plan to adequately replace income during maternity and parental leave. In other words, this policy has allowed thousands of Quebecers to return to school, and that was the case of my spouse when our first child was born, to benefit from a better work-family balance. That was the case when my second child was born, and to obtain better family or maternity leave, which was the case with my third child. So we really benefited as a family from these programs, which are of course progressive in Quebec. The plan had 3 goals: to ensure equity through universal family support and increase assistance to low-income families, to facilitate the reconciliation of parental and professional responsibilities, to promote child development and equal opportunity. An avant-garde policy just like Quebec. It's in the same vein that on December 8, 2022, the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development of Canada tabled Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and child care in Canada. Mr. Speaker, you know, when the time comes, I can say when a bill is full of goodwill and good principles. It's just too bad that these fine principles are the result of the federal power to spend. Is it just me, or did the federal government not present this bill in the right parliament? Because I have the impression that we are once again plunged into good old federal interference in provincial matters. Let me explain. If passed, Bill C-35 would enshrine in legislation the Liberal government's commitment to long-term program funding for provinces and Indigenous communities, as well as the principles that must guide this federal funding. The idea is to make it more difficult for a future government to dismantle the program. This bill is a bit ambiguous. On the one hand, it does not respect the division of powers provided for in their Constitution. The Constitution clearly states that education and family policy are not the responsibility of the federal parliament. I would remind the federal government, because they tend to forget that. On the other hand, it excludes Quebec from this federalization of family policy for the next 5 years, with compensation. Okay. I won't hide anything from you. The Bloc Québécois is very happy with that second part. It's just a shame that it took them 25 years, Mr. Speaker, to learn from Quebec's example. But it won't be the first time that the federal government drags its feet on an issue. Think about that, and if ever Canada wants to follow Quebec's lead in other areas, like the environment and energy production, well, it certainly wouldn't hurt. Because let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, Quebec has always been ahead of the curve in almost every area compared to Canada. When it comes to childcare services, Quebec is a pioneer, not only in North America, but in the world, Mr. Speaker. Quebec is a pioneer and a success story. In its preamble, Bill C-35 outlines the benefits of early learning and childcare on the development of children, the well-being of children and families, gender equality, women's rights, economic participation, and prosperity for women. Was I surprised when I read that, Mr. Speaker? Of course not, because as I said earlier, this network was created on January 23, 1997, by Pauline Marois, who was then Minister of Education in the Quebec government, from non-profit daycares and family daycare agencies. Based on the recommendations of the report called A Quebec That's Crazy About Its Kids, which highlighted the need for stimulation of young children, especially those from more vulnerable families, the network called for access to childcare for all. In Quebec, early learning and childcare services have a triple mission: to ensure the well-being, health, and safety of the children in their care, to provide a living environment that stimulates all aspects of their development from birth to school age, and finally, to prevent the later appearance of learning, behavioral, or social difficulties. This childcare network has also greatly contributed to making the labor market more accessible to women by encouraging in a single year, nearly 70,000 mothers to take up employment. That's huge. That was in 1997. Mr. Speaker, I won't surprise anyone in this House by saying that there are many things that make me proud to be a Quebecer, and this is one of them. I can name you another one: the fact that Quebec is always one step ahead of Canada in many areas. But now, by taking examples from Quebec, I'm wondering if Canada will not soon have its own law on secularism. Mr. Speaker, it will come one day. When it realizes that all of Quebec's policies are bearing fruit, maybe Canada will stop dragging its feet too, and its departments will do the same. I won't talk about the Department of Immigration because there would be too much to say and I might run out of time. But in any case, what I can tell you is that in Quebec, we have a lot of good ideas. And even today, we have the proof. Even the Minister of Families is telling us so, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll stop there. I think some people might be a little uncomfortable in the House. But as you know, I like to throw digs at my colleagues from other parties because there are always ways to have fun while working. But through all this, we must never forget for whom we are working. I've said a number of times, as elected officials, we are working for our people, for the people who have put their trust in us, for the citizens who are also workers and mothers and fathers. So in that sense, I'd be hard-pressed to tell the Liberals that Bill C-35 is not a good bill. Mr. Speaker, I like their bill even though it interferes in provincial jurisdiction because we've obtained compensation for Quebec without conditions. And perhaps that could be an idea. I'm just throwing this out there. Perhaps they could take up what was done with Bill C-35 for health transfers. For childcare services, it's possible to give Quebec money without conditions. But when it's time for health, they don't want to do that. They want to impose conditions. For the Liberals, are children less important than the health of the population? I wouldn't go that far, Mr. Speaker. It's just that I like the bill, but I'd like it even more. It's just that I liked it even more when the Parti Québécois introduced it in the late 1990s. When our first child was born, my spouse and I were 23. My spouse was in university. This allowed her to finish her undergraduate degree. And then we were 26 when our second child was born, and it allowed us to succeed in buying a house, to become homeowners, because that legislation was in place in Quebec. And our third child, Simone, we were 31, and we were fortunate to be able to share parental leave and to have early childhood education centers. So I'm going to end by saying that I support this bill, even though there's interference from the federal government. It's a good bill for the Canadian provinces, children, and their parents. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to tell Pauline Marois that the Liberals and the House of Commons, this government, and all MPs in this House are saying thank you, Ms. Marois.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Merci. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I wish this bill passed when my kids, Kyle and Cassidy, were younger. It would have provided my husband and I with a lot of relief for our mortgage and bills as well. What this bill will do is enable more parents like those today to make the choice to enter the workforce for the first time, or in some cases go back to work as well. And studies have shown that for every dollar invested in early childhood education, their broader economy receives between $1.50 and $2.80 in return. Therefore, can my honourable colleague agree that this bill will have a significant improvement in our economy?
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, of course it will have a significant impact on the Canadian economy, but especially on the well-being of families. And I think my colleague said it. She would have liked to have access to this type of service. Life would have been much easier if the governments of other Canadian provinces had taken Quebec's lead 25 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, 25 years. We were so fortunate in Quebec compared to the rest of Canada because we dared to put in place legislation that was progressive. And once again, I urge my colleagues to look at Quebec for progressive policies, especially for Bill 21 on secularism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Merci, ma présidente.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's difficult for me because I understand why the member from Quebec doesn't like every aspect of this bill. But I'm an Albertan MP, and to me, with a Conservative government, it's very, very important. So I would ask the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, can he understand why I want conditions to be attached for the government of Alberta, in particular for linguistic matters? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'm not sure I understood. The end of the question, I'm not sure I understood it. But one thing is for sure. Quebec did not sign the Constitution. Now you're going to see a sovereigntist defend the Canadian Constitution. That won't happen often, Mr. Speaker. But the Canadian Constitution is clear in terms of jurisdiction. And unfortunately, it's always the Bloc that has to ensure that the Liberals understand their own Constitution. They're not able to realize that the Canadian Constitution defined separate jurisdictions. They always have to interfere in that jurisdiction for the provinces because they don't like the provincial governments that are in place. I'll tell you one thing. I understand what my colleague is saying about the government in place in Alberta at the provincial level, but then the work must be done at the provincial level and respecting the Canadian Constitution. If you don't want to respect the Canadian Constitution, you know what? We just need to open it, Mr. Speaker, and then you'll see that Quebecers will suddenly be interested in talking about the Constitution.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for I'm having a block today. Kawartha, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech and intervention. My question would be around the Quebec model, and we've heard a lot about it today and the success that it has had. But, you know, everything needs improvement, and there is an opportunity here to sort of learn from the data that's been accumulated over the years in Quebec and what could be done to improve it. What short-sightings happened in Quebec that he thinks we could do on a federal level to improve legislation to make affordable quality childcare accessible to all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. If I understand the question correctly, Mr. Speaker, what can we do at the federal level to improve services that are under provincial jurisdiction? Well, Mr. Speaker, this isn't very fun as an answer, but what happens at the provincial level is provincial jurisdiction and needs to be dealt with at the provincial parliaments and the National Assembly of Quebec and the parliaments of other provinces. The federal government has no place interfering in services provided by the provinces to their residents because that falls under those provinces. And that's what we say over and over and over again here. Whenever we come here, we know that we're going to have to talk about jurisdiction. We're always discouraged because it seems that the message doesn't get through. It goes in one ear and it's out the other. Jurisdiction must be respected. And I hope that one day, I hope there will no longer be federal jurisdiction because Quebec will be a country.
Prise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is always, of course, a great pleasure to stand in this place and represent the members of Edmonton Strathcona. It's my first time standing this session, so I did want to wish everyone a little bit of a late Happy New Year's and welcome back to the House of Commons. I'm quite delighted that I get an opportunity to stand up today and contribute to this debate. I think it is one of the most fundamental pieces of legislation that we can be looking at. You know, providing a affordable, accessible, high-quality childcare for families across this country is so important. It's so very, very important. You know, many people here have stood, they've talked about their own personal experiences. I am a mother. I have two children, McLean and Kelty, and they're perfect, as all our children are. They're 13, they're not. They're 15 now and 17. And so they no longer actually need childcare. So perhaps I will have even more to say when the debate is on post-secondary tuition. But I will say that I remember the challenges of trying to find childcare, trying to ensure that the childcare that we found was adequate. You know, we were so lucky that we found spots for our children at Fulton Child Care Centre in Edmonton Strathcona. Fabulous staff that worked incredibly hard to provide a learning environment for my children, and we were very, very lucky. But well before I was involved in politics, I recognized the challenges that faced families and disproportionately faced women as they looked for childcare spaces. You know, one of the childcare centers that I actually applied for my children when they were young, I got a message, a phone message when they were 8 to tell me that there was a space available. That's how long the waiting list had been for that childcare center. So of course, we need to make sure that childcare is accessible. And this is such an important piece of work for this Parliament to do. And I have to say that we have to look back over the 50 years, the 52 years since the 1970s Royal Commission on the Status of Women, to look at how long people have been fighting for childcare in this country. You know, we need to take time today to acknowledge those advocates that worked tirelessly to ensure that this became a reality. We have to look at the labor movement. You know, the champions like those within the CLC, those within the Canadian Union of Public Employees, the Alberta Federation of Labour. So many of our labour movements have been calling for childcare for a very, very long time. And of course, I also want to thank those leaders within the New Democratic Party, because we, as New Democrats, have also been calling for childcare for decades. You know, Ed Broadbent was one of the very first members of Parliament to bring this forward. Jack Layton spoke extensively on the need for childcare and how it would fundamentally change the lives of families, particularly women across this country. Even more recently, Lindsay Matheson and Olivia Chow both brought forward legislation. The member for London Fanshawe and Olivia Chow both brought forward legislation in the 40th and the 41st Parliaments to bring forward childcare. So you know, this legislation is built on the very extraordinary and hard work that's been done by advocates across the country, within the NDP and throughout. And I will say, this was a recommendation in the 1970 Royal Commission on the Status of Women. So it should never have taken so long to make this law. It should not have taken a pandemic. It should not have taken the corporate sector to say that there would be no recovery from COVID without childcare. We should have been able to hear that what was so important and why this was so important for gender equality much sooner than this. And I want to just talk a little bit about the Alberta context as well, as if I could. So, you know, listening to some of the information coming from the Centre for Policy Alternatives, childcare costs before the $10 a day childcare. In Edmonton, the median monthly child care fee for preschool-aged children was $925, while the median monthly fee for infants was $1,050 a month. And for toddlers, it was $950. Now, that's important to keep in mind because in my riding of Edmonton-Strathcona, parents were paying, on average, over $1,000 a month. And then the UCP in our province decided to cut what Rachel Notley had put in place, a program that had reduced child poverty in half, the $25 child care. That was cut, that pilot program. And so in Alberta, we have a desperate need for childcare. We have a desperate need for investment in childcare. In fact, I'm going to read you a very important quote from Bradley LaFortune. He's from Public Interest Alberta. This is a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-generational chance to make a massive difference in the lives of so many Albertan citizens. We need to work together to ensure that this agreement is a step towards a universal system of childcare that works for everyone. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have quite as much time to tell you all of the ways that I think this is going to impact women and girls across this country, women and families across this country. I will say that we will work within committee. I know that our party is very interested in improving the reporting and accountability, improving the working conditions for workers, making sure that there is a workforce strategy to make sure that we do have enough people that can take that spot. There is a lot of work we can do, and I don't think this legislation is perfect, but I am so happy that it has come forward. I'm so happy that we are going to have a universal child care program in this country. It's vitally important, and it's very overdue. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention today. She talked a bit about Jack Layton and the NDP and the words that they spoke about childcare, and I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that Ken Dryden, former minister, actually had a deal in place with the provinces and territories. It was a deal, a signed deal, ready to go. And it was indeed the NDP who took us into an election and as a result scuttled that whole deal. Stephen Harper ripped it up, got rid of it. I'm wondering if she can reflect on where this country may be today had the NDP not forced that election 15 years ago. How much further ahead would this child care program be had it had 15 years of history by this point?
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like him to also think about just how far social programs could have gone in this country if an NDP government had been in place. Because, of course, this government has been in place for 7.5 years, so one would think they would be able to put that in place. But I would also like to raise just a thought. When I've spoken to folks like Cindy Blackstock, they've mentioned that that agreement was, in fact, fully insufficient to bringing forward child care for Indigenous children across this country. So even then, they had a lot of work to do, and certainly they've had ample time to deal with it since then. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member across the way for her speech, and as a mom, sharing her thoughts about this. As I've mentioned a few times, as the critic to this file, it's a very emotional file, right? We all want this access to quality, affordable care. It's very challenging to do this. I'm wondering if the member opposite is open to amendments that ensure that people who are most vulnerable get priority. Right now, the way that it's written, it's creating two-tiered childcare in that people who are wealthy are getting access or priority before vulnerable families. And I'm wondering if she's open to that amendment.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, of course, I'm not at the committee, so as the committee works through that, I know that our critics will be working very, very hard to make this a stronger piece of legislation. And I think one of the things that every one of us in this House is looking for is a way to make sure that every family, every parent, particularly every woman across this country, has access to good quality universal child care. So all the things that will make that happen more, I'm supportive of.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Timiskaming, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. Obviously, childcare and early childhood education and all that, it's very important both for children in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. And the advantages go to children's development and so on, but it's the province's role, really. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what does she think about respect for the provinces with this approach?
Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for that question. It was something that I tried to ask one of her colleagues in my very clunky French, so I understand why it maybe wasn't understood adequately. I actually do believe that there is a role for the federal government to have strings attached to ensure that there is equitable quality of care across the country. A thing that I think she might be particularly interested in is I think there should be linguistic ties to our child care agreements. I think that we have a charter obligation to ensure that French child care is available across the country, including in Alberta, that is something that is possible. 15% of my population are Francophone, and they have every right to have child care in French. So I think there should be some strings attached to the funding coming from the federal government to the provinces for things like that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, prise de débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and child care in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 1st, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the chamber, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It's now 5:30. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-291,
an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse and exploitation material, standing in the name of Mr. Arnold.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly an honour to rise today, this evening, to speak to and express my support for this very, very important bill. This bill was brought by the member of North Okanagan-Shuswap. Bill C-291 is an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, namely the child sex abuse material. Madam Speaker, I will underscore the words that words do indeed matter. Definitions matter, and language matters. That is why we as elected officials, and that is why the staff who work in this House of Commons, why the legislative drafters who write the technical text in legislation, why hours upon hours, days upon days are spent refining and crafting the language. Once a bill becomes law, it sets the parameters and the boundaries of behavior within a free and democratic society. Bill C-291 is a very important bill that will ensure that there is no confusion around what child pornography actually is. It is child abuse, Madam Speaker. As a former litigator, I am proud to see this common sense and important change that is being proposed. As a mother, I'm encouraged to see this House take action to protect and fight for our children and fight for our country's most precious gift, our children. Changing the term child pornography in our federal laws to child sexual abuse and exploitation is not just semantics. If we understand the power of our words, especially when codified, then we know that this change will affect how we see and categorize this evil perpetrated against our children, and how we must all unite and fight against it. This change will increase clarity, the understanding, and the precision in our legislative and legal framework. It will recognize that when pornography involves children, make no mistake, it is not pornography, it is sexual abuse material. As Judge Kordabash said in a decision on this subject, these are not actors, it is not consensual. These are images and videos of child sexual abuse. This kind of material is abhorrent. It cannot be consensual. These images are serious and they cause lifelong damage and trauma to children. And therefore, we must fight it with every tool that we have at our disposal in society. Without clarity and precision in our laws and in the criminal code, there is confusion. And in this case, as Judge Kordabash said, the current phrase child pornography actually dilutes the true meaning of what these images and videos represent. This change will recognize that children are victimized by such material. As have been mentioned earlier, here in Canada, the age of consent for sexual activity is 16. There is no legal basis for a child to consent to participate in such material. And this, absent of consent, constitutes abuse and exploitation. Around the world, we have been seeing similar initiatives to make this clear distinction. Child advocacy groups in the United States, like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, as well as in 2016, the Luxembourg Guidelines put forward 18 international partners, and they have sought to harmonize the terms and definitions that relate to child abuse and protection. We need to see more decisive action from this government to bring perpetrators of sexual violence to book. We need laws that will prosecute the broadcasting of sexual abuse and violence materials. We need laws that will make it clear that it is a crime to sexually exploit children. This is one small but very significant step forward in protecting vulnerable boys and girls in Canada. Once again, I want to commend and thank the member from North Okanagan Shuswap on his excellent work. I also want to thank the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for his work on this bill also. I believe this bill reflects the collective strength of this united House, and that we will stand together in denouncing child abuse and to strengthen the laws to protect children from all forms of abuse. I believe that this bill will save lives. It is my honor to publicly support and vote for this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First off, I'm taking the floor today to speak to this bill. Some legislation is more important than others, but this bill would change the terminology from child pornography to child sexual abuse material. Sometimes words are very important. And this bill would make no other change than to swap out the term child pornography for child sexual abuse material and has no other real legal consequences. I would say right off that the Bloc is in favor of this bill, even if it has no legal consequences. It certainly causes us to think about the importance of terminology. And the sponsor of the bill had the goal of making a connection between child pornography and sexual abuse. C-291 explicitly states that this offense can be nothing other than a crime involving the sexual abuse of a child. We understand and support the principle, and I will continue by specifying how important the terms used, how important these terms are, to give some details to further details to this bill, to flesh it out a bit and talk about the importance of training judges and broadening the scope of cyber crime. The term pornography is often trivialized, and it's not obvious that pornography is a form of violence. And for some feminist thinkers, it is, by definition, violent, and pornography tends to fuel rape culture. One thing is clear, pornography in itself is not a criminal offense, except, of course, for the exceptions we already know about, including child pornography. In other cases, it's hard to draw a clear and consensual line between the erotic, the obscene, pornography, and violence. Everything depends on the consent of the participants, which is sometimes impossible to establish or even obtain. In the case of children, the acts are fairly well defined by the criminal code, so I'll spare you the trouble of reading it. But it's understandable that using a term that has no criminal connotation or even a negative connotation to describe such heinous acts can be shocking. So that's the principle behind C-291, to call things what they are. And it could make a difference to call out this abuse. It may not seem like a big deal, but a victim of child pornography does not have the same connotation as a victim of child sexual abuse. The person accused of possessing child pornography will not be accused of sexual assault. However, they are indirectly involved in it by not reporting it and by taking advantage of the situation themselves to deliberately indulge their deviant urges. Most of the time, the victim isn't mentioned in child pornography cases, except to say that the child was indeed a child. When we talked about child abuse material, we're doing two things. We're naming the abuse that the child is suffering, and we're also calling the accused a pedophile. These are much heavier words, even though they refer to the same thing. We're putting things in perspective. There's a victim of abuse in a crime involving child pornography, and there is an aggressor, the pedophile. In many types of crime, there are often gray areas, extenuating circumstances, possible questions about the level of guilt, participation, and consent of the victim. In the case of child abuse, however, everything is clear, and we must call a spade a spade. In addition, the term is already used by some groups, including the Canadian Centre for Child Protection and Canada's National Tip Line for reporting the online sexual exploitation of children. Children are disproportionately victimized by sexual offenses and are particularly vulnerable. In Quebec, the majority, 54.4% of sexual assault victims, are adults. The number of victims under the age of 18 is increasing more than that of adult victims, with annual increases of 9.5% and 4.3% respectively. The victims of other sexual offenses are also almost exclusively minors, 90.8%. It's huge. These other sexual offenses include sexual touching, invitation to sexual touching, luring, and non-consensual publication of intimate images. Only in the publication of these data can it be understood that victims or their relatives feel that these situations are trivialized. As soon as it's not a direct, serious sexual assault, the offenses are categorized as other offenses. In reality, however, the possession of child pornography often involves a sexual assault, which has also been documented. According to the Quebec Public Safety Ministry, there's been an increase in this type of crime. Sexual contact and luring show moderate rate increases, 6 and 9% respectively, incest 4.3% higher, and non-consensual publication of intimate images 7.4% up, while incitement to sexual contact has gone up by 1.4%, so it's relatively stable. Any sexual act or activity should be performed or carried out when there is free and informed consent of the participants. This whole notion of consent is essential. That is, it's based on the idea that the person is capable of making a decision and understands its implications and consequences. In Canada, the age of consent for sexual activity is 16. However, in the case of any minor, including 16 to 17-year-olds, a young person cannot legally consent if a sexual partner is in a position of authority, the young person is dependent or his or her sexual partner to provide for him or her, so the person has nowhere else to go, and so on. If the relationship is exploitative, where from the age of 12 onwards there are exceptions for close in age, a 12 to 13-year-old can consent to a sexual activity if the partner is less than 2 years older. A 14 to 15-year-old can consent to sexual activity if the partner is less than 5 years older. So even if one of the partners is of age, like a couple where one's age 15 and the other 19, he or she can have consensual sexual contact with a minor as long as the age proximity is respected. Conversely, in a situation where one of the partners is of age, the young person cannot legally consent to sexual activity, and the act becomes a sexual offense, even with the consent of the young person's parents. Under the age of 12, no consent is therefore possible. It's interesting to note that during the committee work, the clause by clause took about 30 minutes. This is a fairly consensual bill, despite the number of amendments. In fact, most of the amendments came from the government. There was absolutely no debate on the content of the bill, and all the amendments proposed by the government, 15 in all, were adopted unanimously. So a lot of work was done, and G1 to G12 essentially sought to add the notion of exploitation to the term child sexual abuse material in order to make it clear that any possession of such material implies exploitation of a child. Obviously, this too was passed. And secondly, not all judges have the appropriate knowledge to deal with sexual assault cases or cases involving certain groups. Their training is important, Madam Speaker. The case of Judge Jean-Paul Braun is a striking example when he said aloud during a trial that the victim, who was a minor at the time of the assault, had a pretty face, that she must have felt flattered to attract the attention of a mature man. An Alberta judge was kicked off the bench after making what were deemed sexist and racist comments about Indigenous people, abused women, and victims of sexual assault. An acquittal was overturned because the judge who found him not guilty on child sex abuse charges used stereotypical language. The judge felt that since no one noticed anything about the assaults, and the girl who was between 6 and 12 when the assaults took place, was not credible. The judge considered the child's testimony to be non-transparent, unreliable, insincere, and non-credible. Forcing all judges to undergo training on sexual assault issues and social context would help to dispel some of the stereotypes and myths that influence judges' decisions and their attitudes toward victims. Fortunately, a bill, C3, that requires the Canadian Judicial Council to ensure that judges appointed to the various courts in the federal jurisdiction have the tools to better hear sexual assault cases, as championed by my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. And on the third go-round, this bill was finally passed unanimously by all members here, but passed on division in the Senate and finally got royal assent on May 6, 2021. That was an important bill, Madam Speaker. Thirdly, the whole issue of cybercrime is also of concern. I was able to talk to a professor from the University of Sherbrooke who studies this issue, Hugo Loiseau, and the definition, cybercrime is a criminal offense that can be committed on or through a computer system generally connected to a network. The offenses generally fall into the following categories: offenses against the confidentiality, authenticity, integrity, and availability of data and computer systems. In conclusion, the all-party group on modern slavery and human trafficking, at that group, we are following this issue closely and considering what recommendations we could make to the government for action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member North Okanagan-Shuswap has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, it's an honor to rise in this House as the representative of the great people of the North Okanagan-Shuswap as I make some final comments on Bill C-291. 291 is a bill that proposes to change the term in the criminal code from child pornography to child sexual abuse and exploitation material. I would like to acknowledge and again thank my colleague, the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, who drafted this bill.
Way to go.
After recognizing the need for criminal code amendments that this bill proposes. I also acknowledge members from all parties who have made meaningful contributions to the debate and development of this bill, both in this chamber and at committee stage. Committee review of the bill strengthened it by adding the word "and exploitation" to the original bill to the proposed new term, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Justice for their collaboration and continuation on this important initiative. Expressions of support and collaboration from all sides reflect that this bill is a step in the right direction, a step that must be followed by more steps. Additional steps towards strengthening the criminal code and other federal laws to increase protection of children. Additional steps to increase capacities of those entrusted with enforcing and prosecuting offenses. And additional steps to support healing and recovery of those victimized by child sexual abuse and exploitation. I want to thank the people that have approached me in the North Okanagan-Shuswap, on the streets and at events, to express their support and appreciation for this bill. The spontaneous face-to-face support from constituents is always reassuring that you are moving in the right direction. I also thank all of the Canadians who supported the bill by signing petition E4154, initiated by Rachel Enns back home in Vernon. And I would especially like to acknowledge and thank the organizations that have expressed support for this bill.
organizations that work every day to fight child sexual abuse and exploitation. I look forward to the vote on Bill C-291, and I hope all members supporting this important bill to move it forward and send it to the other place towards completion so that it will establish the proposed changes in Canada's criminal code. Thank you all.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Caputo, move that Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse and exploitation material, be now read a third time and do passed. Si un député d'un parti reconnu...
If a member of the recognized party present in the House would like there to be a recorded division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 1st, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are going through tough financial times. We see higher interest rates, inflation, high food costs, and soaring housing prices. This all leads to a very shaky and uncertain future for many Canadians. And yet on top of this, the government is proceeding with a series of taxes on fuel at a time when many households are just trying to heat their homes. If the clean fuel standard led to just a $30 monthly increase for Canadians, what harm would it cause? Plenty, Madam Speaker. According to the Daily Bread Food Bank, a $30 per month increase in rent in Toronto would lead to 73,776 more food bank visits annually. It would also cause 375,512 more visits annually across Ontario. 375,512. Madam Speaker, that's equivalent to everyone in Spadina, Fort York, in my riding, and 2 other of my Toronto colleagues, of the parliamentary secretary's colleagues. How disconnected from the economic realities of Canadians is this federal government? The clean fuel standard adds $1,277 annually to energy costs. It also doesn't stop at creating higher prices for gasoline, diesel, or home heating fuel. It's added at every component in production processes. For example, it's added to the cost of nitrogen that's purchased by farmers to grow food we all eat, to trucks transporting food to the grocery store, and to the selling of food to consumers. So even if you don't drive, you still eat, and the clean fuel standard will drive up those costs. These associated costs contribute to higher prices at the grocery store, but also to inflation, and everyone is struggling with inflation. Madam Speaker, what we have is, on the one hand, the Bank of Canada trying to wrestle inflation to the ground by raising interest rates. And on the other, we have this government trying to pile drive Canadians into the ground by raising taxes. What a tag team of indifference to economic hardships that abound. The government has refused my request to delay implementing the clean fuel standard until the Canadian economy no longer faces a looming recession, to a time when Canadians have some breathing room. And the government has found realistic answers on how to get the country back on some semblance of sound financial footing. Moreover, to add insult to growing food bank visitations, the lack of environmental benefit from the clean fuel standard is appalling. The only thing that's being cleaned is what little money is left in the pocketbooks of Canadians. Madam Speaker, in light of the fact that the clean fuel standard would actually increase net emissions What environmental catastrophe would occur if we delayed the implementation of the Clean Fuel Standard by 6 months? Or is this just another way for the government to pay for the wanton overspending off the backs of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Spadina, Fort York, for his question today. And Madam Speaker, I'll be presenting a starkly different view than the honourable member. Madam Speaker, the Clean Fuel Regulations, CFR, are critical to meeting Canada's 2030 climate targets and laying the foundation to a net zero economy in 2050. The CFR will deliver up to 26 megatons of GHG emission reductions in 2030. This is a significant contribution to Canada's climate change goals, equal to removing about 2 weeks of annual greenhouse gas emissions from the entire Canadian economy. The CFR will do more than reduce emissions. The regulations have been designed to work in conjunction with the Government of Canada's $1.5 billion Clean Fuels Fund. Together, these measures will drive innovation and send a clear market signal for investors and industry to bring more clean technologies and low-carbon fuels, such as biofuels and hydrogen, to market to help decarbonize the economy. The refinery in Come-by-Chance, Newfoundland, has recently been retrofitted by Brea Renewable Fuels to produce renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. This is an example of the type of new investments in Canada's transition to a net zero economy supported by the CFR. The CFR will reduce emissions across the life cycle of fossil fuels, similar to the approaches that already exist in British Columbia, California, and Oregon. These jurisdictions have benefited enormously from the expansion of clean technology industries as a result of these regulations. Working in tandem with carbon pricing, Madam Speaker, the clean fuel regulations will also help diversify energy choices and promote faster adoption of zero-emission vehicles by incentivizing the deployment of vehicle charging infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, what my honourable colleague doesn't mention is, in order to comply with this regulation, U.S. imported ethanol will have to be used, which has a greater carbon intensity than gasoline. Madam Speaker, shame on this government, smoke and mirrors. Shame on them for resorting to sham taxes to bankroll its overspending, to shore up their lack of prudent economic action, and for raising taxes to pay for things that are questionable to the protection of Canadians during difficult times. Shame as well, Madam Speaker, on the NDP for propping up this government till they managed to get a few dollars to undertake precision Rolex-type election without having to get a high-interest bank loan to compete in it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Answer this one, Terry. Not off your notes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to bring some order. We are doing late shows. There's no opportunity for questions and comments other than the person who is bringing forward the question that they had raised during Parliament, during question period. So I would ask members to please ensure that they don't participate during this debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for that. Good talking to from my honourable colleague from the NB Committee, who I enjoy working with. Madam Speaker, I would just in closing say that impacts from the CFR on the cost of fuel for transportation will be gradual and won't occur for several years. In 2030, Canadians who drive gasoline-powered vehicles may see between 6 cents to 13 cents per litre of an increase in the cost of gasoline. Any increases in fuel prices will be partially offset as new vehicles sold in Canada are required to become more fuel efficient every year, and as more zero-emission vehicles that do not use any gasoline enter the market. The federal government is moving to increase the availability and the affordability of zero-emission vehicles. As you know, Madam Speaker, the government is also investing in charging infrastructure across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to discuss an issue that Canadians are very concerned about, and that, of course, is the cost of living. Life seems so unaffordable for so many these days. We have folks lining up at food banks in record numbers. A third of those users are children, which works out to about 500,000 children using food banks in a single month. People telling us that they can't afford to heat their homes. And people skipping meals and reducing their grocery orders because they can't afford to feed their families. And that's the backdrop to what took place and started on January 1st. That's a year of tax increases from this Liberal government. We have the payroll taxes that went up on January 1st. Workers and employers paying more. We know that as the Liberals continue their march to triple the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating, the carbon tax is going up on April 1st. And then we have what will affect especially our restaurant industry, our hospitality sector, the alcohol escalator tax that's going to go up this year as well. Rising costs of living and rising taxes under this Liberal government. After 8 years under this Prime Minister, Canadians are getting less and they're paying more. And they're looking to elected representatives from across this country for some relief. And we've proposed to the government straightforward steps that they can take, and I hope that they take note of these as we prepare for their presentation of the budget in a few weeks. If you're introducing new spending, you need to find new savings. Well, where are we going to find those savings? Well, we could start with the 50 times increase in consulting fees. That's one spot. The McKinsey company receiving more than $100 million. We don't know exactly how much, but more than $100 million in contracts from this government. And what's the virtue that they bring? Certainly not their ethics or international reputation, because they prove to be a drag on that for Canada. Madam Speaker, at a time when so many Canadians are hurting, it's so important that the government pay close attention to what Canadians are looking for: relief. Let's stop the tax increases and not introduce any new taxes, and for any spending that they plan, to make sure that they find savings to match. Madam Speaker, is their government ready to provide that relief to Canadians today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy New Year's to you and to my colleague from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. I think we could say that we all know that global inflation is stretching the budgets of many Canadians. This is why we've put together a comprehensive affordability plan. Whether you're a student, a young family, a working professional, or a senior, our government has worked hard to make life more affordable and to build an economy that works for everyone. While Canada's inflation is down from 8.1% to 6.3% and has continued to trend down over the last 6 months, it is still far too high. Our fiscal prudence to date has ensured that Canada's inflation levels have remained below that of our economic peers, including the United States, currently at 6.5%, Europe at 9.2%, and the United Kingdom and the OECD, each of which are over 10%. But there's obviously more work to do. Our government's track record to continuously ensuring that we lower our debt to GDP ratio, outside of the pandemic, of course, has helped ensure that Canada has retained our AAA credit rating. In fact, Canada now enjoys both the lowest deficit and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Our jobs-based recovery plan has also paid dividends. We've recovered 121% of jobs lost since the pandemic. That's 659,000 jobs created by Canadians. It's this economic strength that allows our government to fund programs like the GST rate rebate, an initiative that helped 11 million Canadians, more than 50% of our seniors, cope with increases in prices. I think this is an excellent example to share in the House tonight and to start with, because it's an initiative that my honourable colleague supported, and I rightfully thank him and his party for their support. We've also taken other measures, such as eliminating interest on student loans and introducing dental care for children under 12. In fact, I'm happy to report that more than 150,000 children have now had a chance to see a dentist thanks to the program, which lifts a significant burden from those kids' parents. Those parents should also benefit from our Canada Child Benefit and our new child care program. The Conservatives said child care was wasteful, but now they seem to be leaning towards supporting it. I welcome their support. It's a great program that will allow hundreds of thousands of parents to go back to work. This is good for young families, and it's also good for our kids and for our economy. I think putting a price on pollution will be a similar lesson for Conservatives. They are opposing it today, despite the fact that they supported it in the last election. They campaigned on it, in fact. A worse version of it, but putting a price on pollution nonetheless. Contemporary Conservative policy is actually pretty hard to follow overall, ever since the new leader took over. If you look closely at the solutions they've suggested, you'll discover that they're not solutions at all. They want to raid the pension benefits of seniors. That's the payroll taxes that my friend opposite was referring to. They want to stop fighting climate change. That's the triple, or eliminating the price on pollution. Their plan is literally to make pollution free again. The leader of their party has even recklessly offered investment advice, and now many Canadians took that advice and lost their life savings as a result. The leader of the opposition doesn't think it's reckless, doesn't think it's inappropriate, won't even apologize for it. We as a government are going to continue finding innovative and responsible solutions to make Canada more affordable, to create high-paying, sustainable jobs, and to build an economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honour for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the response from the Parliamentary Secretary. Certainly not an answer and no lessons to be taken there. This is coming from a government that just had a fifth occurrence of one of their cabinet ministers breaking ethics laws in this country. We have corrupt ministers, that includes the Prime Minister, who have been found guilty of breaking ethics laws. Twice the Prime Minister, the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, the former Finance Minister, and now the International Trade Minister. So there's lots of savings to be had, and the handouts and freebies and the high-priced consultants that they seem to favor, instead of looking after everyday Canadians, that's what they should turn their attention to. Take after everyday Canadians, stop the corruption. Are they ready to do that?
Yeah, I just want to maybe remind the member that needs to be judicious in his words. I think that the word corrupt is one word that should be very careful as to not to use in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if individuals were to objectively go through the speech that I presented with the solutions that are being proposed by government, in fact, some of those solutions are already implemented, and the non-solutions that I also presented on behalf of some of the things that the Conservatives have brought forward over the last 6 months, I think that they would see objectively that we're actually doing things that are helping make life more affordable for Canadians, and at the same time, we're doing it in a fiscally prudent way to make sure that we get inflation under control. We can help get Canadians through these tough times in an appropriate and a responsible way, while simultaneously ensuring that government acts with prudence while addressing the impacts of global inflation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Inuit elders and Indigenous peoples have been calling for the development of Inuit and Indigenous-specific wellness programs. For generations, Indigenous peoples have been suppressed, oppressed, and Canada's genocidal policies continue to impact the mental health of Indigenous peoples. For generations, the Indigenous peoples have told all levels of governments Indigenous peoples have capacity to help each other. Decolonizing mental health programs is crucial. For generations, they have been ignored by successive governments. Nunavut has the highest suicide rate in Canada, 10 times the national average. The government has a responsibility to address the mental health crisis it generated. The impact of Canada's genocidal policies can be heard when Indigenous peoples say they need more mental health services. A study in 2019 by the Representative for Children and Youth in Nunavut was conducted. The study found that 91% of people felt that the availability of mental health services does not meet the needs for youth. 83% of people reported that the quality of the services was inadequate. Indigenous peoples in Indigenous communities do have mental health resources. These resources are not recognized by the federal government, and this forms part of the systemic racism experienced by Indigenous peoples. Communities are asking for culturally appropriate services accessible in their Indigenous languages. Inuit, First Nations, and Métis want access to culturally appropriate training and resources for wellness programs. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit deserve access to Indigenous traditional counselors and healers. The Tukisigiakvik Center in Iqaluit and the Ilisak Civic Society in Clyde River are programs that are making a difference for Inuit in their communities and abroad. Currently, the non-insured health benefits program for First Nations and Inuit does not recognize many Indigenous-led counseling services. Elders are volunteering their time, while academically certified mental health service providers are overwhelmed and unable to keep up. Addressing suicide by taking a life-affirming, culturally appropriate, and trauma-informed approach needs to be better resourced. Addressing suicide and its impact to families must be a priority. Inuit-led mental health programs need federal funding. Will the federal government start funding Indigenous-led mental health services?
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Nunavut for the question. Madam Speaker, this day is an opportunity to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world and to mobilize efforts in support of mental health. Not only a day, but a week, a month, and years ahead. It's a chance for all of us to talk about our work and focus on what needs to be done. And I would like to thank the member for continuing this conversation. Madam Speaker, the member rightly mentions that suicide has had devastating impacts on families and communities in Nunavut. We know these high rates are linked to a variety of factors, including the impacts of colonization, discrimination, and the loss of culture and language. But we also know the way forward. The way forward is to address the disparities in the social detriments of health and help people find a sense of hope and belonging. That's why, Madam Speaker, on October 6th, the Government of Canada and Inuit, Teparit, Kanatami announced $11 million in new supports to help strengthen the implementation of the National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy. Madam Speaker, this funding comes from Budget 2022, and it builds on previous investments in Budget 2019. The National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy was launched by ITK in 2016, and I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight their work. The strategy is an Inuit-led, evidence-based, and globally informed approach to reducing suicide among Inuit and Inuit Nunagatit. It focuses on 6 priority areas for action: creating social equity, creating cultural continuity, and nurturing healthy Inuit children, ensuring access to mental wellness services for Inuit. This, with respect to Inuit healing unresolved trauma and grief, and, Madam Speaker, mobilizing Inuit knowledge for resilience and suicide prevention. ITK and Inuit land claim organizations are taking a holistic, Inuit-specific approach to suicide prevention. And they are focusing on systemic changes, early intervention, as well as support. The new funding that was just announced will support them in that hard work. We are also working in close partnership with the government of Nunavut and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated to respond to mental health wellness, their needs to Inuit in the territory. Through this partnership, we are contributing more than $242 million over 10 years through the Nunavut Wellness Agreement for Community Wellness Initiatives. In 21-22, $24.6 million in funding was allocated to the government of Nunavut, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and community organizations for mental health wellness teams and other mental wellness services. And as one final example, Madam Speaker, this is a strong example, I might add, of our strong partnership, and I'm pleased that construction is slated to begin this year on the Nunavut Recovery Center. An enormous amount of planning, design, and coordination has gone into this project since it was announced just a year and a half ago. And once again, Madam Speaker, we are looking forward to continuing our work in partnership with the Inuit.
For Nunavut.
Funding is not enough. Government must expand availability of Indigenous-led mental health programs and services. Indigenous-led programs should be included in the non-insured health benefits as insured healthcare services. When Indigenous-led mental health programs are not recognized, the message is clear. Indigenous traditional counselors and healers do not deserve to be compensated for the valuable service they provide to their peoples. On December 6, 2022, Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee tabled its sixth report entitled Moving Towards Improving the Health of Indigenous Peoples in Canada, Accessibility and the Administration of the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program. The first recommendation from the report calls for the immediate action of formally recognizing the important roles of traditional Indigenous counselors and healers. When will this government implement this recommendation and ensure that Indigenous traditional counselors and healers are part of the overall healthcare system in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services. It's the end of the night.
End of the night. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to once again thank the member from Nunavut for her question. While territorial governments, Madam Speaker, are responsible for the delivery of health care in the territories, we continue to work together to ensure Inuit have access to culturally safe supports and services. We have made additional investments in response to the confirmations of unmarked burials at the sites of former residential schools. $107 million was announced in August 21 to expand access to cultural and emotional mental wellness supports related to intergenerational trauma. This was on top of the $330 million provided through Budget 21 to renew access to trauma-informed supports and crisis line services. Budget 22 renewed this investment, providing over $227.6 million over 2 years to maintain these supports and build upon the services funded through Budget 21. Madam Speaker, we continue to support Indigenous partners and communities to meet their needs as well as their priorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.